失礼か。
Good morning, sir. Hello, good morning, Professor Fukuda.
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon here. Good afternoon in Japan.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Purina-san, are you okay? Hello?
Good afternoon, Toshio-san. This is Lance.
Oh, Lance, how are you?
Good, thank you. So how's the weather?
Great.
Getting cold?
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lance, and good morning, Fukuda-san.
Good
Hi.
Professor Singh.
Yeah.
Caesar, hi. City Caesar, how are you?
Fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, your head is shining.
Yes, yes, no hair,
You
sir.
are so brilliant. You are so brilliant.
No hair has gone.
Intelligence come out from your head.
Yeah.
What a glow from the top.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Light is there, so that's why it is shiny.
Yes.
Also, can I request to upgrade Aki-san to panelist? Because it seems that I make the request on the chat.
Yeah, he's not there. Prenda, can
He's in
you upgrade?
attendance.
Yeah.
He's not
Yeah,
a
he will.
panelist.
Okay,
Please
okay.
upgrade him.
Yeah, sure. Uh, uh, the volunteers, this Aki-san, Akinori Nishihara, can you upgrade to panelist? They are doing, I believe. Hello, Prenda, am I on?
Morning, everyone. Good
Can you
morning, sir.
upgrade? Yeah, can you upgrade to this Nishihara sir to panelist? The host.
Hello, SN Singh sir.
हाँ ये जरा निशिहारा को आप
I
पैनलिस्ट
am
बनवाइए
audible.
या सो निशिहारा सर को पैनलिस्ट बनाइए ही इज इन अटेंडी दिस होस्ट कैन डू दिस मैडम गौर प्रेरणा
निशी हरा जी को
सर प्लीज आप चेक करोगे एक बार सर कुछ बोलिए प्लीज
एसएन सिंह सर कैन यू
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है।
यस सर ओके थैंक यू सो मच सर थैंक यू सर वी आर स्टार्टिंग नाउ निशी हरा जी को ग्रेट
very warm greetings and salutations to all the ladies and gentlemen present with us today. It's a bright morning in New Delhi and I hope the weather is also pleasant at your place. I am Mayank and I and Mr. Siddhant Banyal will be your host for today's ceremony. Welcome to the inauguration ceremony of INDICON 2020. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to bring you with an interesting story which will surely provoke some thoughts in your mind. And I want to tell you that this is a real story. This is a real incident. So, once upon a time, there was a huge fire in 10 buildings simultaneously. So, the 10 buildings were on fire simultaneously, and the person in whose name those 10 buildings were was no one but the great inventor and innovator who failed inventing the light bulb for 9,999 times, but he succeeded for 10,000th time. And that person, as we can all guess, is no one but Mr. Thomas Alva Edison. So, on 9th December 1914, his laboratory, which was composed of 10 buildings, caught up a fire, a huge fire. All the neighbors and the people living nearby started shouting, like, Thomas, 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 there's fire. So when Thomas came out, they told him that his laboratory, which was spread in 10 buildings, was burning. Charles Edison, who was the son of Thomas Edison, came out and he couldn't believe what he saw in front of his eyes. He started to panic. Thomas said nothing, but he was observing the fire while holding his son's hand. He held his son's hand so tight because he was getting relentless. Then he told his son to call his mom out. His son said, Dad, what will mom do? Thomas said, Charles, call your mom and tell her that the fire is so beautiful. She'll miss this view. His son was lightning struck and shouted the, that our years of hard work, money, innovation, and everything has burnt down. But Thomas smiled and looked in his son's eyes and told him that our mistakes too. That is, along with the buildings, our mistakes are also burnt. In the evening, when the New York Times reporter asked Thomas that how is he feeling, he answered to her that I am 67 years old, I'm feeling tired, But there is one little thing that I'm interested to tell you guys. The reporter got curious and she asked that, what is that thing, sir? He replied that I will start again tomorrow and I am so excited about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the moral of this story is that keep innovating and always learn from your mistakes. You either win or the thing. You always find the things that are not right, but you never lose in life. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any delay, let's get started. I would like to invite Professor Akinori Nishihara, the Art and Director, to welcome the IEEE President, Professor Toshio Fukuda, to say a few words to the gathering. Afterwards, Professor Prerna Gaur, the General Chair of INDICON 2020, will introduce the IEEE President to the gathering. Thank you so much.
First, make him a panelist. He is an attendee. This Aki Nishihara, sir. Who is the host? I think he can convert from the attendee to panelist. That is, he's still in attendee list. He cannot speak.
Conveyed, sir. He will be panelist soon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now you are.
Okay,
Good morning,
Namaskar.
sir.
good morning and
Namaskar.
good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very much honored to be here in INDICON 2020. As you know, India is a very important country having more than 50,000 members, which is number one in Region 10, with 12 sections. And India Council is coordinating those 12 sections. And I understand that this INDICON is a flagship annual conference, international conference, and keeping very high quality and good speakers. And we are lucky that this year we have IEEE president from our region, Asia Pacific. This is the first time in the history, and we are lucky too to have him as a keynote speaker in this INDICON 2020. I'm very much looking forward to his interesting speech. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Professor Toshio Fukuda is the president of IEEE. He received his bachelor's degree from Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan in 1971, master's degree from University of Tokyo in 1973, and PhD degree from the University of Tokyo itself in 1977, all in mechanical engineering. From 1977 to 1982, he was associated with the National Mechanical Engineering Laboratory to Tsukuba, Japan. From 1982 to 1989, he was with the Science University of Tokyo. From 1989 to 2013, he was a professor with the Department of Microsystem Engineering, Nagoya University, Nagoya, Japan. He is currently a professor with Meiji University, Nagoya, and a professor with Beijing Institute of Technology, Beijing, China, mainly involved in the research fields of intelligent robotic systems, cellular robotic systems, mechatronics, and nano robotics. In IEEE, Professor Fukuda was the president of the IEEE Robotics and Automation Society from 1988 to 1999. He was the editor-in-chief for the IEEE ASME transactions on mechatronics from 2000 to 2002. He was the director of the IEEE Division 10 Systems and Control from 2001 to 2002 and from 2017 to 2018. He was the IEEE founding president for the Nanotechnology Council from 2002 to 2003 and 2005, and the director of Region 10 from 2013 to 2014. Now, Currently, he is the president of IEEE. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Are you okay?
Professor, sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Oh, it's already.
Yeah. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. No problem. Hi, Prerina Gawa-san. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon, where you are in Region 10. I'd like to thank once again Professor Prerina Gausam, Junior Chair for INDICON 2020, for extending invitation to me to participate in today's openings here. As 2020 President of I2P and CEO of I2P, it's my great pleasure to join you, albeit virtually, as a flagship conference of I2P India Council. I send my warmest regard to our members joining us across India and throughout Region 10. I'm very happy to see those all my friends there, Shin-san, or Dean Park-san, all the people there, and I like to go there, and actually I was there last year. Thank you very much. I regret I was not able to join today together in person, as I, like so many of you, miss opportunity for direct and open engagement with colleagues and peers. I look forward to the day, which I hope not too far away, when we can again meet and share our thought and idea in person. Anyway, that's great. I hope INDICON 2020 will be very, very successful. Thank you. Hello?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the kind word. Now, I would like to hand over to my co-host, Mr. Siddhant Baniyan.
Thanks, Mayank. So, greetings, everyone. I hope everyone is doing fine and are in good health. I, Siddhant, welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 17th IEEE India Council Conference 2020. INDICON has been the flagship international conference of IEEE India Council with the aim to give a platform to brilliant, innovative minds in the STEM field and create an environment conducive to research and networking. This 17th iteration of INDICON is being organized jointly by IEEE Delhi section and is being hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi. This global pandemic has though physically distanced us, but has connected us more pervasively digitally. The theme of this conference, technology intervention to build future-ready society, echoes the spirit embodied by the various dignitaries, attendees, and the organizing team who have joined us in these testing times. Scientific research and innovation has been the guiding principles to humanity and have illuminated the path to the civilization through the ages. On that note, I would like to invite the conference dignitaries to join us for the virtual lamp lighting ceremony. All right, I think we'll wait for some time for all the dignitaries to join, then continue from this note.
May I request our director-elect Lance Funk can say a few words and bless us? Professor Lance Funk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to INDICON. And as you have heard from our IEEE president and also the Region 10 director, that we acknowledge the contribution of India and all the members and the community to IEEE, and not only that, and also for the community. In particular, I would like to highlight your contribution in the recent project Reaching Locals, launched by IEEE Educational Activities Committee. And I do believe that this is a very important initiative in the sense that, well, India is one of the few countries, well, in the region that you have a diverse range of languages. And by using, well, your local languages to reach out to the local community, you are able to enhance the understanding of engineering and technology. And also you're going to provide the opportunities, well, for the education and also understanding, well, and also for career development, etc. And not only that, well, and this year, I also believe that you are aware that our president, Professor Toshio, has also initiated, well, the ad hoc committee on the lifelong learning and the continued education. And you can be assured that, well, from next year onwards, you see the launching of additional activities, well, like the IEEE Academies. Well, right now, the three main topics have been identified on the smart grid, on the Internet of Things, and also on the artificial intelligence. And I do believe that, well, India, you have so much opportunities and talents. And also in terms, well, of the number of members, well, in terms of the number of student members, etc. So I'll congratulate, well, for all the organizing committee, the chairpersons, and also the Indian Council executive officers, etc. And I just, well, believe that your momentum is going to continue and going to bring benefits, well, to humanity and also for the whole continent of India. Thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Now, may I invite, since we have some time, may I invite Asthana Saab to say a few words? Asthana Saab?
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are the veteran. I know it's a very old history and you have a lot of association with the India Council. Can you say a few words and blessing words, sir?
Good morning to all. And this event earlier in India Council was known as
Okay.
In 2003, event. And the first event was held in IIT in 2003 and today we are in the 17th INDICON being held at Delhi and the leadership of President who was working very hard to make it success. And central papers and as usual science presentation, keynote speakers, there are different tracks. And as customary, hold India Executive Meeting and AGM during INDICON, which is being held tomorrow. Sometimes we started a student paper contest in the memory of our late director M.B. Chauhan. And that has been continuing since then. When we started, we used to invite papers and ask the presenters to come and present the papers at INDICON. And that time, India Council was giving a cash prize to first papers, and they also used to pay for the passage to the venue of an INDICON. But this is continuing and they are being allowed to present the papers. But there is no reason. But it's anyway getting a certificate of the initiative and great appreciation of the efforts to India Council. And I think we will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, may I request Suresh Nayarji to say some blessing words, sir?
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's really nice to know about the flagship conference INDICON 2020 being held here, and the programs are really interesting. And it doesn't feel like it is a virtual meeting. So that's how it is all planned. All best wishes to the organizers, Prarna Madam, and all the India Council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Rajshri Jain, can you announce about Hope Foundation Award so that other people can know what is our plan and M.B. Chauhan, etc.?
Hello. Good morning. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I am sorry for background noise. I'm traveling actually.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. The Hope, in association with Hope Foundation Research Center Pune and IEEE India Council, IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group Pune section. So we have instituted awards for outstanding women student and early career professionals. So all past 3 years we have been doing this, sir, and this year we have extended the MOU, and now participants from all across the SAARC countries can participate in this beautiful for this esteemed awards. These are in the name of late Sri Prahlad T. Chabria. He was the founder and founder member of Hope Foundation, also Phenolics founder. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And also, as Suresh Nair sir mentioned, so though we are all far away from the physical conference location, it is as if we are feeling connected through this virtual network. Thank you so much. It is as if we are holding this conference in physical, is what I'm feeling. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and Prerna ma'am and her whole team, congratulations for the successful organization of INDICON 2020. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, very much. This R.B. Jadeja is there. The last year he was the host for this INDICON 2019. I think a few words from Jadeja ji, if you can. Are you there, Jadeja ji? Yeah.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah.
I think all of you have given very nice introduction of INDICON, background of INDICON, and last year also thanks to IEEE President Professor Toshio Fukuda, who has given the talk at INDICON 20 at Rajkot at Marwadi University. So thanks, and all the best to Sir Prerna Gaur Madam and entire IEEE Council. Congratulations to all the team members, those who are directly involved with IEEE India Council as well as INDICON. Wish you all the best. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Jadeja ji. He is also treasurer of India Council 2020. I think we have still time, so I can ask the Harish Mashood to say a few words, because he is a India Operations Director, and he is managing a lot of things, and a lot of students are obviously associated and talking to him. Mashood ji, can you say a few words, if possible?
Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. I would like to congratulate Dr. Prerna Gaur and the entire organizing committee for bringing all of us together in these difficult times. The spirit of INDICON is something which we all cherish in India Council, and all the members in India, all sections in India always look forward to the INDICON. This year also it is the same. We should see a big success this year in paper presentation and everything. The preparations have been done extremely well, and once again I congratulate the organizing committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Harish Mysore, can you speak about milestones recently obtained by India?
Yes, madam. We are very fortunate to have the third milestone, Giant Meter Wave Radio Astronomy Center in Pune, which is 80 kilometers away from Pune, has been recognized by IEEE History Committee as the third milestone. It is its contribution to science, engineering, astronomy, and the engineering disciplines, especially the GMRT's success in signal processing and also utilizing the transport mechanism using fiber optics, which is very unique. And we are very proud of it. And there will be a ceremony, and the IEEE president should be coming here to inaugurate that. The GMRT director directly reports to scientific advisor, Government of India, and hence goes to Prime Minister of India. And they are looking forward to inviting Prime Minister to do the plaque unveiling as well. That should be a big opportunity. Thank you, madam.
You have some medical insurance scheme. Can you highlight something on that one also?
Well, I'll do that, sir.
Yeah.
This is the 5th year running group medical insurance program for IEEE members. It's a very successful program. This year, we are covering more than 800 members and 2,500 lives altogether. Even during the pandemic time, now we have extended the cover for COVID as well with the same premium. Now we have cleared all the claims so far till date. There is not a zero thing pending with respect to this group medical insurance scheme. This is the unique scheme. I urge IEEE members to take advantage of it and enroll and then continue to support this scheme, sir. Thank you.
Sir, anything about the concession IEEE is considering in this COVID-19 to the membership fee if something has come up? Can you elaborate that?
Yeah, the best is our art and directors and IEEE president can comment on that. The board did debate on the proposal which was given by Professor Kubjin on reducing student membership fee in 2021. The exact date, perhaps sometime after January, will come out. That will be almost to the tune of 50% reduction from $27 to perhaps $14 or $13.50 equivalent in Indian rupees, madam. That will run for till 2023 enrollment cycle. This is the information discussed in the board, but yet to be circulated as a proper policy and how it is to be implemented. Thank you.
I think, madam, if no other agenda there, then we can break for 10 minutes. Then at 10 o'clock or maybe 9:55, we can start the inaugural session.
Some filling gap may be done by some Harish Masurji only. He can speak on the issues currently faced by IEEE members if he has something to speak.
Yeah, Harish Mashur sir, about some we had the MU with the IEI sister organization, many other MUs. You can highlight if you can take 4 or 5 minutes more. I think he is Harish Mashur sir. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, we had many other initiatives like MUs and other things. Can you take 3-4 minutes about what operation, what benefit the IEEE India is giving to its member and the things?
Sir, we are only carrying out the policies of IEEE. What work we are doing is we are ensuring the financial integrity and the compliance. Financial integrity and the compliance for all the sections, chapters, conferences, including managing of the conference funding process, the collection of technically co-sponsored TCS fee and the paper submission fee, and then adjusting it with the respective societies we are doing. This year we have also initiated the MD kit supply from India office for India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. We have been doing it successfully for last 4 or 5 months now. 70 kits we have been dispatched, all with 100% receiving on the delivery on the other side. Earlier, the main problem we were facing in India were the shipment used to happen from Singapore, but 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 shipment never used to reach. It used to get stuck in customs for various reasons. This has also saved $30,000 to IEEE in terms of shipment from Singapore to the sections here or the student chapters here, vis-a-vis shipping it from India office. Going forward, we plan to make them here and make them available in abundance to everyone, and that should further bring down the cost by another $50,000 at least.
So, and we are also providing the contact center support from India office, which is every query which is originating in India answered here immediately. Plus, we are also answering the queries which come from other parts of the world. So we are also looking at vehicle insurance because all our members will have at least one or other vehicle. They will be paying vehicle insurance regularly. If IEEE offers that as a additional benefit, if they can save even 1,000 or 2,000 rupees, it can be significant reduction. Even it can be like subsidizing the IEEE membership itself to some extent. We are looking at launching that soon. We are in negotiations with few insurance companies already for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Prerna ma'am, if you'll allow this, I'll share some of the initiatives taken by India Council in the last 2 years. Yeah. So thank you all. Just I want to say that I was a chair 2019 and this year 2020, and also my successors and my predecessors, they have also done a lot of reforms and other things in India Council. Those are the first time listening. As you know already, even though Akinara-san told that right now we are having 12 sections. Earlier it was 11 sections, and this year it was added. Another section that is a YZ based section. So right now we have a dozen section, and this 12 sections are meeting with through the India Council Forum, and where we discuss the various problems inside, even though, and how to make effective, how we can give the benefit to the volunteers. That is another thing, and how we can empower them, because as we all know, this is the IEEE is the one of the best professional society where the intellect is the full of intellect. So it is we have a lot of activities, and at the same time we all know this IEEE, the main tag name is advancing technology for humanity. And this, as you know, the technology, once it is coming for humanity, it is not only limited to electrical, electronics, and computer science, but many other elite areas, those are basically coming, even though we have also added the management is also coming here. So this is a very wide spectrum. And as already Professor Nishihara told, that we are having approximately 50,000 members, and the student members are highest in our India. So this is basically a good forum that we invite all the people to join and try to get the benefit of IEEE. Many people are having the different views on the IEEE. They say is every year membership and etc. Already you can see always we are coming forward for the various disaster management. The foundation is there. They are helping when there was a problem in Nepal. This IEEE came forward and helped a lot of people. In that it was the team member was even though Harish Mashur, and at that time various people were involved, in the UP section was also involved, and they distributed a lot of laltans and other things in those remote places. They went several times. Also, some happens in Kerala section. As you know, there was a flood in the Kerala at that time, and this IEEE Kerala section has taken a lot of initiative to help and reach the people. So that's why this IEEE, as we all know, it is basically reaching to the heart of the people in terms of whenever there is a problem to them. And of course, the technology is the prime. As you know, the publication is the prime. The conferences of the IEEE are prime. And a lot of, even though launch was the quality management, a lot of issues were there, and a lot of problems were solved by our previous leaders, even though launch was the quality management also earlier in that IEEE level and also the Arton level. And now he is going to be director-elect for 2021. So a lot of initiative we are trying. We want that our members should get the benefit in terms of knowledge, technology, and the various resources. So that's why this India Council, I said that some of the initiatives I want to highlight what we did in the, and always we keep on refining. We always keep on improving. Otherwise, you know, we have to keep on reforming even ourselves as well. So you can say in 1920, just we started with the honoring the section chairs. They have contributed for many, many years. Many years I have seen, and people are there. They have contributed a long to the volunteership, and you know everyone is a volunteer in IEEE. That's so nobody is implied here. It's all people, starting with the president to even the student. All are the volunteers. Only the positions are keep on changing, and that is always there to manage any system. So that's we started giving the lifetime achievement awards to the section chairs. They have contributed huge at the section level. No doubt the sections are also honoring them, but it was felt that this is even the bigger forum where we can also recognize their efforts to this one, and it was there. We also started last year the IC chair. Those were the India Council chairs. We started giving the IC Chair Lifetime Achievement Award, and very proudly I want to announce this, which here, this Asthana ji, the first who got this IC Chair Lifetime Achievement Award for his contribution. He was the IC Chair, also he was the Vice Executive Chair, and also he has contributed in various way. And again this year and last year he was Ombudsman of the India Council. So we started the honoring the very senior people, that they are basically motivated, they are giving a lot of energy, a lot of other things, and that's why we are reaching at this stage. We also thought, because academics is one side, we have to also honor the industry people, and this IEEE always provides the platform to connect the academics, as well as it is trying academics, as well as they want that the technology, our industry people should also come in this platform. And for that we started honoring, this is a IEEE India Council Technologist Award, we say IC Industry Award. In that we had the three category. One is the Technologist of the Year Award, the Women's Technologist of the Year Award, and also, as you know, whole world is trying to go for the technology startups. And this year we are also giving the two consolation prize to the technology startup at the beginning, and that is a given. So these few awards are constitution. Other than already some awards are existing, like Outstanding Volunteers Award, Students Award, YP, YE, Emerging Branch, many other things are there. And again, on the valedictory session, you will be knowing who is going to the recipient of all these things. We also try to improve our IC bylaws to take basically have the two-layer system, and the IC is now going to be bigger because 12 sections, one is nominated, and chairs are by default the member. So it is going to be more than 30 people committee. So we started to think, why not we can take some advisory post of the previous chairs of IC chairs, and also the people can decide, they can discuss the future goal. This is just like a strategic policy planning, and finally it is coming to the ExCom for any approval, but this is the only recommending body. So we started the advisors in this, and it said that it will be better that if can get the rich experience of our elders, those have basically seen the past, and they are looking at the present and the future also. They can see their knowledge is there, and that's basically the core committee was formed. Various other things also, minor things is keep on going. We started printing the annual report of the IC, because I found that no doubt some PDF files are there, very bulky files were there, but we started some booklet will be there, some visitors are coming, at least we can show some people are coming to the offices here and there. We can say, look, this is a summary of what IC is doing, and this was basically collaboration of all the sections. We ask all the vice chairs from each section contribute, and we are giving. We all know that the IEEE president last year, he came, and we signed one MOU with the IEI, this Institution of Engineers, that is a sister body, this is a national society, as all we know, the Institution of Engineers India, and IEEE and signed the MOU, and we are having constituted one award also that is also going on very well. So this is basically one of the, you can say, it is the IEEE always helps and promote that we should go to other society like Institution of Engineers, IET, and other things. That is basically all. It is also happening. We also this year we have started, because some of the things we take from our ATEN. The ATEN, they are having the three flagship events. One is the TENCON. It is just like in TENCON we are having INDICON. And 10 means Horizon 10, and CON means conference. Similarly, it was started in 2004 at IIT Kharagpur, and after that, it is a continuously moving across the sections. So it is a sections event, we say, and the sections can give at any venue and any place. And that's why this year it was planned that it will be an NSUT Delhi, but due to COVID, this went virtual. So the place is not very important, but still I can see the people are trying to give the flavor that you see the people are sitting in the hall, and NSUT banners, another thing there. I can also see the vice chancellor of the NSUT there sitting there. So it was basically the INDICON is parallel to TENCON. Later also in the ATEN, there was a 10 SIM. We said that 10 means again, this is a region 10, and SIM means symposium. and it is basically one is happening in the November, especially November and December. TENCON, similarly, INDICON is also we are having in December, along with our XCOM meeting. Tomorrow we are going to have our XCOM meeting, and also there will be AGM. I invite all the members. They can log in, register, and they can also see the AGM of the India Council. This year we started another similar to the 10sim, we started the INDICON because we thought, because the subsections are the future of sections, and they can be upgraded, and they are being upgraded. So we thought that we should not only ask the sections, there's a lot of problem in the sections and the subsections. So we started the INDICON, this India Council Subsections Conference, and this was in the given to the Vizag section, this you can see. And even though after allotting, after 6 months, this subsection becomes section. So I believe, and again next year it is going to be in Nagpur section. This again, maybe the Nagpur section can subsection can also be upgraded to the section. So we are also now started. We had planned in the July, but could not again due to the various, because when the conference came the last time, there was a COVID in that campus, severe, and then we shifted in October. But it was planned that it will be only happening in June and July. So that's we started a new initiative, and that's basically the need of our that is added. The Research Hope Foundation Award. As you know, continuously it was running for 3 years, and huge award. I can say huge award in the Indian rupees. It was given the 2 awards we were giving. One is the young, those are student, another is the professional. And it was 1.25 lakhs rupees the award was given, and they are basically attached with the Hope Foundation, and it was given at the various platform of India Council events. Then this year there was a thought, why not we can increase the number? So we started from 2 to now 4. And also we increased all the SAARC countries can be combined, and it will be decided by the jury. And the IEEE is a partner with the Hope Foundation. We have signed the MU already. It is implemented already. Rasrija and Madam was telling. This is another initiative, and people should come. And it is a very good. Apart from it is to empower the women. This is only for the women. So, and the 4 ladies will be selected, and they are in constant touch, and we are also in the constant touch with them, what they are doing, how things are going on. That is another basically happening. Here you can say we have also started, even though in that Akisan as well, also there, in the Fukuda-san was also there. That is, we say Women in Engineering International Leadership, which was organized by subsection Nagpur. And it was also earlier, also it was organized somewhere other, I think Pune section or so. But we are now trying, this should be also a regular event of India Council, and already the Preeti Bajaj madam was there, and she took a very initiative and very comprehensive reports she had prepared, and a lot of people from the headquarters, they were connected together. And I can say, you know, this is the another again to empower the women in our society. So the I can simply say, no doubt I am a part of the Institution of Engineers, I was the chairman. The IET also of the local Kanpur chapter chair, I was there. But I can see the IEEE is the maximum who is going for the gender equality and giving the full weightage to the we, that is women in engineering, young professional and student. No other society they are doing this. So this is the beauty, and I thanks our leaders, and already Akisan told that's Fukuda sir with the first in this art, and he became the president, and that you can see, and that is his vision. No doubt once he took charge, the COVID started. That is another, I can say. That's why no doubt whenever we invite him, I accept our invitation very heartily, and he likes, even though this Indian subcontinent also, where he visited many times. I know many times he has visited in Jabalpur. Last year also he was there. So that is basically this connections in the Asia R10. So R10 is a very coherent, I can say, very coherent body, where everybody has a free to say, free to listen, and free to basically comment here and there. That's basically the beauty of the IEEE. So always we say IEEE, it is basically connecting the people's heart, and along with the technology, and that is there. And you can say with all the efforts with the IC is continuously receiving for the last 2 years the highest incentive in the councils, which is basically they are bidding in. And this was basically started by the Kukshin, this council incentive program, where the India Council is coming. I will always stop. So with this, I think I brief about the India Council, and now I think it is time is 5-6 minutes more. So I hope that you got the glimpse of India Council, the new initiative, and our future. The Suresh Nairji already he spoke. He will be basically the India Council chair for 2021 onwards. And I hope under his leadership, he's very dynamic. He's very particular about the planning. Already you can say he has started the planning, and that is basically, I hope this IC will go and further height in his leadership. And that is a no doubt in saying that he will be one of the best leader will be, he will be showing this. And you can see this in his team, he has announced his treasurer and secretary, and both are ladies. And both are present in this here. One is the treasurer, will be the Prerna Gaur, and the Sastri Jain will be the secretary. So you can say how much he is giving the woman in power, and he can see his vision and other thing. That is a very marvelous salute, sir, for your all these things. So with this, I will try to stop. I think I filled the gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, as he's a life member and he has a great experience with the history of IEEE. Sir, can you please throw some light on managing conferences? Over to you, Subrata, sir.
My case is not, I think, on that. Problem with the sound. You can log in again, maybe.
I think sir has not joined the audio.
So, brother,
Yeah.
sir, can you rejoin with the audio again in 1 minute, so that we can hear you about how to organize effectively the IEEE conferences?
If there is any problem that he can talk on phone to you, and then you can put your phone on the mic, you can listen him.
Let me try, sir.
Yeah, I can put on a speaker, so that is also possible. Sometimes we do because net issue and other things always happen.
Yes, sir, and it always works.
Hmm. You put on a speaker. Your phone should be on a speaker. It's there?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can listen you, sir. Hmm.
like to appreciate these things when a society level conferences are also held in our case. We are directly or indirectly, as an IEEE representative from the NGO side, we sponsor or rather sometimes support indirectly in terms of the volunteers to be effectively present in the organization of the conferences. This is all I have to say on behalf of the conferences and the Delhi section, being a standing committee chair of the technical and professional activities. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I think Sivaji Chakravarti is there. I think with this, I think we can stop. We can ask Sivaji Chakravarti to say a few blessing words, and then we can go for the inaugural session, the formal one. Sivaji, sir? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah, sir. You are audible.
Okay, thank you, Professor Singh. I mean, I was not prepared that you will invite.
Yeah, it is extempo. I'm inviting suddenly, so let us see and check.
Okay, thank you very much. And it is indeed a great event and a great moment for this INDICON. And I have seen the program, wonderful arrangement, wonderful all the speakers and the organizers. So what I would like to say is that I convey my very best greetings to all the organizers who have worked really hard under this very difficult situation and made this program such a beautiful one. And this is in line with Delhi section's performance earlier also, because I have seen the performance of Delhi section for last 15 years. So it was expected. And I congratulate all the others like IC leadership for giving due guidance for this program. And I wish all the participants a great INDICON 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, madam, it is 10 o'clock now. They can start the normal proceedings.
Sir, we can start now.
Yeah.
All right. I hope everybody is doing fine and are in good health. I, Siddhant, would like to welcome you all again to the opening ceremony of the 17th IEEE India Council Conference. INDICON has been the flagship international conference of IEEE India Council with the aim to give a platform to the brilliant, innovative mind in STEM and create an environment conducive to research and networking. This 17th iteration of INDICON is being organized jointly by IEEE Delhi section and is being hosted at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi. Though this pandemic has physically distanced us, but it has also connected us pervasively in the digital realm. The theme of the conference, Technology Intervention to Build Future-Ready Society, echoes the spirit embodied by the various dignitaries, attendees, and organizing team who have joined us in these testing times. Scientific research and innovation has been the guiding principles to humanity that have illuminated the path of civilization through the ages. Echoing that sentiment, I would like to invite the conference dignitaries to join us for the virtual lamp lighting ceremony. I request all the dignitaries to switch on their cameras for us to begin with the ceremony if they can. We'll start with the chief guest, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. Vibhuti, if you could, please. Professor Toshio Fukuda, President IEEE. Engineer Rajiv Sharma, our guest of honor for INDICON 2020. Professor Akinori Nishihara, Director IEEE R10. Professor J.P. Saini, Chief Patron INDICON 2020. Professor S.N. Singh, Patron INDICON 2020. Professor Bhim Singh, Patron INDICON 2020. Dr. Puneet Mishra, Secretary IEEE India Council. And Lance Fung, Director-elect IEEE R10. And Professor Prerna Gaur, General Chair, INDICON 2020. Thank you, Vibhuti. Lord Ganesha is the deity of learning and wisdom. His presence embodies eloquence and existence. I would request Rutvik to take over for the Ganesh Vandana.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Rutvik,
Yes, Rutvik, you're audible.
Sure.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणवन्दिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीपत्याय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचन्द्राय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुपताय गुरुकुलस्थाय गुरुविक्रमाय गुरुप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैवगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मप्रदायाय गुरुपुत्रपरित्राते गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय जयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गणानाय दन्ताय सर्वदानश्रवणप्रणयिने गुणवते गणपतये ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीलाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपदवे वेदचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गङ्गाय विग्रहाय गङ्गाजलनयनमते गौरीनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरी गणेश्वराय गौरप्रणयाय गौरप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
So much, Ritwik. That was so melodious.
Though there were slight connectivity issues, but your voice definitely filled this space with divinity and positivity. Thanks, Ritwik.
Thank you.
This conference would not have been possible without this individual who, through her constant efforts and work discipline, not only championed the conference deliverables, but led the successful transition of the proceedings of this conference to the digital space amidst the pandemic. I would now like to invite Professor Prerna Gaur, General Chair INDICON 2020 and IEEE Delhi Section Chair, to enlighten us and deliver the conference overview. She is currently serving as the Head of Department for Instrumentation and Electrical Division here at NSUD. Ma'am, if you could please take over.
Thank you, Siddhant. Good morning and good evening to all in this August gathering. I am delighted to see all dignitaries and delegates present in the inaugural ceremony today in this joyous moment. I welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Radhakrishnan, IEEE President, Keynote Speaker, Professor Toshio Fukuda, Guest of Honor, Engineer Rajiv Sharma, Art and Director Akinori Nishihara, Art and Director-elect Dr. Fong, Chief Patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor J.P. Saini, Patron INDICON 2020, Professor S.N. Singh and Professor Bhim Singh, awardees of India Council, other dignitaries from IEEE Region 10, EXICOM members, and participants from all over the world. First and foremost, I would like to start by saying a quote by Jacques Ellul: modern technology has become a total phenomena for civilization, the defining force of a new social order in which efficiency is no longer an option but a necessity imposed on all human activity. The 17th IEEE India Council International Conference INDICON 2020 is highly special for us. This is one of the biggest virtual conferences ever organized by India Council. Even in the time of a pandemic, we can all have get together and celebrate the power of research and technology on an international level. The most awaited day of IEEE INDICON has arrived, where around 500 researchers of IEEE India and all over the world would be showcasing innovative contributions. The 17th edition of IEEE INDICON has already commenced successfully with the tutorials from 10th December 2020 at 10 a.m. IEEE INDICON is the annual flagship international conference conducted by IEEE India Council with 12 plenary sessions, keynote addresses by none other than IEEE President, 3 tutorials by technocrats from industry and academia, MV Chauhan Student Paper Contest, industry exhibits, and most importantly, high quality presentations from the best of the researchers in India and abroad. No effort is being unturned to make INDICON 2020 the best so far. INDICON 2020 is being sponsored by IEEE IAS, IEEE PES, and IEEE Control System Societies. It is also supported by industries like PES, PSS, and NTIPL. This year, IEEE INDICON is being hosted at Netaji Subhash University of Technology. The theme of this year's INDICON is Technology Intervention to Build Future-Ready Society. We received around 850 papers, and with the help of esteemed reviewers from many IITs, NITs, leading institutions, and industry, finally 405 registrations were accepted. These papers will be presented in around 60 sessions in 3 days. We have 3 women in engineering sessions and a panel discussion especially for WIE. For the first time, scientists from Indian Railways have showcased their innovations in the form of research papers. I wish that participants will enjoy joining every session virtually, for which dedicated links have been created and conveyed to all successfully. In the end, I would like to mention that this conference would not have been possible without the support of volunteers who have contributed their time and efforts day and night. I would like to thank India Council lead Professor Essen Singh to provide us this opportunity. I would like to thank all dignitaries for their presence to motivate us and participants. My sincere thanks to reviewers who have evaluated each and every paper to raise the level of expectations from the researchers. Thanks are due to Executive Committee of Delhi section for constantly supporting the proceedings. I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor J.P. Saini, who has opened all sorts of resources for smooth conduction of this conference. Our faculty members and staff members of NSUT were always there to support. Our thanks for the support by Professor Huda for supporting it through this online platform with his team. The student section network team has done an excellent job to support this virtual event. And last but not least, I would like to thank the authors for their contribution. I once again congratulate all the delegates. I wish to thank again to all dignitaries for becoming the part of this INDICON. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We all are very excited for the conference and plenary sessions ahead. I would now like to invite the chief patron of this conference, Professor J.P. Saini, to grace us with his presence. He has, through his constant guidance and timely interventions, provided the necessary mentorship for this conference. He is currently serving as the founder, Vice Chancellor of NSUT, under whose able leadership, the university has opened 2 new campuses in Delhi. Sir, if you could please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Essen Singh and Professor Preetangor, for giving me this opportunity to welcome you all. Good morning to all the dignitaries present here. A very warm welcome to Honorable Chief Guest of this conference, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. Thank you very much, sir. President IEEE, Professor Toshio Fukuda, the guest of honor, Engineer Rajiv Sharma, patron of the conference, Professor Essen Singh and Professor Bhim Singh, General Chair, Professor Prerna Gaur, IEEE Delhi section, other dignitaries and participants all over the world. I wish to start this ceremony with a quote by the world-famous physicist Albert Einstein: "You can't solve a problem on the same level that it was created. You have to rise above it to the next level." So this quote is very apt to this current situation. And for this prestigious conference, as the main motive here is innovation and research on an international platform. The fact that we have reached with this on up to an international level is of great significance. We all have assembled here virtually today to celebrate the depth of knowledge that has gathered, garnered, and placed. The Netaji Subhas University of Technology is highly pleased to associate with INDICOM 2020. The university has a glorious history of 37 years. The students have succeeded in academic, administration, technology, and innovation. Previously a premium institute, it became a highly prestigious university 2 years ago, with 3 campuses spread across Delhi. Over a period of time, the institute has carved a niche for itself both nationally and internationally for excellence in technical education and research. I am glad to inform you that NSUT has been ranked 5th in the category of government and government-aided universities and deemed to be universities in the Atal ranking of innovation achievements area 2020. In session 2021, 2 new institutions, namely AIACTR and CBPGC, has merged with NSUT as East and West campuses. University has added 14 new UG programs and 12 new PG programs in the past 2 years. For promoting quality education, university has launched a unique incentive scheme named Chhatra Vitti Sahayata Evam Prosahan Kosh. To support innovation, we have an established incubation center and number of center of excellence. Latest software and well-equipped laboratories. I wish you all have visited our lush green, beautiful campus spread in 145 acres in Delhi. The fact that we are the host institution for INDICON 2020 is of great significance to us. I am glad that this conference has such a grand beginning, virtually attending by eminent scientists and technocrats. This has further added a feature in this the cap of greatness NSUT constantly strive to achieve. I hope that you will like the format of this conference and will get benefited by the sharing of experience and the best practices. We are looking forward for your valuable input, which I am sure will go a long way in making this conference a great success. In the end, I would like to wish a grand success to INDICOM 2020 and thank everyone again for taking out their precious time and becoming part of this international event organized by IEEE India Council and Delhi section. The organizing team, led by Professor Prerna Gaur, in the guidance of India Council Chair, Professor S.N. Singh, has worked day and night to bring this to this level in virtual mode. I hope this conference ends with a magnificent and grand note. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. I would now like to invite Professor Bhim Singh, sir, patron to INDICON 2020. He has himself served as chair for several international conferences and provided INDICON 2020 with his valuable technical oversight and guidance. Professor Singh is currently working as a professor in Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi and has been a regular recipient of several grants and awards for his contributions to the field. Sir, if you could grace us with your presence.
Well, good morning to all of you. Greeting to everyone present over here. As a pattern of INDICON 2000, I take great pride in welcoming all the great scientists, academicians, young researchers, business delegates, and students from all over the world to attend the 17th IEEE India Council International Conference INDICON 2020. The theme for the year 2020, the technology intervention to build future-ready society. The INDICON is the flagship annual international conference of IEEE India Council with plenary session, keynote address by reputed academician, tutorials, workshop, student paper contest, and industry exhibit, stall, and most importantly, high-quality presentations for the best of researcher in India. No word being spread to make INDICON 2020 the best so far. Following its tradition, the conference committed to make genuine and reliable contribution to scientific community and make the perfect platform for global networking as it brings together renowned speakers and scientists across the globe. I commend you for exciting and memorable events filled with the enlightening intervention session. Thank you for bringing this dynamic exposition to the conference. I will also express my appreciation to the all organization for making this extraordinary conference a possibility. We welcome you for this conference and look forward to your participation. Best regard, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor S.N. Singh, sir, catering to INDICON 2020. S.N. Singh, sir, is currently serving as the chair of IEEE India Council, under whose leadership IEEE sections across India have experienced tremendous growth and have organized enriching events that fosters IEEE's vision. Sir has been a valuable part of the INDICON team and has constantly provided his inputs on a department. Professor S.N. Singh has recently received the prestigious NTSC 2020 Academic Excellence Award. Sir, if you could deliver your address.
Yes. So good morning and good evening, various locations of our region 10. Those are basically joining through this, you can say, WebEx meet. Really, I say thank you for NSUT for hosting this INDICON 2020. And the credit goes to, no doubt, the leader of this university, Professor J.P. Saini, who is one of my friend. And of course, the hand behind complete scenario is Madam P.T. Gaur. They are basically the pillars, and finally, of course, the whole team, including the Suprata sir, Bhim Singh sir, many other people has coming here. I also basically welcome and thanks Radhakrishnan sir. As you know, he is the board of governor of IIT Kanpur also. I have been working with him for the last 2 years as a board member of IIT Kanpur. And he has seen his simplicity and generosity who has kindly agreed to be the chief guest of this function. Toshio-san, as always, is smiling and laughing, commenting, and also he commented on me also. I was very happy and morning. And just you can see how he is generous. And I have seen him from 2015 at the various places as I was involved in the Region 10 as a conference and technical center coordinator. And before that, I was the chairman of UP section. Then I was attending the ACM. So he is a very nice and, very gentle and towards nice to earth, and it's very, very nice. And he has accepted our invitation in spite of, just you can see, he's the professor and also IEEE president, and he has accepted our invitation. Thank you, sir. Also, thanks goes to our Nishihara sir. He is also basically the region 10 director. It's very cool, always smiling, and always very supportive. Whenever we were having any things to him, he is very supportive and taking in the positive side. Thank you, sir, for your joining this INDICON inauguration. I can also sing our the future art and director, this Lance Fung. He is also smiling. I know that I think art and people are keep on smiling. Even the Deepak sir, all these directors are always smiling and giving boost to the volunteers. That is one of, I think, the beauty I have found. So thank you, Lance, for joining and also agreeing to deliver this lecture also after this inauguration. I can also see a lot of volunteers and I can XCOM members. I can see already they were asked to speak something. They are joining through this one. I can also see the Priti Bajaj and other award recipients also they will be taking. So this is basically the platform. It is a collaborative effect of all the India volunteers. No doubt the platform is India Council, but I never mind. It is basically the volunteership of all the people. Those are connected directly and indirectly. Here I can see this is the theme which was chosen under the leadership of the Subrata sir, because this is a technology intervention to build the future. And that's basically we have to work for the future. And this future is always we see it is a very indifferent which we have seen in the past, because the need of our and everything is changing. We have to also change and we have to cope up in that direction. You know, this INDICON, no doubt it is started in 2004, already I said, at IIT Kharagpur. And from there onwards, the journey started. It is 7th in series. And I can see that 3 times the Delhi, the 3rd times, it's a hat trick for Delhi. This they organized in 2006, They organized 2015 in Jamia Millia and this time 2020 in the NSUD. So this is the hat trick for Delhi to organize this INDICON. And always there was a choice. It was, we were discussing to whom it will be given. It was Bangalore section and it was Delhi section. And finally, this both were good. I'm not saying anyone is bad. Even the Bangalore also had just 1 year in the 2016 they had INDICON. So it was basically this we gave here. Also, they are given this Congress, that is the All India Student YLM, basically LM Congress. It is going to be in Chitkara again with the help of Delhi section. So the lot of activities are happening in Delhi, and Delhi section is one of the very volunteer and vibrant section, I can say, along with the other sections. I'm not saying any section is bad, but again, the Delhi is also doing. So it is a very healthy competition which is happening in India Council, in the section wise, and always we are dedicated because, as I said, we are the volunteers. We are helping each other. We are trying to help our volunteers. We're trying to give the benefit. And also we are trying to improve the personality of our young minds, especially the students, young and the women's engineering. So they are basically, we are helping all the time to them. The India Council was formed on the 20th May 1976, and it was basically the founder was he was F.C. Kohli, and he's no more. He's on 26th of November. He was sad demise due to the heart attack, but he was the Padma Bhushan already. We are also giving. We decided the award that will be coming later part of my speech because this will be combined with this LTA award and my welcome speech. In this whole conference, already one brochure was circulated by Madam Prerna Gaur, and that's all the, it was gone to all the XCOM and other invitee, and a very comprehensive report was prepared, and it is, she has collected the messages and the well wishes of all the high political as well as the academic people in this basically in Delhi region. So I can see this LG, we can see this CM Kejriwal's message, I can see the Deepak Mathur Sarkar's SMS message, Akinari, Toshio, JP Saini. Of course, we are the part of the organizer and host. So that is not a big issue that because we are the host and we have to give the message and best wishes. So this is all together that is happening there. We wanted to have the face-to-face. This was planned, even though we were trying, even though March meeting, we said we will be having the face-to-face, but the COVID-19 pandemic situation has not permitted us to meet, but we wanted to have the blended. That's why you can see the people are sitting on the chair. So it is those are in that campus and that area they have joined, but others are remotely connected, and that is basically you can see. So it is basically on and offline, both are modes are there. So we wanted that the field should be as actual the face-to-face INDICON that you can see here. The backdrops and other banners are there. In this whole I saw that the three very important tracks, especially the very tutorials. There are basically 8 tracks in whole INDICON. It was decided, including the MB Chauhan track. In that, the 3 tutorials, even though it is happening and it is talking about the blockchain, that is the emerging area, and the various other emerging area people will be talking so that our volunteers, our students, and other those are registered candidates, they will be benefited. I can see more than 11 plenary speeches are there. So this in whole conference, apart from the paper presentation, which is huge in number, but we can find a lot of good speakers in their own area. They are talking and they will be discussing in this whole. The MP Chauhan contest, as we are already starting, that is now it is going to be a part of the INDICON. Already they have selected, there will be another presentation. Rasi, ma'am, and along with the Prerna Gaur, ma'am, they are talking and they are just coordinating, and the award will be declared on the end of the 30th of this end of this INDICON. So in whole totality, and as we can see, it is going in the very nice way. I basically congratulate all this, I'll announce later, this LTA, this Lifetime Achievement Awards winners, other awards like industry awards winners, and also winners of the various others like student, outstanding IC, and other awards as well. So I thank all the people, I thank the organizers. I'm one of the part, and especially this doing the people, many people are the behind the scene. The name cannot be taken. If I'll take the name, it will be taking few hours. So it is the people, any event if you are organizing, the lot of the people are working behind the scene, and their contribution cannot be forgotten. So it's a whole team, daily team, I say daily team, including sections, NSUT, and other people, those are involved. They are basically day and night, they put such a huge number of gatherings, papers, presentation, and coordinating in this pandemic situation. As you know, recently they also started the peaking of the COVID cases, but now again it has fallen down. So that in that scenario working, just you can imagine, and but still they have basically made this program very successful. So thank you very much. Thank you, and please let me allow to go for the LTA awards. Okay. So should I start? Hello.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay. So just already I talked the new initiative which was taken in 2019 and 2020 of India Council. It is again supported by all the EXCOM member, and we started the 2 more awards which will be given in the inauguration function here. No doubt we are going to have another award ceremony for other awards that will be on the during the validity sessions, for which this our Vice Chair, IC Chair 2021 will be the part of that, and it will be announced, and also the Vice Chair awards will be there. So just I want to tell there's a committee was there. It was chaired by me as the India Council Chair. It was basically the one committee member, the IC Chair elect 2020. Suresh Nairji, who is also right now available, and Asthana ji, who is also the member of. So 3-man committee. Basically, it was the search cum nomination committee. It was not only nomination, search committee, and after the various deliberation, etc., on 11th, we decided the few names which will be read, and on the 7th we decided for the industry awards. So in this, I'll start with the awards listing. After the awards, once it was recommended by the committee, the IC has a meeting on 22nd of November, in which it was ratified. And the first award was, I can announce, it is a Lifetime Achievement IC Chair Award 2020. This was basically decided that it will be given to the Fakir Chand Kohli, who was live at that time, but unfortunately, very sad and very with the deep hurt, and I'm just telling, on 26th of November, due to heart attack, he is basically no more in this world. But it is our IC has given us some contribution when he was live. And that is basically, you can see this Fakir Chand Kohli Bombay section.
Late Mr. Fakir Chand Kohli from Bombay section served as the director of IEEE Region 10 from 1973 to 1974 and was the founder chair of IEEE India Council. He was also the founder and first CEO of Tata Consultancy Services, India's largest software services company. He was also associated with other companies within the Tata Group, including Tata Power Company and Tata Elxsi, and had been a president of IT Services advocacy body NASCOM. He was also a recipient of the Padma Bhushan, India's third highest civilian honor, in 2002 for his contributions to the Indian software industry. He is referred to as the father of Indian IT industry for his contributions to the establishment and growth of Indian IT industry. IEEE India Council honors his contributions by presenting this token of gratitude to him. We are deeply saddened by his demise and wish that Sir was here with us today to receive his award and address us with a few words of wisdom. His services to IEEE India Council, and most importantly, the IT sector of India is invaluable. Now
Thank
I
you.
request.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir.
Yeah, so now I'm going for other awards. Now I'm going for this, as I already said, we have this year, we have also added the Lifetime Achievement Award for the subsection as well. And this award goes to the Madam Preeti Bajaj. I hope she's here, and she can, if she can speak 1 or 2 minutes. I cannot see she was there, but right now she's disconnected. So the Preeti Bajaj basically for the Lifetime Achievement Award for the subsection, and she was the chair. She was instrumental in making this subsection, and also she was a very energetic subsection she made. So it is the Preeti Bajaj for the subsection Lifetime Achievement Award.
Dr. Preeti Bajaj graduated in the field of electronic in 1998 and was awarded her doctorate in 2004. She currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Greater Noida, prior to which she served as the Director of G.H. Raizoni College of Engineering, Nagpur. She is founder chair of IEEE Nagpur subsection as well as a member of IEEE MJ Awards and Recognition Committee for 2019-20. Congratulations, ma'am. Your contribution to this community is invaluable. I request you to enlighten our attendees with a few words of wisdom.
Thank you, but I think she's there. I think she was there, but right now I think due to some network problems, she's disconnected. So we can go for the next one. So another award is for now the section chairs award, and I'll start with the reading the first in the alphabetic order. So first award is goes to the Ramakrishna Kappagantu from Bangalore section.
Mr. Ramakrishnan is an electrical engineer. He completed his PG in 1995 and his PhD in 2018. He has over 33 years of leadership experience in Indian power sector, which is NTPC and Power Grid. His contributions have duly been acknowledged by global IEEE communities through various prestigious awards, namely 2017 IEEE MGA Larry K. Wilson Transnational Award, 2014 IEEE MGA Innovation Award, 2012 IEEE Power and Energy Society Outstanding Engineer Award, 2011 MG Achievement Award, 2010 IEEE Region 10 Outstanding Volunteer Award, and 2010 IEEE Bangalore Section Outstanding Volunteer Award. Many congratulations, sir. Students, we look up to you for bringing innovations in all the activities that we undertake. I request you to please say a few words to illuminate our attendees.
Thank you. I can see he is also not on this panelist list. So we can move to another award. Ramakrishna sir.
Sir has kindly sent us a video message and his blessings to all of us. We'll be sharing that video. Due to some technical issues, he's not able to speak.
Okay. So you are going to share?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, sir, we'll be sharing it at the end of it. You could proceed.
Okay, thank you. So in that category again, from the Delhi section for outstanding contribution and their lifetime contribution, this IC feels privileged in announcing this Subrata Mukhopadhyay from Delhi section for the Lifetime Achievement Section Chair Award 2020.
Currently, Dr. S. Mukhopadhyay is working as adjunct professor at ICE EE Department of Netaji Subhash University of Technology, NSUT, Delhi. With an experience of about 48 years in industry and academia, he specializes in various areas of power system engineering like planning, design, operation, and in control system engineering. He is currently a member of N&A Committee of IEEE Power and Energy Society and the chair of Asia and Australasia Electricity Infrastructure Working Group. Besides being a life senior of IEEE, he is also a member of ASME, life fellow of IEI, IEEE, and life member of CBIP. Congratulations, sir. Your achievement truly reflect your contributions to the community. I request you to address our audience with your inspirational words.
Good morning to everybody. Thanks India Council for the recognition. And this is definitely not an isolated work of mine in various areas, but over the years, I'm in 51st year or to next year we are going to be 52nd year of my membership IEEE, starting from the days when I was a student only, passing through almost half a century. Over the years, I've got lot from IEEE in terms of awards to learn also so many things. But in the way, definitely I got lot of support from other volunteers, be it for organizing conferences or for running the section matters right from even on the volunteer front. I am there since 1988 in different capacities in different places, either MGA or in under PA, because I have served IEEE Society and Council Review Committee, Conferences Committee also. So that have given me a lot of things that I have learned for, serving the members at large. And I hope they in turn also give me a lot of support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now, category, it is from Hyderabad section. Dr. B.L. Dikshatalu is awarded for the Lifetime Achievement for the Section Chair Award.
Sir is an Indian academic who has made important contributions to the fields of digital image processing and control theory. He is also a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, the National Academy of Sciences, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, and IEEE. He served as the founding chair of IEEE Hyderabad section in 1984 and set high standards of excellence. He has previously served as the general chair of several IEEE events, including the IEEE India Council ACE Region 10 10Con in 2008. He has been bestowed with the IEEE Millennium Award in the year 2000. Many congratulations, sir. Your achievements are a testament to your significant contribution to IEEE as well as the tech community. I request you to enlighten our audience with a few words of wisdom.
He's not there, I believe. He has given the recorded message. So later we'll just, I think it is not, there's some problem. So we can go for the next one. So next awardee is in the same category from Kerala section, the V.K. Damodaran, sir. He is basically the awarded the IC Lifetime Achievement Award for the section chairs. So the V.K. Damodaran, sir.
In the 40 years of serving as an IEEE member, Professor Damodaran has attained the status of IEEE Life Senior. He is a recipient of Management Leadership Award and Gold Medal TMA 1999, IEEE Third Millennium Medal 2000, 2012 IEEE Art and Historical Achievement Award for innovations in hybrid RE systems for rural energization in Africa and Asia, 2014 EAB Meritorious Achievement Award for Evolving Technical Teacher Training Modules, and IEEE PES Outstanding Engineer Award 2018. A prolific science writer, editor, and an author, he has appeared in All India Radio broadcasts for last 50 years as well as on the TV for the past 30 years. He has served as an UN consultant and has been a part of 78 international missions in 40 years. The tagline of IEEE Advancing Technology for Humanity perfectly describes the contributions of Professor V.K. Damodaran. Congratulations, sir. I am sure all the students and YPs present with us today look up to your inspiring journey with IEEE. I request you to illuminate us with a few words.
Thank you. It has been a great thing to get remembered for the services you have been doing and you have already done to the professionals of IEEE in India. And I am extremely thankful for that. And I feel this award ceremony like this is actually to inspire the younger members of IEEE as
conference at the
professionals.
moment.
And I think it will be inspiring for the young to see that they continue uninterruptedly service to the profession as well as to the fellow engineers through this platform, IEEE, which is truly global. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now in this category, this last awardee of the Lifetime Achievement Award for the section chair is Professor Suresh Chandra Srivastava from the Uttar Pradesh section.
Professor Srivastava is played an instrumental role in the formation of IEEE Uttar Pradesh section in India. He has been serving in its executive committee almost continuously since its inception, even when it was a subsection. He has served as a chairperson of several committees of IEEE Uttar Pradesh section, such as Awards and Nomination Committee, Professional Development Committee, and Membership Development Committee. He has served as the IEEE Uttar Pradesh section as its treasurer and the section chair in 1995. Many congratulations, sir. Your service to IEEE and IEEE UP section is invaluable. I request you to inspire us by addressing the August gathering.
Yes, Professor Suresh Srivastava is not here. Presently, he is in Canada, and already he has conveyed the message for accepting and his pleasure for receiving this award. So thank you, Professor Srivastava. Thank you all the awardees in this Lifetime Achievement Award. We are just welcome for the industry. So this in Lifetime Achievement Award, there is a citation, there is a certificate, and there will be a memento that will be delivered to you through by your either section chair or by post. We are working on that. You will be receiving very shortly for your all these things. Three things that will be reaching to you. Thank you for this Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, in another category that we decided that two will be given the industry category. However, this startup will be given on 13th of in that category because due to the limited time. So, in the Lifetime this industry award, that is we can say 2020. Here, that's we are having this. The first awardee is Suparna Bhattacharya for the distinguished technologist, this HP Enterprises, and she is awarded for the Women Technologist of year 2020 of the India Council.
Ma'am is a distinguished technologist in the Enterprise CEO office. She holds a PhD in computer science and automation from the Indian Institute of Science and a BTech in electrical communication from IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Suparna worked at IBM from 1993 to 2014, delving into operating systems and file system internals on various platforms. She was elected to the IBM Academy of Technology in 2005 and in 2012. She moved to IBM's research division after an educational leave of absence to pursue doctoral studies. At HP Enterprise, she focuses on the implications of emerging non-volatile memory technologies in future systems. Congratulations, ma'am. You're a true inspiration to many young women who are seeking to build a career of their choices. I request you to say a few words and inspire us all.
Yeah, thank you very much for the honor. This is a great privilege, and I've always been very passionate about technology, and something like this is very encouraging. And I really appreciate the initiative of IEEE. I've been an IEEE member for a long time myself in all the conferences and all the initiatives. I know how hard it is to make this happen. So thank you very much, and for encouraging technologies and women.
Thank you, madam. So now in this industry award category, the last award that we are announcing today is the Technologist of the Year 2020 award, and this award goes to the Mr. Rajiv Jyoti, Distinguished Scientist and Deputy Director, SAIC ISRO, Ahmedabad.
Sir has 32 years of experience in the development of space-based microwave systems, including antennas for communications, navigation, and microwave remote sensing applications at Space Applications Center, Indian Space Research Organization. Sir has previously served as the co-chair of IEEE MTTS International Microwave and RF IMEC RC 2017 conference at Ahmedabad, India. General Chair IEEE Indian Conference on Antenna and Propagations INCAP 2019 conference at Ahmedabad. Chair of IEEE AP MTTS Joint Chapter of Gujarat. Chair of IAIM 2018 International Workshop at Ahmedabad. Congratulations, sir. Your significant contribution to your organization and the tech community will surely ignite ardent passion among everyone present with us today. I request you to address the August gathering with a few words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, respected Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, my mentor, Dr. Singh, and the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much for this honor. It is a matter of great pride for me to receive this esteemed award. Thank you for recognizing my efforts and appreciating my work for India by India Council Award Committee. I owe this award to all my fellows who have worked with me. It's not my individual contribution, it's a collective. Uh, Without saying, this goes to my all mentors and my support and to my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So that's ends the award ceremony. Thank you very much for the next proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Now, and congratulations to all awardees. I would like to now hand over to my co-host, Mayank.
Thank you so much, Siddhant. Now, as we're up with this conference, I again congratulate all the awardees for their for receiving the award. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, our esteemed chief guest for the day, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. Dr. K. Radhakrishnan is a technocrat par excellence, a dynamic and result-oriented manager with very fine personal and interpersonal qualities. An astute institution builder with a strategic vision, an able and diligent administrator with a positive attitude, and an inspiring leader with a rather rare, rare skill of nurturing leadership in the younger generation. Dr. Radhakrishna was born in Kerala in 1949. He graduated in electrical engineering from Kerala University in 1970. He completed his PGDM from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, 1976, and obtained doctorate for his thesis titled Some Strategies for Indian Earth Observation System. The title itself seems so bright for the Indian space system, and his thesis was from Indian Institute. He wrote this thesis. He obtained his doctorate from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, in 2000. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Sciences, FNASC, fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, FNAE, honorary life fellow of the Institution of Engineers, India, honorary fellow of the Institution of Electrical and Telecommunication Engineers, India, and member of International Academy of Astronautics. Starting his career as an avionics engineer in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, he held several decisive positions in ISRO in the domains of space launch systems, space applications, space program management. He had commendably held post of director Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, the lead center for launch vehicle technology in ISRO, and director at National Remote Sensing Agency. In his brief stint in 2000 to 2005 in the Ministry of Earth Sciences, he had also been the founder director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, INCOIS, and the first project director of Indian National Tsunami Warning System. He also had held several important positions at the international level, including vice chairman of Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission from 2001 to 2005, founder chairman of Indian Ocean Global Ocean Observing System 2001 to 2006, and chairman of the working group of the whole UN Corpus STSC 2008 to 2009. Since October 2009, Indian space program have carried the signature of the strong leadership of Dr. Radhakrishnan, with focused thrust towards space applications for societal services and national imperatives, creation, management, and sustenance capability and capacity for space systems, undertaking new and fast-breaking missions, development of several critical technologies, and most importantly, ensuring synergy of 16,000 strong ISRO team with Indian industry, academia, user, community, and several national research and development laboratories. We are so honored to have you, sir, and now we'd like to invite you to the stage. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Morning to all of you. Chief Patron Professor Saini, erudite patrons Professor Bhim Singh and Professor Srinivas Singh, General Chair Professor Prerna Gaur, the IEEE President Professor Toshio Fukuda, Engineer Rajiv Sharma, fellows of IEEE, the speakers, delegates, invitees, students, and the proud awardees, and my colleague, Dr. Puneet Mishra, Chair of the Organizing Committee. I'm pleased and privileged to inaugurate INDICON 2020 of IEEE India, which is being held at Netaji Subhash University of Technology in Delhi, in an amalgam of physical and virtual involvement. Let me compliment the organizers of this conference for their relentless efforts to make this possible during the pandemic. And thanks to technology, a global congregation of this level could be organized, breaking the barriers of space and time, as well as ensuring participation all through the 3 days in multiple tracks and plenaries. IEEE is a leading global platform of professionals who are dedicated to advancing technology for humanity. And obviously, the Indian wing has aptly chosen the theme Technology Intervention to Build Future-Ready Society. Some of us here belong to a generation that witnessed the digital revolution of the 1980s. And I recognize the presence of Professor V.K. Damodaran, a very senior academician and technologist of my region. The mobile internet, e-commerce, smartphones, and cloud-based services have opened the door to more mobility and convenience, as well as to greater competition. And advanced analytics and the Internet of Things are transforming business operations. And technology has been advancing exponentially. And every 5 years, we keep guessing what the next wave of technology will be that will change the society. And the word transformation has now given way to the word disruption. And today, interestingly, world's largest accommodation provider does not own even a single property. Or the world's largest taxi company does not own a single car. And we see a company in the space domain providing launch services and mission management without building even a single rocket. A new paradigm of disaster management has emerged now, where the satellite data is being provided free online with the pre-disaster and the post-disaster images, that too within a few hours of the event. It's available on the web or cloud platforms using near real-time data captured by small satellite constellations, which is also very important. Today, we see many rapidly evolving, potentially transformative technologies spanning information technologies, biological sciences, material science, energy, and other fields. We are also witnessing a parade of technologies and relentless scientific breakthroughs. And the list of next big things grows even longer, whether we call it augmented reality, big data, deep learning, quantum communication, or AI. It becomes apparent that disruptive technologies are transforming the way the society lives, communicates, travels, shops, sleeps, or gets entertained. If you have to judge by the developments in the last 5 years,
the future promises an accelerated pace that we have never seen before. And as technology and business forecasters struggle with disruptions, there is always a lingering question if the society with varying geographies and demography are ready to accept these disruptions and embrace technologies without distrust. In other words, is the society future ready? The interventions that are required to prepare the society may need to happen at various levels, governments, organizations, and in educational institutions. At the government level, policies are essential to promote and foster a society with the right digital skills to fulfill the potential of any planned technology intervention for some more efficient delivery of services with minimum overhead and maximum revenue. At the same time, the government has the enormous challenge of ensuring inclusivity in view of the significant rural population by implementing the policy without widening digital divide. Organizations all over the world have recognized the immense disruptive value of the word digital. Digitalization is reshaping cities, transforming business models, and integrating physical assets with their digital counterparts. Organizations which are not ready for future disruptions or are in a wait and watch mode risk falling by the wayside. Traditional practices that are relied upon for profit and customer satisfaction no longer seems to be good enough. Organizations that are capable of systematically identifying and understanding signals, trends, and other indicators of the change and develop plans for how to respond with informed investment are expected to succeed over the wait and watch types. Organizations that are able to develop a central and cohesive strategy which connects people, processes, systems, and assets are likely to be best positioned to realize the full potential that digital ways of working can bring. At the educational level, the technology is already changing everything about how universities deliver teaching, how their academic staff work, and how research is delivered. The pace of change is so fast that our whole way of life is changing within 5 or 10 years. And the recent pandemic has forced an accelerated change. The concept of university developed nearly 1,000 years ago will need to change with it. Multidisciplinary teaching and research will be the norm rather than the exception. The society needs to be prepared for a lifelong learning, enabled by better connectivity, richer content, and 24/7 availability. And delightfully, India has now an amazing educational policy, NEP 2020, in place. And the posterity will be grateful to the thoughtful architects and visionary leadership for gearing up the nation into global prominence in a rapidly changing world. And if you look at the NEP 2020, the foundational pillars are of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. And it's aligned to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And importantly, it aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower. And we see intervention starting at the school education level itself with an integrated pedagogy. Emphasis on conceptual understanding and critical thinking, and emphasis on mathematical and computational thinking, experiential learning, and of course, importance given to the online and digital education. And coming to the higher levels, We see the multiple exit options and academic bank of credit at the UG level, multidisciplinary education and research universities, teacher education, and national mentoring mission. There is a National Educational Technology Forum and National Research Foundation to foster research with synergy. And of course, there is a rationalized institutional architecture, governance, the quality of education, accreditation, regulation framework, etc., associated with this. And that's the way the country is today preparing to look at the future. And the last but not the least, I must say that we should not be oblivious to the humanitarian impacts of adopting the disruptions, especially in India with a predominantly labor intensive and rural structure. The hype surrounding AI might lead one to assume that it is some kind of a magic bullet to solve every complex problem. AI can also exacerbate social challenges through malicious use of private data and lack of transparency. Thus, equally, exponential growth is essential in cybersecurity and security of platforms. The cardinal question that any technology intervention must focus is not which technology I need to adopt, but how the technology will make a difference to the life of the users. Thus, a people focus is essential to get the technology right. And with these words, I inaugurate INDICON 2020 and wish a very fruitful outcome from the meeting of these brilliant minds and look forward to translation of these ideas for the benefit of humanity. Best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your graceful words. And I totally agree with the fact that technology is uh, rising so quickly. Technology is uh, in the field of technology, we are seeing so fast development. And even I was so surprised that companies are now planning space travel, space tourism. So now, 3, 4 generations later, the children will be visiting space to do a sightseeing, to the tour of planets in the solar system. It's so amusing to me. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for your graceful words. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor for the day, Engineer Rajiv Sharma. Rajiv Sharma is the chairman of Energy Efficiency Services Limited, which is implementing the world's largest energy efficient portfolio. He's the leading government initiative like uh, Street Lighting National Program (SLNP), Unnat Jyoti by Affordable LEDs for All, which is also abbreviated as Ujala, and Agricultural Demand Side Management (AGDSM) at EESL. Prior to this, he was served as the chairman and managing director of Power Finance Corporation of India, where he was responsible for overall operation of PFC and also playing a critical role in implementation of the key power sector initiatives of government of India, namely Integrated Power Development Scheme, 24/7 Power for All, Ultra Mega Power Project, Independent Transmission Project, and Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana. He has spearheaded the creation of one of the India's largest financial institution with loan book of around 6 lakh crores. After successful acquisition of government's 52.63% stake in REC for a consideration of 14,500 crores. He was also instrumental in PFC getting approval from the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Power for raising funds through 54 EC capital gain tax bonds. Under his tenure, PFC has substantially diversified its borrowing portfolio by raising foreign currency loans or bonds. Prior to joining PFC, Sri Sharma was the chairman and managing director of REC. Under his dynamic leadership, Sri Sharma helped REC scale greater height in the financial and operational performance by doubling the revenue and profits in the last 5 years. He was Business Today's choice of the best CEO of a PSU. Sri Sharma holds BTech in Electrical Engineering from GB Pant University and Master's degree in Engineering from IIT Roorkee and also Master's degree in Business Administration from FMS Delhi University. Sri Sharma has more than 35 years of varied power sector experience. He has more than 22 years experience of power sector policymaking, initiating and implementing reform measures and project implementation at premier organizations like Central Electricity Authority, CEA, Ministry of Power, MOP, and Power Grid. He is also considered the architect of government's flagship schemes like Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gram Jyoti Yojana, Rajiv Gandhi Gramin Vidyutkaran Yojana, and restructured accelerated power development and reform program. Further, he has almost 15 years experience of finance power sector and implementing the key power sector reforms, which includes more than 11 years of board level experience at leading Navratna companies, that is PFC and Rural Electrification Corporation Limited, that is the REC. In the Ministry of Power, he was looking after the matters of major power CPSEs like Power Grid, CHDC, NHPC, SJVN, NEEPCO, and BBMB. He was also instrumental in assurance of guidelines for private sector participation in transmission sector and also the hydroelectric power initiative for 50,000 megawatts, where shelf of 162 projects across 16 states were identified for conducting pre-feasibility studies. In CEA, he was involved with the design, engineering, and consultancy of Natpa Jhakri hydroelectric project of 1500 megawatts. During his tenure as the Deputy Secretary in MOP, important projects like 200 megawatt Talker Polar, HVDC, Bipole, and Tala transmission system, which was basically the first public-private partnership of a power grid. These were approved by the government. He also had looked after APDRP, RGGVY, apart from the central power sector undertaking, CHDC, NEPCO, BBMB, and SJVNL. So I would like to invite you, sir. We would like to hear the gracing words from you. Over to you, sir.
Very much for giving me this opportunity. Respected Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, former Chairman ISRO, Professor Toshio Fukuda, IEEE President, Vice Chancellor of Netaji Subhas University of Technology, Professor J.P. Saini, Professor Bhim Singh, Professor S.N. Singh, Professor Prerna Gaur, Dr. S. Mukhopadhyay, technologists, engineers, researchers, innovators, delegates from the industry, business and academia, and talented students all over the world. First of all, I congratulate IEEE Delhi section and National Subhas University of Technology to arrange this conference, INDICON 2020, which has a theme of technology intervention to build future-ready society. It's a very relevant topic of the day when I will talk about power sector, where in India we have sufficient installed capacity of power, and in terms of access, we have connected almost every village household in the country, in rural as well as urban areas. In terms of transmission, we are fully sufficient and we can transmit power all over the country wherever surplus power is available. The new challenges in the sector are to ensure reliable, quality and uninterrupted supply in urban as well as rural areas. So now in power sector, we are exploring new areas in energy efficiency, as well as the plans and strategies are being evaluated for making our state power utilities financially viable. We have taken up very interesting initiatives in energy efficiency through this Energy Efficiency Services Limited. It's a joint venture of NTPC, Power Finance Corporation, Rural Electrification Corporation, and Power Grid Corporation. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to inform you that in Energy Efficiency Services Limited, we have replaced all the CFS by LED lights. We have distributed around 37 crore LED lights all over the country. Under Ujala program, it has helped in saving 47.61 billion kilowatt energy per year, and it has reduced the peak demand by 9,532 megawatt. We have also distributed 72 lakh LED tube lights and 23 lakh energy efficient fans to promote energy conservation. We are making different energy initiative programs in the country. Very interesting program which we have taken up on the instructions of Prime Minister's office. Street lighting national program. We have replaced about 11 million street lights in urban local bodies in the country, and it has helped the country to save 7.44 billion kWh per year and has avoided a peak demand of 1240 megawatt. Similarly, in building energy efficiency program, we are retrofitting the lighting system as well as air conditioning of these buildings. I am happy to share with you that we have done this in almost 10,411 buildings, including railway stations and airports, parliament, and other important government buildings. In agriculture demand side management also, we are replacing the old agriculture pump sets to save subsidies of the state governments and to make the state power utilities viable. Here, when at the right time, this technology intervention to build future-ready society is being organized, I am urging upon all the participants, delegates, researchers, scientists to deliberate on the issues of making this uninterrupted power available to all the consumers of the country so that the whole humanity can get benefited and your important ideas can be converted into the benefits to the humanity. You can also deliberate during this conference on the issues of smart metering, that how to ensure metering of all the consumers so that the total revenue can be collected from the rural as well as urban consumers so that the power sector can become sustainable, and we are in a position to restore financial viability of the state power utility. So once again, I thank this section, IEEE Delhi section, and also congratulate Netaji Subhash University of Technology for giving me this opportunity to share our ideas regarding energy efficiency initiative being taken by the country. I am sure that the deliberations of this conference will benefit the humanity and the consumers of the world, power consumers of the world. Once again, I thank this IEEE section of Delhi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your graceful words, sir. We were so delighted to hear from you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Puneet Kumar Mishra, Secretary of IEEE India Council. He is also head at the Satellite Antenna Characterization, Test and Design section at U.R. Rao Satellite Center, ISRO. Sir, I would like to invite you for the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Most respected Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, former Chairman Space Commission, Secretary Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, and presently Chairman Board of Governors, IIT Kanpur and IIT Ropar, Chairman Standing Committee of the IIT Council, Honorable Professor Toshio Fukuda, 2020 CEO and President IEEE, Honorable Rajiv Sharma, former Chairman and MD PFCL and presently CEO EESL, Honorable Vice Chancellor NSUT Professor JP Saini, beloved IEEE Region 10 Director Professor Akinori-san, Professor SN Singh, Chair India Council, Professor Bhim Singh, Dr. SK Nair, Chair Elect IEEE India Council, Professor Shivaji, Immediate Past Chair India Council, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, and other dignitaries from IEEE Region 10, India Council, and Delhi section, as well as our most valued invited guests, awardees, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to offer vote of thanks on this August occasion. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Radhakrishnan sir for giving his excellent perspective on humanitarian adoption of technologies and taking out his time for INDICON despite his busy schedule. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Toshio-san for providing encouragement and guidance on IEEE activities and initiatives. I'm also very thankful as well as grateful to Engineer Rajiv Sharma for providing his deep insights on energy efficiency initiatives of India. I should express my deep appreciation to IEEE Region 10 Director Professor Akinori-san, IEEE India Council Chair Professor SN Singh, Chair-elect Dr. SK Nair, Immediate Past Chair Professor Shivaji, Professor Bhim Singh, IEEE Delhi Section Chair Professor Prerna Gaur, as well as EXICOM members of IEEE Region 10, India Council, and Delhi Section for joining this inaugural session. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the Lifetime of Achievement Award winners, as well as industry award winners for joining this inaugural session, accepting the award and gracing the occasion. I would also like to thank all the technical sponsors, IEEE India Council, IEEE Delhi Section, Industry Application Society, PES, Control Society, as well as financial sponsors, namely People International, TC Titagar in Tupel, and host We are thankful to all the authors and delegates of INDICON for some. I would like to take this opportunity to record my heartfelt thanks for INDICON organizing team and IEEE Delhi section volunteers for all the right support and excellent execution of your first ever virtual conference of India Council INDICON 2020. Ms. Chief Guest of honors, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to say that we all are most grateful to all the speakers on this inaugural session. We thank you for being with us this morning. It is a great pleasure. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Puneet sir. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony for INDICON 2020. I would now request Professor S.N. Singh, patron INDICON 2020, to declare the conference open.
Thank you all. And just how we started exactly at 10 a.m. and exactly we are closing at 11:30. So this is the time management. And thank you for all the people. Those are basically involved directly in here. And now I declare this INDICON 2020 to open and go ahead with the proceedings for the next 2 days more, including today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. First of all, we will.
Thank you, Tushar. So can I share my screen?
Yes, sir, of course.
Yes. Probably you have to make me host it or co-host.
Sure, sir. So they will make you host within some time. Good morning, all of you. Hearty and warm welcome to all in the plenum on the second day of IEEE INDICON 2020. And here with us is Dr. Suresh Nair, famously known as the Product Innovation Guru of India, designing and developing novel products from a mere thought in domains such as healthcare and communication. With more than 28 years of multi-industry experience, Dr. Nair is pioneer in advocating product design and strategies. A world-renowned designer and innovator of consumer products, Dr. Nair is currently the Chief Technology Officer and founder of the two companies, namely Biophoton Technologies Private Limited and Design Alpha, along with being the Chief Technology Advisor to Foundation for Innovation and Social Entrepreneurship, a Tata Trust initiative. Prior to directing these three ambitious ventures, Dr. Suresh Nair was Chief Technology Officer at SF4 Technologies Private Limited and Director Head at Nest R&D Center, developing globally acceptable products in communication and healthcare domains. An alumnus of Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Bombay, Dr. Nair has spent his initial career at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, TIFR, and Samir R&D Lab of Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India. Apart from his three initiatives, Dr. Suresh Nair is chairman of many R&D committees of Government of India and also the member of many government committees such as DSIR, MITI, etc. Moreover, on the research and academic side, Dr. Nair is a senior member of IEEE, fellow of IETE and OSI, and current chair-elect of IEEE India Council. Dr. Nair has more than 120 publications, 18 patents, 200 technical reports, 3 books to his credit. A dynamic personality in his own right, Dr. Nair has been conferred with many prestigious awards, including DST Lockheed Martin Award in 2014 for the top innovation as ranked number 1 in India, IEEE Outstanding Researcher Award, BV Baliga Award, IETE OE Award, to name a few. Dr. Suresh Nair is an active promoter of Academic Industry Association. He believes in sharing the fruits of his knowledge and giving back to the society in terms of socially relevant products. Sir, it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome Dr. Suresh Nair and to deliver his speech on the topic, Translating Academic Research to Commercial Products, Need of the Hour. Sir, please grace the session by your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Tushar. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much to the organizers of INDICON. So this is basically a little dry area, but still let me try to make it a bit vibrant here. It's basically translating academic research into commercial products. This is one thing, what we always think of. So let me start with the basic fundamental diagram where there are many fundamental research happening in scientific institutes like Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in India and as well as abroad. And where the scientists will be focusing on the fundamental research and the expectation of the output is mainly international publication like publication in Nature. So the output of this fundamental research has to get into applied research where the technology is being built from this science. So the organizations like IITs as well as other academic institutes as well as CSIR labs and all. So that is where the science derived here is converted into technology, and the outputs are of course publications. In addition to that, it can be patents and copyrights. Okay, the output of this applied research has to go to industries where all these scientific activities as well as the hello. Yes, I'm giving talk. Yeah, yes. Yeah. Okay, it was Prerna Gaur checking whether I'm doing my job. Okay, so that is what I was talking about. The technology output should go to an industry where it is now converted to a usable equipment or a product. Output of that will be the real service to the society. So this cycle, I think we need to understand. So everybody has got their own responsibility, roles and responsibility. We have to respect them. So all these things are required. And when it reaches the last part, not only real service to the society, because this is an industry, we need to also make some money for our survival, our living. Okay, so this is how it works. I will again give an example. For example, in the MR, magnetic resonance, that scientific things are already developed in fundamental research. Then it gets on to a technology side where the magnetic resonance, can we apply this magnetic resonance property to, for example, healthcare applications? So can we do those type of things? So it comes to the technology. Then that is converted to an MRI machine where a patient goes and the magnetic field is applied and you can find out the properties of tissues and things, healthy and non-healthy tissues and all. So that is how the whole cycle works. And if I go a little bit more on the financial, this also we need to understand. The fundamental research, normally it gets a very good government funding. Okay. Then going to the applied research also, normally it is funded by government. Okay. But when it is getting translated into an industry, what is expected is like the companies will use all the science, technology and come up with a product, sell products, and the companies will be paying direct tax payment to government on sales and indirect taxes. And this will go to the government, and that is how the funding is done. Okay, this is the whole cycle. So the government funding has to happen in fundamental research as well as in applied research. So this is the whole cycle. So everybody has got their own role to play. So this is how the cycle works. I think if we understand this, now we know that whatever scientific research is being done by researchers And whatever academic research done in applied research have to get translated into commercial product. Then only the whole cycle will go on. Otherwise, the government funding will get reduced, and the whole cycle will get disrupted. If you look at the scientific publication, I did a survey on that. Almost 1.35 lakh scientific papers published in 2018. That was the when it was available. And India is world's third largest publisher of science and engineering articles. Okay, and China tops, and it goes something like that. And it is always growing at an annual growth rate of 10.73%. What it means is like there are a lot of scientific research happening in the country as well as in global. So that is the first or second part which I have shown. The third part also, it has to be translated to third part, that is the industry application. So if you look at why these academic research has to really translate into commercial products, will it not be enough if academic people think like only publication is there, or make a prototype, demonstrate that and put in the shelf? Is it enough? Then as I showed, the cycle will get disrupted. And also a few more points. We need to maximize the impact and enable full potential of academic research. See, whenever you do a research, it has to get to the society. Then only it will become a complete, efficient academic research. And also social benefit and responsibility. That is the social benefit I have shown. The government is paying the money for fundamental research, applied research, and all. So this has to be it has to get translated into social benefit. And also, in addition to that, we can generate revenue for further enabled research. It's not really only one research. Continuously, we are doing research. So funding is required, and reward inventors, that is also required. Economic development for the region, if you tie up with some industry. And also, this program is well aligned with the Atmanirbhar program. That's why I have taken up this subject here. Okay, if you want to really develop all these people, academic, industry, applied research, all those people have to work together in tandem. Then only this will happen. Okay. Then one more thing I wanted to emphasize on India, actually, this innovation for impact. If you know, around 680 million Indians cannot meet their essential needs. Okay, we are all enjoying, our career, and 3/4 of the potential impact will come from jobs and productivity growth. 115 million additional non-farm jobs needed over the next decade. And 50% of the public social spending is needed for healthcare, water, and sanitation. Up to, I think, it is around 20% now. So these are the requirements. And a few more, I'm not getting into all these things. And 580 million people can be economically empowered by 2022. And 70% increase needed in agriculture yields over the next decade. So these are some of the facts. Now, if I look at the challenges, 21% of the population lives in India with less than $2 per day, and 58% of population dependent on agriculture. 15% of population is undernourished, not getting into all these things, and 15% contribution of renewable energy to total consumption. So that is the challenges. And let us look at the opportunities in India. Almost 77% annual growth in GDP. Of course, after the COVID and all, it has come down, but that is, I believe, it's a temporary down. But otherwise, that was the rate which it was going. 800 million unique mobile users. So this is an opportunity, so that whatever we try to solve the challenge, it can be used. 80% households with access to bank accounts. And so digital things can come up. So that is how it is. And the divides are access, affordability, capital, skills, and information. So the challenges can be converted to opportunities if you bridge that divide. So that is the point I want to make. Here I will not get into all details, but disruptive and socially relevant innovations are required to create impact. I told you, only innovation can bring in a lot of impact on poverty. It can raise the level of living of the people. So there are a lot of opportunities, as I have told. If you drill it down, there are opportunities in agriculture, water environment, financial, women's safety, waste management and sanitation, healthcare, education, livelihoods, clean energy, physical disability. Why I am showing all these things is like in whichever area you are working, whether you are an academic professor or researcher, in whichever area you are working, I am very sure it will be associated with any of these, and there are enough opportunities for you to convert that into a usable product, which will finally directly benefit the society. Otherwise, your publications are also benefiting the society, but I was talking about the research. So you may ask, who are you to talk all these things? So as it was read out, initially I was with government research worshipping, academic god, Saraswati, that time. Then I moved on to the commercial side. So then when I changed my devotion to Lakshmi side, so that, now whatever I think, whatever academic you do, I always think in terms of economics, commercial things. So that is what is the need of the hour. Okay. Let me get on to the typical scenario with academic institution. As in, I am associated with so many academic institutions in some way or other. So if you see the facts, the research is done by students, and once they leave after their graduation, maybe PhD or so, the research also gets vanishes in that area. Guide may not have much inside info in this thing, okay, because he is, guides so many students, so he will just supervise and he will share his wisdom. But the inside things, everything is done by hands-on things are done by researchers. So once they leave, that is the end of that. That should not happen. Academic institutes also undertake many government-sponsored projects. I have seen even tomorrow, I think day after tomorrow and Saturday and Monday, there are many projects coming from IITs and NITs and all other academic institutes to DST. I'm also in the panel. We are looking at a lot of sponsored projects are coming. And nowadays, government of India is insisting like the outcome should be commercial translation. Okay, there should be an industry partner associated with. Then only they are funding it. That is the need of the hour. And what I emphasize is proper documentation. Quality processes associated with documentation is missing. Normally, as a researcher, we don't believe in documentation. Who will sit and write all those things, what we have done? We will come up with a paper. Okay, so that is not enough. Results are person dependent now. Needs to be process driven and person independent. It should not happen like Suresh is working and everything is related to Suresh. You ask Suresh. It should come out like it should be documented well, so the results are it should not be person. If I do only these results will come out. That should not happen. Anybody does it, the results should be the same. Independent validation of results. So I don't want to actually create a negative impact here, but I am personally a victim of that one. I try to bring some technology from one of the major labs, and when I repeated in our facility, it was not, the results were not really dependable. So it is, I don't want to blame anything, but this has happened because an independent validation is not happening in the academic and research institution. This also is true. The value of that, this we have to see. So the R&D funding comes, you can see the R&D funding. It is normally done in government funding, and the basic scientific research is proven. Then it goes to a value, and unless products are demonstrated and scaled up, private sector will not fund. Okay, so this is very important. So whatever idea you have, unless you prove that this can be scaled up, it can be commercialized, a private sector will not take up the thing. So then, the ideas, all your research ideas, research efforts will get into the depth of value of that. Okay, so that is end of that. So that should not happen. Then technology commercial, you may be asking, how can I do this one? I'm an academic professor or a researcher. I don't know about this one. So what are the things you can do? So what you can do is technology commercialization, describe the process of formally transforming your research into practical application with commercial potential. That's what you have to tell. How these what is the practical application? It's not in a generic way. It should be very specific, and what is the commercial potential? I will explain that in another slide also. And you have to seek patent and copyright protection, because when you translate, the industry is going to take it up, or a startup is going to take it up. You have to also reward it. So that can happen like an IP fee, or many ways are there. The process of commercialization enables researchers to get their innovations and discoveries to market and in the hands of those who can benefit most. For example, nowadays I'm focusing on the socially relevant product. The output should go to the bottom of the pyramid in the society. Okay. For example, poverty elimination, then healthcare, disabled people. Can you help? So while some aspects of these commercialization process are highly focused on technology or innovation, and such as validating the technology, there are equally important factors to consider from the market's point of view. This is also very important. I may be very good in nanotechnology. It should not happen like I may come up with some idea and expect that there is somebody to buy that. That is not going to happen. I will show one more slide a little later on that. There are three things you have to identify: trademark, copyright, and patent. I think you may be knowing about that, but still, trademark protects words, names, or symbols used in, this is a Kindle. So you can see Amazon, some Kindle is written there. That is a trademark. Copyright protects original works of authorship, whatever text and artwork, music, what you make. The total product together is covered under patent, which protects process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. So even software normally comes under copyright. You have to know in few commercial aspects, then only it can be translated. We cannot think like I am very good researcher and some whatever idea I am coming up with will be accepted by people. You have to know in which customer segment, what is your value proposition, what is something different than currently existing. That is value proposition. Product market fit, in terms of cost, in terms of size, and so many aspects are there. I cannot come up with a mobile phone for 5 lakh rupees and trying to sell, even though it has got a lot of advanced features. It's not going to sell. Okay, then license versus startup. You yourself can start a startup and get into the commercialization. So that is also possible. Or you don't want to take all those headache, you can just license them. Yeah, this is a very important slide. In India, there are almost 55,000 startups are there. Okay, and I'm not getting into all detail, but 55,000 startups and a lot of funding coming from India as well as angel investors and all. So on the right-hand side of the slide, if you see, many startups fail, and 42% of the reasons for failure is no market need. I have come up with a product, but there is no market need. Okay, I am very much attached to my technology, my science and all, but there is no market need. Then the startup will fail. So this is one aspect. This is a gap which you have to. Then there are many other reasons: not the right team, get outcompeted, so many things. But I wanted to highlight on the first one. From lab to market, what is the path? Like whatever innovation you have to file a patent through invention enclosure. You have to file a patent, IP filing. Fourth one is commercialization assessment. You have to first see. You don't know how much your technology costs. So that has to be assessed. Then you start a company, or you find a partner and give it on a license based or a technology transfer based. Then the alliance management and things like that will happen. So this is the path you have to follow. I call it as an innovation. Innovation is not only defined as a process of translating an idea or invention into a product or service, but I call it as an innovation only if that creates value or for which customers will pay. Whatever innovation you are coming up, it can be called as an innovation, real innovation, if there is somebody to buy by paying. Okay, this is very, very important. So before getting on to commercialization aspect, you have to do a few self-check. One is originality of the idea. That I will assume that it is original. Prior art status, what it means is like, what has been done till now? Is it that whatever I am contributing little bit, originality doesn't mean that you have to come up with something very new. Something incremental also works. So prior art status, you have to know what people have done, what else I am doing. Patentability, I can explain. Market analysis, competitive product, who are there in the product, and what is your unique selling proposition. It may be cost, it can be feature, it can be whatever you want. Development cost, and then you have to see. The academic research you have done, but it has to be get on to the product development. Then product cost, as I explained, it has to, you have to know what should be the product cost. Repeatability, this is what is the missing thing, what I have seen. Like I can make one in my lab, but if I ask anyone else to make in the same way you do, it doesn't work sometimes, because you are PhD, you are MTech, you know what is the science behind, but when it gets on to the manufacturing is done by an ITI guy. He will do what he's told to do. He will not think about your science, technology and all. So you have to design a product in such a way that if it is done in a process, in a way it is explained on a paper, if you repeat that process, it should work. That is what is manufacturability also comes into that one, like whether it is a manufacturable one. Then sustainability. Can you sustain this product? Like, for example, you have come up with something, you have to think of what can be the next one, because the mobile phone will last for one type of model, will last for 6 months now. Okay, people wanted the next model. So like that, you have to think on that. So this is the process to from concept or idea. You have to first come up with the proof of concept. You have to prove that your concept is working. So you can use oscilloscope, you can use signal generator, you can use whatever you want you have in the lab, in your lab, like MATLAB or MathCAD, whatever you want. It is only to prove that your concept works. Once it is proven, it has to be done as a real design. The product has to be, if it's a handheld product, it should be a handheld product. It will involve all these disciplines, electronics, photonics, industrial design. It should look good. Then once you do, then you make the proto build, the first one. You give that proto to some of the potential customers. Then comes you get a lot of feedback. Implement all those things into iterating the design. You come up with a pilot build. Pilot build should happen in the final manufacturing facility. Then you have to do compliance testing. It is very important. Most of the company products, startups come back to me also because it fails in the regulatory testing. Because when you are coming up with the product, there are some standards, for example, done by IEEE. In wireless 802, 11A, B, G, N, like that it goes. So there are some standards it has to comply.
Sir,
yeah.
Sorry, sir, to disturb you in between. Sir, there was a glitch, so your slides were lost for some time between. So the glitch has been resolved. So can you please share the slides again?
Yeah, that is which slide?
So the same slide.
This one?
Same slide. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
There was a glitch. Sir, please share. Sir, it's not visible right now.
Right now also?
Yes, sir. So it is not visible.
Let me just see. Yeah. Is it visible now?
No, sir. It's not visible right now as well. Let me see.
What is the problem? So let me.
Yes, sir. So now it's visible.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
okay.
So, but it's still a blank right now. So the window has been shared.
Yeah, it's already shared.
Okay. So that was a glitch in the system. So.
I can.
Sir, now it's visible. Yes, sir.
Slide is visible?
Yes, sir. Slide is visible now.
But I'm not showing. Yeah. Okay. 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 I don't know how to now go ahead. I don't know whether now it is visible or not.
So
only one
side is
there. It is there? No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I will go in this mode then. So I was talking about the concept product. I think I covered that one. Like once you come up with a concept, first you have to prove it. Proof of concept. So there are a few things. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Okay. So design for manufacturability is one aspect which we have to take care of. As I said, then design for testability, because when the product is being built, it goes through a lot of stages. It should not happen like only at the last moment, at the end of the stage, you go and check the product and come to know that it is not working. then the whole thing has to be thrown out. So there are some intermediate testing done at various stages there. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about. In stages in development, this is basically, idea. If you have an idea, it can be incubated in an incubation center, where you can come up with a proof of concept and all, because incubation centers take care of all the other things like networking, electricity, and all those things, so that you can focus on the idea. Once that is done, you have to do the design and manufacturing, where some investors or investment is required. Government is also funding in a big way. So once you come up with the manufacturing a product, then a company has to be formed. So I will show, even though I have talked about all the things, can I show a successful technology transfer? See, one of the labs, CSIR lab, CBCRI, one of the major labs, they were coming up with some sort of an erbium doped fiber. They have designed the fiber, they are drawing the fiber, and it was going on. And I was a member in their research councils, and I thought, like, the fiber is being produced, which are having very good application. So I asked them whether I can take that EDF, the erbium doped fiber, and make it as an erbium doped fiber amplifier. See, in electrical, you have a normal amplifier. In the optical side, what is done is like when optical level becomes small, less, then that is converted into electrical, then reshaped and amplified, and again converted and reconverted to optical. So that is the normal process done. But using erbium doped fiber amplifier, you need not change the medium. It will always, when the light is very weak, it can be amplified in a media, in the optical media itself, and then you can amplify the power. So that is what is done in CATV and all. So we did that one, and you won't believe, the fiber is done, designed and made by one of the R&D lab, and all other things we have done. And we have come up with a product, and you can see in CSIR news it came, CGCRI, Nest, that was the company at that time I was working, product reaches US market. So a research being done in the lab is converted into a product which is being sold in globally sold in countries like US. So this is possible. Only thing is, like, you have to think a little different. The reason for this success also, I have to tell, like, strong theoretical and practical background with the lab, large pool of scientists were supporting, dedicated their own fiber manufacturing. Then, all those we have come up. And one more, I will give a small case study and stop it here. Any standard textbook on fiber communication, if you see the first sentence, it talks about advantages, and you can see high signal in security. That is what is told compared to the normal wireless or wired one, electrical thing. When you send data, it goes to a high signal security there. Okay, so but what we have seen is, like, even from optical fiber, you can take out information and you can tap. So that was going on for years. So what we did was, like, we did not go with the textbook, but we thought, like, is there any way to take out, or tap optical fiber? We came out with a technique which is being used by many people, and we are not, tapping the data. What we have done is, we have come up with a system which can immediately identify any such intrusion in a fiber optic cable. You won't believe this system is now being deployed by Government of India. I don't want to tell which are the areas, and the business has gone into a few crores. So if I have assumed that it is a high secure and nobody can tap it, I would not have created this one. So the academic research was done on this and then translated into a commercial product. So that's what I want to tell. I think I am almost reaching my time. So I will conclude with a summary. Indian industries are in need of technology. Academic institutes and should bridge the gap. Okay, they have a lot of technology. It can be converted into a product which can be made by Indian industries. Only an incremental additional effort is required. You are already doing everything. As I explained, only a little bit effort is required. Systematic documentation and validation process to be followed. This is mandatory. Early engagement of industry with project is desired. Academic lab has to provide life cycle support. It's not like I made some research and then giving to an industry, you take whatever you want to do. you have to always support them. Then only these interaction will happen and more things will come up. With that, I think I should stop. Thank you very much. And any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Tushar?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. That's for quite an informative session. Sir, I have a question regarding the product development and designing. Sir, how can we create a global product in a particular country to reach the whole wide audience all around the world?
Yeah, I will explain that. See, I had one slide I did not put. See, the economy is global. It's not like, I will make some product for Delhi and, I will serve the Delhi locality. It's not like that. So, for every product in whatever domain you do, there are some standards to be followed. Okay, these are all compliance standards mainly. Okay, for example, in any of the area, in healthcare area, if you are coming up with, there are some standards like ISO 13485 standard. If you just follow the product development using those stipulated standards, you can come up with a global product. There is nothing to worry on that.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from the panelist and attendees side? Please, if you have any questions, please ask, sir.
Yeah. It is, I think, almost so there will not be many questions. So this is one of the the slide. I don't know whether it was not showing on the screen. So self-check if you do, I think you can definitely convert whatever research into commercial.
Thank you, sir, for the
thank you very much
information session. So it was really an honor to welcome you and for this talk as well in INDICON 2020. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Is somebody there? The coordinators?
Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Within 2 to 3 minutes, actually, we are making the presenter in the group that will present the slides.
And who is the conference session chair is also.
And the other one is Professor Bijender Singh from NSIT. So he will be along with you to chair the session.
So we'll be starting in 5 minutes or so.
Yes, ma'am. Within 5 minutes, we'll start the session.
Okay.
Ma'am, Vijender sir won't be possible to join, so we will continue the session with you as the chair expert. Meenakshi ma'am. Ma'am, are you there? Meenakshi ma'am.
Tushar, how long you are going to take to start the session?
Ma'am, yes, I was just calling your name. Vijender sir won't be able to join, so we will continue with you as the expert.
Okay, the other session chair is not coming right now. He's not available.
Ma'am, yes, he's not available right now.
So I think we should start because
Yes,
how
ma'am.
many participants are there? How many speakers are there?
Ma'am, there are total seven speakers, seven papers to present.
Okay. So
Okay.
just then I think we should start. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. The first paper is on stakes on net, analysis of stakeholders using social networks, presented by Tanveer Hassan, Chaudhry Wali Mohammed, and Mohammad Sadiq.
that student control examination and the vice chancellor interact to the student, and which stakeholder have the highest priority, which is stakeholder firstly execute. So in this paper, how we can analyze the stakeholder using social network. So first of all, I want to introduce what do you mean by the stakeholder and which type of activity we have to done in this paper. So stakeholder is a entity that they or it can be interact direct or indirect to the system or software system. So stakeholder identification is key activity of software requirement elicitation process. So it has been observed that lack of stakeholder participation during requirement elicitation process is the main reason for the failure of the software. Reason behind stakeholder are the main source of the requirement. So suppose that we have the multiple stakeholder, and we face some problem which stakeholder is high, which stakeholder have the highest priority that particular stakeholder can execute firstly. So if we are not able to find out which stakeholder is useful and which stakeholder have the highest priority, so this is the main reason for the failure of the software. So we can say stakeholder are the main source of the requirement. So there are the different type of the stakeholder. For example, customer who pay for the system and user want to interact with the system, like that. State of the art means particular stakeholder the application in the application of the system, the application of the stakeholder in the system, and which stakeholder have the particular application for doing the work for the system. So they state the related work in the area of the stakeholder identification and analysis. Based on our review work, we have identified different studies which have studied the stakeholder. So we have to study or analysis of the stakeholder. For example, let me say in an institute examination system, or teacher or student and the staff of the control examination of a universities interact with the system. So for IES, the vice chancellor and the control examination of the university are those who have the interest for the development of the system. So we can say this is the main application for the system, and which stakeholder we can apply for the implement of the our system. So and in next slide, simulation and what's the result of the proposed work. So this proposed method was evaluated by applying to real medium scale software. So software have the different size, like the medium scale software and the small scale software and the large scale software. So we have to apply our method to the medium scale software like institute examination system. Based on our analysis, following stakeholder for IES have been identified based on their types, like administration requirement analysis for the elicitation of the FR and NFR, and development, consultant, student, user, and 10 stakeholder have been identified for IES based on their roles. That is director of the institute, head of the department, financer or funding agencies, responsible for the citation of the functional requirements, FR of student module, responsible for the elicitation of the FR of teacher module, responsible for elicitation of the FR of administration, and responsible for the elicitation of NFR, and in charge of the system through all SDLC models, developer, consultant. These considerable stakeholders. So we have to analyze and we have to study in different stakeholders which have the function requirement for the particular stakeholder and which have the NFR, and we also identify and analyze the FR and NFR for the particular. And what is the main conclusion and the future scope. So this work presented method for the analysis of the stakeholder using social networks. In this proposed method, we have to apply APGMI algorithm for the selection of the stakeholder and we can say we have the multiple stakeholder, which is stakeholder we have to identify from the initial identify stakeholder based on the confidence value, and that means which is stakeholder have the confidence value, which is stakeholder means which is stakeholder have the highest priority for the particular system. So in our case study we have identified 18 stakeholder, and this stakeholder analysis based on the centrality measures of the software network. In future we shall to apply the proposed method for large scale software. Thank you very much.
Tushar? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Is the presentation over?
Yes, ma'am. The paper presentation is over, but the authors are still not available.
Still not?
Still not available for question answer rounds.
Why?
Ma'am, I don't know. Actually, they are not present here in the session.
Who presented from their side? Mr. Abhishek Verma, are you one of the authors or you are just the presenter?
Abhishek Verma is the presenter.
He is not one amongst the author?
No, ma'am. He's the only the presenter of the paper.
Because I didn't find the presentation telling what actually they are doing, but they just set up that we are doing this, no results, no conclusions. Are you going to break? Putting some grading level or some sort of this thing, or just the presentations are to be done?
No, I will just share the column of the document where we will mark the presentation according to the paper. I'm just sharing you on the.
Okay, okay, fine. I don't have any questions to the first speaker. We can continue with the second speaker.
Okay. The second paper is on architecture of fog computing, issues and challenges, a review by Satish Kumar Singh from NSIT, Delhi.
Hello, everybody. I am Satish Kumar Singh. I am assistant professor at the Department of Information Technology, Netaji Subhash University. Hello, everybody. I am Satish Kumar Singh. I am assistant professor at the Department of Information Technology, Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi. I am here to present our paper on architecture of fog computing issues and challenges area. Fog computing is the term proposed by Cisco. The IoT applications and services have made human life easy over the years. There will be more than 30 billion IoT devices by the year 2030. The amount of data generated by IoT devices is huge. Data is sent to the cloud for further processing and storage. Fog is an intermediate layer between cloud and IoT devices. The idea of fog computing is to extend the cloud services nearer to the IoT device. The aim of fog computing is to solve the problems faced by cloud computing during the IoT data processing like delay and jitter. The objective of this presentation is to discuss and review the architectural issues and challenges of fog. Now here is a comparison between the traditional cloud model versus architecture of fog computing. So in traditional cloud model, we have IoT devices and the cloud. So IoT devices senses the data and send to the cloud for processing and storage. cloud send back the responses to IoT devices. While in the architecture of fog computing, we have an additional layer called fog layer between IoT layer and cloud layer. So this fog layer receives the data from the IoT devices and processes it and sends to the cloud if required. So why fog? So fog layer reduces latency and it saves bandwidth and saves the storage of the cloud. Working of fog. So fog nodes work according to the type of data they receive. So IoT devices ingest data to the nearest fog nodes. Now this data is analyzed at the nearest fog node. If it is time sensitive data, then an immediate action is taken and response is sent back to the IoT device. If the data is less sensitive, time sensitive in nature, then it is sent to the aggregated fog node. And aggregated fog node sends the summary for historical analysis and storage to the cloud. If the data is non-time sensitive at all, then it is sent directly to the cloud. Issues and challenges of fog computing. So there are certain issues and challenges of fog computing like security and privacy issues, some authentication issues, data storage and security issues, privacy issues like data privacy, usage privacy, location privacy, etc. Then access control, fault tolerance are also the challenging issues in fog computing. Then secure and private data computation is another issue. So a comparative study on issues and challenges in fog computing were done, and some general issues were found. So M. Azam et al. Did a comprehensive fog architecture study. The challenge was to evaluate fog computing performance in terms of processing delay, cost, and power. And they did it on they use a VM allocation policy using Poisson's distribution, and they performed it on the Cloud SIM in Java. The outcome was fog suitability as per the task allocation. Salim Al-Harbi designed a focus system, and the idea was to protect against malware cyber attack like man in the middle and DDoS attack. They used challenge response identifications. The outcome was fast response and low latency, efficient network consumption, and the proposed ML-based network classification. Yang Liu et al. Designed a Banet application framework. The challenge was to reduce latency and allocate resources and minimize optimization. And they use genetic algorithms with the distribution sampling approach. The outcome was reduced latency and high performance. Then Bin Ma et al. Designed fog computing with the FS Harmony system, and the challenge was to get accurate and fast pattern recognition in incoming data stream. They used a feature selection swarm search algorithm, and they did it on Vega and MOA platforms. The outcome was improved accuracy and speed in data analytics. Deepak Kothal et al. Designed a load balancing solution. The challenge was to secure authentication of edged data center and identification of less loaded EDC. They used BSF algorithm in MATLAB, and they got improved efficiency and authentication. EU et al. Designed the fog computing with face identification system. The challenge was to reduce latency and protect against cyber attacks. They use AES symmetric key encryption, and they achieved reduced latency and improved performance. Yasser Hussain, in his paper, designed a context-aware trust evaluation model. Challenge was to evaluate trustworthiness of the user in fog-based IoT. They used context-aware for feedback traveler system. Outcome was better behavior and trustworthiness of use. Then there were some authentication-based issues. So Bailo et al. Designed an authentication protocol. The challenge was to implement multi-class authentication. They used PKI scheme, and outcome was secure and better communication. H. Abdul Aziz et al. Designed a tri-party one-round authentication protocol. The challenge was to get security against data theft attacks. They used bilinear pairing cryptography, and outcome was the secure data healthcare cloud. David Devanta in his paper proposed a mutual authentication scheme, and Challenge was to protect against replay and MITM attack. They use hash function and XOR operations, and the results were faster computation, better authentication, protection of secrecy of transaction against various known attacks. Then there were some privacy-based issues, and the challenge was to design methods that can quantify the quality of privacy preserving through rigorous mathematical proof, and to design fog-enabled aggregation in smart grid, protect user privacy, etc. And they designed it effectively, and the user enhanced the user's privacy. They enhanced the user's privacy. So some open challenges were found during the studies. The first one is authentication. So due to the dynamic nature of fog nodes, re-authentication and re-registration phase in authentication poses a significant challenge. There is an efficient, need of an efficient approach to achieve rapid authentication and delegation. Then trust is again an open challenge. So the fog node offers services to IoT devices and should be able to validate whether the devices requesting services are genuine or not. IoT devices should be able to verify whether the intended fog nodes are indeed secure. So there is a requirement of mutual trustworthiness checking mechanism that is lacking, which is an urgent requirement. Then we require a dynamic leave, or we have a dynamic leave or join of fog nodes. So fog computing is scalable and dynamic, in which both the fog nodes and IoT devices leave or join the networks frequently. So there are some security issues arises, like how to handle the security and privacy issues when fog nodes join or leave the fog layer, or how the end user authenticate themselves to know to the new fog node, and how the privacy of the end user can be preserved when the fog node leaves the fog layer. Then detection of rogue nodes, fog nodes, and IoT devices is also an open challenge. Resiliency against combined attacks is another open challenge. So many privacy preserving schemes have been proposed, each of which is designed to tackle different security issues as well as threat models. So there is a need to design a privacy preserving scheme that is resilient against all the attack models. To conclude, fog computing provides a better way to handle the huge amount of data generated by IoT devices. It's a paradigm that has brought new challenges and opportunities in the areas of information processing, storage, and analysis. So maintaining privacy and security of fog computing is a challenging task, and several issues like authentication, trust management, privacy preserving, etc. need to be addressed. Future scope is better authentication schemes need to be designed to deal with the dynamic nature of fog nodes. To achieve mutual trustworthiness, efficient trust models are required to develop. Efficient privacy preserving schemes need to be designed to provide protection against the combined attack. There are some references. Thank you.
Okay, the Satish Kumar Singh ji, thank you so much for presenting a nice review paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
First of all, I would request all rest of the speakers or the participants present or connected here for any questions you have from the speaker. The session is open for the participants. Any questions? Okay, I would like to ask one thing, Dr. Satish.
Yes, ma'am.
Like I've seen your review is till 2018. Most of the your papers, because papers you have not mentioned the year, but I was just looking the references. So it was till 2018. So some other work has not been reported by till.
Okay, ma'am, I have actually recently gone through some of the papers of 2020, which were discussing the trust issues. As I have discussed in some open challenges, the trust is the important issue, one of the issues which can be taken care. So there are some papers which came on trust, but when the time came for submitting the paper, that trust paper came later on that. So that's why I just try to include that in my next paper with some findings for that also.
Okay, okay. And anything you have done, like your was regarding the what are the challenges and how they have
Yes,
met
ma'am.
it. But
Yes.
have you seen some work which shows a comparative study using the fog or using the cloud with fog and without fog environment?
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, when I was doing this literature survey, there was, papers available on cloud study on the cloud computing architecture, and the some papers were also there on fog-based IoT and fog computing architecture. But I could not find the exact the comparative study on cloud architecture and the fog-based architecture. So I had to study the papers, separately on cloud computing. I had to find those papers separately on cloud computing and the fog computing also, right? So I was able to find some of the issues that I just tried to club and try to extract from those papers, and then I just tried to present a comparative study, like in the architecture that I have shown in my third slide.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you so very much and all the best for your future research work.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you so much.
We can go for the
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, I have sent you the document to remark the presenters according to the presentation on your email ID. So the next paper is long-term forecasting of ambient air quality using deep learning approach by K. Krishnarani, Samar, Satya Babu, and Abhirup Acharya, Santosh Udas from NIT Rourkela.
Hello everyone, this is Krishna and Panel. Today I am going to present my paper, long-term professional Indian quality using deep learning approach. Air pollution continues to be closely associated with our day-to-day life due to serious negative impact on human health and environment. According to recent research report of World Health Organization, every year 4.1 million people are dying due to pollution-related diseases like respiratory diseases, cancer, and heart diseases. So, early pollution against anti-air pollution is significant threat to control the air pollution level. The air quality monitoring and air quality modeling are two major steps to prevent the air pollution level. Air quality modeling basically air quality forecasting methods. Air quality forecasting methods usually use multi-model constraint input
just excuse me. You're not at all audible properly. There is some network issue, I suppose. Can you restart it?
Sure.
air pollution continues to be closely associated with our day-to-day life due to serious negative impact on human health and environment. According to recent research report of World Health Organization, every year 4.2 million people are dying due to pollution-related diseases like respiratory diseases, cancer, and heart diseases. So, early pollution against anti-air pollution is significant threat to control the air pollution level. The air quality monitoring and air quality Modeling are two major steps to prevent this at the chief level. Air quality modeling basically air quality forecasting methods. Like air quality forecasting methods usually multiply the time series issues because pollution can be affected by several factors like climate, geographical, and traffic. So different type of the factors may affect the pollution level. So we have to consider those parameters to perform air quality forecasting. Air quality forecasting usually includes statistical prediction models, empirical machine learning, and deep learning prediction models. Statistical prediction models are usually the traditional prediction models, which includes auto-regressive integrated moving average model, single auto-regressive integrated moving average model, and the token model. Though the statistical prediction models have better performance than traditional empirical models, the statistical prediction models can analyze the correlation between different types of the parameters and pollutant and can also enable to handle huge amount of the data set. So, to overcome the limitations of the statistical prediction models, the researchers have adopted machine learning prediction models like support vector, regression, random forest, random distribution, multivariate prediction. Though these machine learning prediction models are better performance than statistical prediction models, the machine learning prediction models also cannot handle huge multi-dimensional data sets to overcome this type of situation. So researchers adopt a deep learning method which can handle huge data sets and extract any type of the feature from the data set and find a correlation between them to improve the prediction performance. This diagram represents the proposed architectures of the researcher. Initially collected the data set from Odisha State Pollution Control Board. So you have used 10 years of the data, which include sampling date, pollutant value, longitude, and the latitude of the feature. Initially performed the data preprocessing step, then we have divided the data set into 7 sections. The normalized data will be used in input for time series prediction, and the output of time series prediction will be used as input for the front-ending layer. It is a multi-output zero-vector regression to fine-tune the prediction performance. Ultimately, we get the final prediction result. Before training the model, initially we conduct a data preprocessing step where we have performed the computation technique and the text for normalization. Basically, we have used linear integration to ensure the missing value of the data set, and then we have used REST for normalization to remove the outlier from the data because outliers may affect the prediction performance of the data. The normalized data is used as input for feature extraction layer. In feature extraction layer, we analyze the features required to perform time series predictions, features not required, and find the correlation between the features. Basically, we have used one-dimensional convolutional neural network, which is a deep learning approach to perform feature extraction layer of feature engineering. Well, CNN can extract both low-dimensional and high-dimensional feature from the data set, and it can also handle overfitting issue due to sparse connectivity and web sharing features. We can improve the prediction performance through its fast connectivity and web sharing features. And it can also increase the computational complexity. So we have used CNN as a feature engineering layer. So upon CNN layer is used as a pattern modeling layer. As we know that resolution basically in time series format because these are the sensor output. Sensor output is in time series format. To perform resolution forecasting, we have to analyze the chemical content of the data to perform time series forecasting. For the proposed architecture, the LSTM is used. It is a variant of our recurrent neural network to perform time series forecasting. The LSTM is a long short-term memory network which has a gating mechanism. It has 3 gates. Due to this gating mechanism, it can handle huge data set which analyzes the information which will be used in the future and push to the discarded. So that it will handle huge multi-dimensional data set. To input the result, which information is remember the cell memory, output the result, which information is borrowed from the cell memory, and convert the result, which information is to be discarded from the memory shell. So with this booking mechanism, it can analyze the individual information. In this equation, we can find out with getting data meeting output their input, they will forget it. Where sigma is the attribution function, W represents the weight matrix used for first parameters, and B represents the bias parameters for each gate. The output of CNN LSTM layer is the time series prediction result, which can be used as the input for time-tuning layer to improve the prediction performance. We have used machine learning based support vector regression, which is the regression part of support vector machine. It can be using the SBR model is used to fine-tune the prediction result. Though SBR can be used for classification task, SBR model can be used to perform regression analysis. The SBR model can analyze several components like LSTM model, object weight, and improve the prediction performance using the fine-tuning concept. So ultimately, after fine-tuning, we get the predicted certain value. The diagram shows the predicted value of the CNN, LSTM, SBR model, and other baseline models, and the blue line represents the original value, and maroon line represents the predicted temporal value of the CNN, LSTM, SBR model. From this figure, it's clearly understood that the predicted value proposed model is more closer to original value than other baseline model. To further evaluate the performance of the model, we have used error matrices like U square error, A square error, and mean absolute error for each baseline model and proposed model. The performance comparison table shows that the CNN LSTM also has the lowest error matrix value, which proves superior performance than other baseline models. This research paper we proposed the CNN LSTM SQL model is integration support with learning machine learning model. Because of feature engineering and temporal modeling, we have added the deep learning technique, but the fine-tuning performance we have added the machine learning just SQL technique. From experimental analysis, we found that CNN LSTM SQL model is about 94% better than ordinary LSTM GL in functionally preempted progression methods. And the experimental results prove that our model has superior performance than other baseline state-of-the-art models. For our experiment, we have used only predicted value method and chemistry latitude and temporal component as the features. We have not considered any methodological parameters, traffic parameters, data unavailability, which we are considered in the future to ensure the prediction performance that will be available in the future. These are the references which are being used for the solution. Thank you.
Okay. One question I would like to ask is just simple question. What is the difference between the regression and LSTM? Why did you prefer LSTM? The speaker available to answer the query? Mr. Tushar?
Ma'am, I think they are not available.
Okay, then move on.
Okay, ma'am.
We can move to the next speaker if the speakers are not available.
Okay, ma'am. The next paper is on deep learning identifies brain cognitive load via EEG signal by Aniruddha Devakar from All India Institute of Medical Sciences AIMS, Taranjit Kaur, Chetan Nalekar, and Tapan Gandhi.
Good afternoon, everyone, at INDICON 2020, IEEE conference hosted by IEEE India Council and IEEE Delhi section. Today, I will be presenting our paper, Deep learning identifies brain cognitive load via EEG signals. In this presentation, I will discuss the problem at hand, present the state-of-the-art solutions, our methodology to tackle the problem, followed by the simulation and results of our work. Finally, I will conclude the presentation and discuss the future scope in this domain. A brain-computer interface is a system that provides a connection between the brain and external devices. It includes both software as well as hardware systems and several communication devices. We can monitor several physiological signals like electroencephalogram, EEG, electrocorticography, ECOG, magnetoencephalography, MEG, and functional MRI using such techniques. The EEG signals are recorded in a non-invasive manner and they provide excellent time resolution. Hence, they are being utilized extensively in brain-computer interface applications. Current technologies employ machine learning and deep learning methods to identify and classify the brain signals coming from the brain-computer interface. However, machine learning models require extensive domain knowledge for extracting the relevant features from the input signal. In comparison, a deep convolutional network requires significantly higher computational costs because of the large number of training parameters involved in the model. Several pre-trained models have millions and billions of trainable parameters. Therefore, it is need of the hour to minimize computational complexity of the model by reducing the model's depth and number of trainable parameters, all the meanwhile maintaining a ceiling level classification accuracy not only on the experimental data but also on the benchmark dataset. We picked 10 university students with a mean age of 24 years who were fluent in English and could perform basic arithmetic tasks. They were shown a blank screen with an eye fixation marker for few seconds followed by a mental arithmetic task. EEG signals were acquired during this process using the 64-channel brain vision ActiChamp system at a sampling frequency of 2500 Hz. In the experimental protocol, the participant was asked to focus on the fixation cross and relax. When the fixation screen was gone, the participant was asked textually through a prompt on the screen to count between a range of two numbers with a specific step size as a cognitive task. The slide shows you some sample EEG data for the relaxed as well as cognitive load state. On the top graph in the blue line, we can see the 10-second EEG sample for the participant in the relaxed state. And it is different from the bottom graph where the participant is under load or performing a mental arithmetic task. After the recording of data at 2500 Hz, we downsampled the data to 1000 Hz using MATLAB EEG Lab Toolkit. The data was then segmented into their respective states, that is the relaxed state and cognitive load state based on epochs. Savinsky-Golay filtering was used to smooth and filter out the data, and TV4 wavelet decomposition and reconstruction was used to filter out the noise. We then used Shannon-based entropy, and we selected the most informative channels out of the 64 channels of EEG that we recorded. The data was then scaled and shuffled to prepare for training. We propose a one-dimensional convolutional neural net architecture based on 3 convolutional blocks. The first convolutional block contains 32 filters of size 1 cross 3, followed by a 1/3 max pooling. The second convolutional blocks consist of 64 1/5 filters, and the third convolutional block contains 256 filters of size 1 cross 7. This data is then extracted and fed onto a fully connected layer that classifies it on the basis of load versus no load into 2 definite states. The layer descriptions and number of layer parameters are present in table 1 as shown in this slide. We trained our model on TensorFlow plus Keras platform on Python 3.6 using a GPU, and we got a 5-fold accuracy of 90.504 and recall precision of 90.59 and 90.59%, respectively, with an F score of 90.49%. This simple architecture is capable of achieving a classification of accuracy of over 90.5%. The total number of learnable parameters in our model was just 125,890, which is significantly lower than several pre-trained models available out there. The disk storage requirement for our model is only 1.5 MB and a prediction time of only 0.2 seconds. Here you can see the training curves for our best performing fold, and you can see that the model was trained for over 500 epochs and was able to achieve a training as well as validation accuracy of over 90%. Out of class 1, 180 samples were correctly classified, whereas 15 were misclassified, and in class 2, that is the cognitive load state, 189 samples were correctly classified in this fold, whereas 12 samples were misclassified. We also evaluated our proposed method with other state-of-the-art techniques on the University of Bonn dataset, where others have managed to achieve an accuracy of 86% to over 98 and 99%. Our model was also able to achieve a ceiling level accuracy of 99% for the ZONF versus S dataset. It surpasses many other existing works that have attained a value around 98 to 99% in the benchmark dataset. Thus, to conclude, our 12-layer convolutional neural network architecture is capable of detecting the cognitive load state with over 90% of accuracy, and on the validation benchmark dataset of University of Bonn has resulted in ceiling level performance of 99% accuracy on the ZONF versus S task set, which is better than the existing state-of-the-art networks. Our proposed model, a 1D convolutional neural network, was able to achieve minimum computational effort of 37 minutes of training time per fold, 2 seconds of evaluation time, and only 0.2 seconds of prediction time per sample. Therefore, the need for handcrafted features in machine learning was eliminated. It also evades the requirement of huge training time of several days that pre-trained models require. Our future works will be focused on implementing this architecture for real-time brain-computer interface applications. With this, I would like to conclude this presentation. Thank you.
Any questions from the rest of the speakers? Okay, I have few questions. What's the name of the speaker? Hello.
The speaker was Mr. Anirudh. So we are like answering on his behalf.
Okay. So first of all, my first query is that you have taken only 10 participants, right? You have taken the database of the EEG signal from the 10 participants. And what was the sampling rate and how many samples did you have which you input to the deep learning architecture?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Ma'am, actually, we recorded the EEG. We recorded it using a 64-channel brain vision acti-cham device. The sampling rate 2500. We downsampled the EEG signal.
I'm not getting any voice.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Can you be a bit louder?
So, ma'am, we have collected the EEG data in our lab environment using a 64 brain charm device. The sampling rate was 25. We downsampled it to 1000. Am I audible?
No, you are not. You're not. I think there is some internet issue from your side. Your voice is breaking and I'm not getting anything.
Hello.
Yes, yes,
Hello.
please continue. Yeah.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Actually, we have recorded the EEG signal in our lab environment using a 64-channel brain vision active charm device. The sampling rate was 2500 hertz. We downsampled the same to 1000 hertz using EEG lab, which is available in MATLAB.
Yeah, so don't you think that these many number of samples is not sufficient or will not give good accuracy while using the deep neural networks?
One thing I would like to elaborate is that whenever we record the EEG, like for a control, the most informative bands, that is delta, theta, alpha, and beta, they lie in the range from 0 to 100. So even if you are using a sampling frequency of 1000, like we are pretty confident, like we will get the information in that. So we talk about
Okay.
realistic scenario,
Okay.
like 128 hertz is itself sufficient.
Okay. Another thing is that you have done the comparison with the database from the Bonn University, right? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So you have done your comparative study with the database from the Bonn Center.
Ma'am.
But there the data to the seizure, epileptic seizure, right?
Yes, ma'am. The database is related to epileptic. Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Then how are you doing the comparison? You're talking your work is related to the cognitive load and you are doing the comparative study of your proposed model with some other database which is nothing to do with the cognitive load.
I agree to your point, ma'am. But this, like the experiment design was done, like we ourselves designed the experiment. Like it was a numbering mechanism. Like we have to count a sequence of like numbers. Let us say we are subtracting 70, like from some, we are like we are thinking it in brain. We did not find any cognitive task related online data. It was collected in a lab environment. So in order to justify our proposed approach, like with other existing works in literature, we have chosen the data set.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
We can move with the next speaker.
Ma'am, the presenter of the previous paper is here now with us, and he or she is saying that she couldn't be able to unmute herself or himself. So, can we have?
Which is the next?
The next paper is
Which is the next paper?
and the next paper is automatic extraction of segments from resumes using machine learning by Gunasaran B and Supriya Mandal and Raj Gopalan B.
So
Ma'am, no, this is the next paper, but before this paper, the present paper, before this paper, they cannot unmute themselves. So can I call them? Ma'am, the paper is long-term forecasting of ambient air quality using deep learning approach by Krishna.
Okay. Okay. I have some questions or not, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No. Please continue with the next speaker.
Okay, ma'am. So the next paper is automatic extraction of segments from resumes using machine learning by Gunasaran, Supriya Mandal, and Raj Gopalan V.
Myself, Brazilian. Here I'm going to present about our research of automatic extraction of segments from resumes using machine learning with my co-authors Supriya Mandal and Raja Gopal and B from Mirafra Technologies. Let's begin. Recruitment industry invested a lot of time and effort into the parsing and pulling of data from resume and job description. For example, if a recruiter working for a large company, they want to go through the lot of resumes because if they want to hire someone, they have to sort through the stacks of resumes manually. Once the data has been extracted, activities like matching of data from resume to data from job description are carried out. So the whole process are quite difficult. Challenges like rule-based parsers are not 100% reliable because there is a lot of variability and ambiguity in the languages used in the resume. There are many variations of writing style, word choice, syntax, and more. Some words can have multiple meanings. The data alone can be written in different ways. Information like name, email, contact, name of the company, experience, gender, such information can be retrieved easily by using rule-based techniques. Important information or skills which are difficult one, it is more descriptive form of information and gives the parsers or time in analyzing. Several issues arise while dealing with the information of skills because different name and different phrases are being used to describe the same skill. So we proposed a method to extract the skill from the resume. First one is editing detection using supervised learning technique, which is used to predict the editing from the resume. Second, section segmentation by using rule-based technique used to segment the specific information after the editing prediction. Finally, the skill extraction using the edit distance used to extract the specific skill from the section segmentation. Let's start with editing prediction methodology. It is divided into 4 sections. Data collection is the most important step for any prediction task. Then data pre-processing by cleaning up data to meet the final modeling steps. Model training for training the model to predict the editing from text in the resume. Final one is testing and evaluating the model. Here we discuss the dataset information. From database, we have randomly picked the 400 resumes for the data preparation. We have tried various models like PyPDF to docx to text OCR to extract the text from the resumes. While extracting, there are some issues like line breaker when bold words begin, incorrect text and table misalignment. At last, we finalize the docx for Word files and PDF miner and PDF plumber for PDF files to extract the text of the resume. Data pre-processing, like we dropped inadequate resumes which could not provide the proper alignment. Why? Because raw data is always unacceptable in real time and data cannot be sent through the model because it causes certain errors. Also, we drop the missing values and drop the rows which contain only the special characters, which is not useful for our model. After pre-processing, there are around 333 resumes which has 26,002 observations with 34 features with a distribution of 91.75% of not editing and 8.25% of editing. Labeling data is more important part for supervised learning model. Data labeling is nothing but assigning a data point labels to make the information suitable for the training the machine learning models. Here, each row of text has been labeled manually. Easily, you can see here in the target field, label 1 is assigned to all the text which is editing and 0 for not editing. We have extracted various features and analyzed to collect meaningful insight from the text to differentiate the editing and not editing. The word count, total number of words. Idea behind this feature is that unlikely editing word contain 1 to 3 words only compared to not editing. Length of text, number of characters in the text, same like word count. Text ends with symbol, text line ends with any special pattern or symbol. Usually for editing, word will end with some patterns like colon, hyphen or combination of both. For not editing, mostly it will end with dot, so we can differentiate it. Average word length used to calculate the average word length of each block. This also helps us in improving the model. There are number of stop words, number of numeric values, and number of special characters which are really useful for our model. Text case feature. This feature explains whether all the words in the text is in uppercase, lowercase, or camel case or not. Since people use camel case and uppercase for editing mainly to make a difference from editing or not editing. Part of speech feature. The recurrence for every POS label is determined and used to compute the frequency of every POS tag in the content for every data. It helps us to improve the model. Similarity features. We look for the most repeated words present in the combination of editing text and created a feature for each word taken. Then we calculated the cosine similarity for each word feature with the text present in each block of information. So it really helps us to identify the editing along with the other features. This is how the sample data look after the labeling and features extracted from the text. Here you could see the impact of target variable by some extracted independent variable. Left side plot shows that average word count is more in class 0 compared to class 1 because words in not editing will be more than editing. Right-hand side plot shows that percentage of text ends feature is more in class 1 than class 0 because unlike not ending words mostly represent the symbols like colon, hyphen and combination of both at the end. After the data analysis, we did the model building and evaluation for ending prediction. We have created train and test dataset by using stratified sampling technique. It means instead of normal sample, we have divided the train and test set with the same ratio of two labels distributed in both the sets. So while training and testing the model, it can be generalized well on unseen data. Then we build various model by classifier algorithm to predict ending from the text. Algorithm which we have used are k-nearest neighbors, support vector machine with RBF kernel, and ensembling techniques like bagging, random forest, gradient boosting, extreme gradient boosting, AdaBoost, and LightGPM. For model evaluation, we have computed F1 score for all the models. F1 score is nothing but how well the model is predicted ending and not ending correctly. It is calculated by using the weighted average of precision and recall. From this graph, you can see that out of all classifiers, extreme gradient boosting outperformed the others. So we finalized the XGB for the final ending prediction. Also, you could see the result of confusion matrix and feature importance generated by the extreme gradient boosting. Once the model being created, this is the sample resume we fed into our model to predict the ending. This result clearly shows that how well the model predicted the ending from the sample resume. Wherever the ending present is predicted one, like summary of experience, education qualification, skills profile, project summary, and personal details, so on. This is the second stage of our approach, section segmentation. After the ending prediction, we segmented the different section of information from resume by rule-based technique. This proposed rule identifies the start of the ending, which was mentioned in the predicted label as one, and it will extract all the information until the next ending appears. Therefore, all the extracted information is considered as the details of the previous ending. After this, we have created a dictionary to store all section information. Key contains all the endings and respective value contains all the specific information for particular ending. Because key should be unique as well as the ending contains different information with a unique title in the resume. By this technique, we successfully converted the unstructured information to the structured format. We have created a skill list which contains all the different types of skill names used in the collected resume for final skill extraction. Final stage of our proposed method, we implemented the rule to extract the specific skill information from the dictionary, which we created in section segmentation method based on approximate string matching algorithm called fuzzy matching. Each key information is passed through the partial string matching algorithm to match with all possible names of the skill present in the list which we have created before. At that time, the fuzzy match algorithm calculated the partial string match by using the Levenstein distance metric with the configurable parameters like maximum allowed distance, substitution, deletion, and insertion. Each key matched with the possible number of elements in a skill list, and it was ranked based on the distance range. Therefore, the higher rank considered as a skill details based on the distance score. Finally, we will retrieve the skill information for the specific key, which scored high among the other ending in the dictionary. Final output of the sample resume contains the skill information. So we finally tested the 33 sample resume of PDF and docx format. Then we extracted the skill set from 28 resumes, which gives 85% of accuracy. Coming to conclusion, as you see, the manually annotated data created a more realistic view of the data generation process. So it generalized well on unseen resumes. We have extracted the various features from text and built a classifier to predict whether a text line in a resume is ending or not. Our research clearly shows that XGBoost outperforms the other classifiers in predicting endings. After the prediction, by using fuzzy search technique based on the edit distance, we successfully extracted the skill set information from both the PDF and Word files. In future, we will enhance our work and optimize the performance of the classifier to improve the accuracy in predicting and retrieving all the other segments from the resume. We also plan to build a multi-level classification model for the prediction of other categories of in each heading and intelligent recommendation system to map resume and job description. Thank you.
The speaker was aware. So it was good presented presented. So you have covered the entire words you have covered for all the words from the dictionary combination like this you have done.
Yes, Meenakshi. So we didn't. I didn't cover the dictionary words. So wherever the resume we have extracted, right, from the extracted resume, we collected that skill list words actually.
Okay, okay, right. Okay. Any questions from the rest of the speakers? Right. Thank you so much, and all the best for your future work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Can we move to the next speaker?
Yes, ma'am, sure. The next paper is DCNN-based dual assurance model for age estimation by analyzing facial images by Zarana Shah, Momita Roy from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Guwahati.
Hello everyone, my name is Jharna Shah and today I will be presenting my paper on DCNN-based dual assurance model for age estimation by analyzing facial images. Introduction. The physical age of the person is defined by the period of life from the day of the birth and it is affected by mental and physical development. Depending on the applications, there are primarily two types of age estimation. Real age estimation and that is actual chronological age and apparent age estimation that is estimating the age based on an external look of the person rather than the actual age. Extensive research has been done on forensic methods which are reliable, but those are depend on the physical presence of the subject. Those are complex and time as well as money consuming. Emergence of the computer vision based technologies have been changed the whole perspective. Facial photos which are easily available and detailed enough to provide valuable insights are the reliable source for the age estimation. In the paper, we have proposed a novel dual assurance model using deep convolution neural networks to identify age of a person from a facial images. The earlier traditional machine learning methods were focused on extracting features from image and then using age estimator to predict the age. But after 2015, large facial datasets starts getting available. Traditional methods were handicapped when trained with those datasets and therefore deep learning methods for age estimation starts rising. Some of the notable approaches in this domain can be prediction by deeply learned hierarchical features. Roth and the team who were winner of China Look at the Person Challenge introduced the DEX classification approach. Some other approaches took age prediction as a combination of regression and classification methods. Ranking sequence was also one of the big achievements as it used ordinal age labels as a training set to train numerous basic binary signals. Along with the age, gender and speech were also taken into consideration for the predicting age. Lewis network was also very good as it was a single deep network which predicts the facial age. In our methodology, there are two main components. One is a mother net and second is bunch of childrens. The input face image will be fed to the mother net, which identifies the age range of the person. Depending on the age range, the image will be further forwarded to the particular child net, which will find the exact age in that particular age range. But let's say if mothernet mistakenly finds second age range instead of the third, then second childnet would identify that the age should be outside its range and it will forward the image to the neighboring childnet to calculate the age correctly. So even if the mothernet makes mistake, it will be identified and corrected at childnet's age. Then image will further pass through third childnet. And similarly, say if it classifies second instead of a first age range, then image will pass through first childnet and then exact age will be calculated. And the rest of the this architecture will be similar like that. Now, the baseline model. All mothernet and all childnets have same architecture at base level, but they serve different purposes. The baseline model is pre-trained DCNN model called VGG phase. Its architecture is similar to popular pre-trained DCNN VGG 60, but VGG phase is pre-trained on 2.6 million facial images and is mainly defined for face identification tasks. We have fine-tuned VGG phase with audience database to teach it more about age. Reason for choosing audience is that it is very stable and popular dataset in age estimation domain. This model consists of 3 by 3 convolution layers stacked on top of each other in increasing depth, which we can see to the image. For our classification approach in MotherNet, age is considered as an individual classes that are interlinked. In reality, data will not be always balanced. So if the data is unevenly distributed, model will lean towards classes with relatively larger sample size. So to remove imbalancing in the classes, we divide all classes into age ranges in MotherNet. Age range is decided heuristically view to assure equal number of samples in all situations. Therefore, length of each age range may or may not be equal. Now the child net. Each child net will be associated with one age range of the mother net, and it would identify the exact age from that age range. To build a range and error correction mechanism, training data for child net also include 50% samples from preceding and succeeding age range, and that removes hard boundaries created by the mother net. Thus, for any child net getting trained on an age range of, let's say, n years, it has n plus 2 years classes. Sorry. N classes denoting the age range for which it is being trained for, and one class is denoting neighboring boundary age range. Whenever a childnet detects an image belonging to the boundary class, it will forward the image to designated neighboring age range childnet. The receiving childnet will then process the input to provide the final answer. This may cause infinite loop problem in childnet when childnet also incorrectly identifies the age and mistakenly forward it to neighboring age range childnet, which in turn sends it back to original one. This case will be flagged and then the input will be passed to each childnet sequentially to get the correct answer. The childnet would be trained so well that no input should be lost. Now for the results, this is the Arians dataset which we were using to prepare the baseline model, which has almost 25,000 images and which is quite stable dataset. For experimental purpose, we have taken the FGNet dataset, which has samples from 0 to 70 years old, and we can clearly see the imbalancing of the samples in the dataset. And the proposed technique we have taken one more dataset for testing. Previous one was having the real age labels. This one has the apparent age labels. We have tested our technique on both the datasets. Popular evaluation metrics used in this domain are mean absolute, and Gaussian error is specially used for Challen dataset, which has apparent age labels. We have used exact and one-off accuracy for performance evaluation of the Arians dataset. As state-of-the-art methods for each dataset employs different evaluation methods, we also did the same for two purposes of direct comparison. The performance of the baseline model is evaluated by conducting experiments on the Arians dataset by using 5-fold cross-validation protocol. Proposed method is able to exhibit improved performance on the Arians dataset and then performance of the other state-of-the-art methods. This table shows that comparison. Now, this is the accuracy on FGNet at every subnetwork level that we designed. This is the result of proposed approach in comparison to other methods on FGNet dataset. We can see that the developed technique is much superior to other as it has a MA of 2.75 on FGNet dataset. This is the comparison and result of the approach taken with other method on Challen 15 dataset. Comparison is done from Gaussian and the proposed method provides the result of 0.33, which can be considered as significantly better as compared to other methods. Now to conclude our work, I would like to say the proposed strategy has used the collection of TCNNs as classifiers where each TCNN is trained on a specific part of the dataset for precise purpose. First, the age range is identified using the mothernet and then childnet provides the final answer for the age. The method implements considerably simpler and faster learning process. We can conclude that it has a broad spectrum of application and is not limited to the single dataset. In future, we can also take gender into consideration to enhance our method as gender also plays a vital role in aging. Now, these are the references which used in this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation and good research work, which is more future oriented. Because if we come up with this, we have so many applications for this. Have you, like, when you are going for the age analysis, what main features have you deducted from it, or you are totally dependent on the CNN architect, deep learning network? Is there someone to reply?
Ma'am, unmute yourself.
You are not audible. She's saying she has unmute herself, but please speak. No, you are not audible now as well.
Okay.
She's saying, ma'am, for the same paper?
No. Do we have?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, no, this is the last paper. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're not able to. Okay. Best of luck for your work comment and continue it for other applications also. And then include the scope of gender can be included. For better results because maybe that efficient neural numbers 21 will do any
No, ma'am, no, this was the last paper.
Yes. Them only even when any so on the to all the guests and thank you so much. For to be done, Satyasha.
Thank you, ma'am. No, ma'am. Just this only. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello, technical team. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is Aman Hoda sir is also there in this session?
Ma'am, he is there, but he's not responding.
If you have his number, please can you call him to check
Okay, ma'am.
status?
Ma'am, I will. Okay, ma'am. I will
Okay.
definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Vijay.
Ma'am, Professor Hoda may not be joining with us in the session. So I will provide the instructions to the presenters. All of you presenters have 15 minutes of presentation, in which 10 minutes are for your slides and 5 minutes are for your question and answer session. So yeah, these are the instructions. Exceeding these instructions is not mandatory. So ma'am, can we start?
Yes, from my side.
Okay, ma'am. So ma'am, the first paper is an optimized Classic multi-pattern matching algorithm for fast pattern matching by Uday Trivedi, Samsung
Sir
IIT
has come.
Institute, Bangalore.
Sir has come. Hoda sir has come.
Ma'am, he is not there. So
So
I asked
who will be
Prerna
the?
ma'am. I asked Prerna
Okay.
ma'am about that. So she was saying that you alone can chair the session.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, you can play the video. Tushar, one more thing. Hello,
Yes,
am I
ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is
Yes.
there any form which I have to fill up for each
Yes,
and
ma'am.
every paper?
Yes, ma'am. I have sent the form to your email ID. So there's with along with each paper there's name of yours, and you can sign and provide the remarks to the presenters.
You have sent that form in my on my mail.
Yes, ma'am.
Just let me check. I think I didn't receive it actually. By whose mail ID you sent it?
By tushar.20@nsut.ac.in.
I think I did not receive it. Can you please forward it again?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
My email ID, I think you have my email ID, no?
Yes, ma'am. That of NITTR. Sorry, ma'am. That
No.
of yours at Gmail.
sapnagambhir@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
sapnagambhir@gmail.com. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Please send it once again.
Okay. My mail is sent.
Okay. Uh, this I have to fill it at the end of the session, no? No need to the filling in parallel form or something like that.
No, ma'am. It's your choice.
No,
You
no.
can.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. Okay. So we can carry on with the first presentation or a video. In the meanwhile,
Okay.
I'll receive that. Tushar,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't listen anything in the video. Matlab, either no subjects there or
Okay, ma'am. I will do the following.
just check it out at your end, please. Tushar still didn't get any voice. Some noise is there, but didn't get
Yes.
the clear voice.
Okay, ma'am. I will see to it again.
No issues. Just take your time for that.
Okay. Yes, it's still not audible. Yes, still not audible.
No, it's not audible. I can't hear the clear voice.
Now, let me check the option again. We have to change the presenter.
Okay.
So for that, we'll need 2 to 3 minutes.
No issues, Prisha.
Okay.
Namaste. I'm Uday Trivedi from Samsung R&D Institute, Bangalore, and I will be talking about an optimized autocorrosive multi-pattern matching algorithm for fast pattern matching. I'll be discussing about domain introduction, state of art, proposed idea, my simulation and results, and finally conclusion and future scope. So, multi-pattern matching is one of the most common problems in computer science. The problem can be described as follows. Locate all the appearances of a finite set of patterns inside an input search text. I have shown one pattern set as with some patterns and one input text. The output for this multi-pattern matching algorithm should be matched pattern and matched offset, as seen in the example. There are multiple use cases of this algorithm in DPI, NIDS, IPS, and other network systems. Algorithms like Boer-Boer, KMP, they work on single pattern. Well, algorithms like autocorrosive, Wu-Menberg, comment-solver, they work on multi-pattern matching. Autocorrosive provided deterministic finite automata algorithm for multi-pattern match in order of n time complexity, where n is the input data match. So DFA works in 5 tuple, as shown here. In phase 1 of LCDFA construction, we construct I for all the patterns. So in example, I have shown 4 patterns, he, she, his, and hers. And we can see the transition table at the right side. All the rows represent state, and all the columns is the byte in the alphabet. So from state 0, if we receive H, we go to state 1. If we receive S, then we go to state 3. State 2, 5, 7, and 9 are final state. So we just fill the information as in we are adding in a try. But in phase 2, we fill all the other information. So from each state, for each input alphabet, we should have a transition. Afterwards, ACDFA search operation is very simple. We take input byte and from state 0, we start the transition. And if we reach to any final state, then we mark the pattern as matched pattern. Let's talk about some prior art. So double-strand DFA and multi-strand DFA consume 2 or more characters from the input text at a time. However, applying similar idea to ACDFA leads to memory explosion, as 2-byte character would require 64K possible transitions, and 3 and 4-byte transition will require 2^24 and 2^32. Many optimizations on AC algorithm compress the DFA transition table to reduce memory. However, this in turn affects search performance. If memory is not an issue, it's always good to go for better search performance. Some prior art discuss about average optimal shift add algorithm, which uses Q graphs, and it is quite similar to our approach. Shift over and shift end approaches encode the non-deterministic automaton as a bit vector, with maximum value as size of word or number of bits in a word as a limitation. There are many hardware-based solutions using FPGA and TCAP. However, these solutions require more memory and they are not feasible for virtualized and containerized systems. This is our methodology showing the various images. Our proposed algorithm is based on the observation that average number of pattern matches are typically very less compared to the number of input search bytes. So we can reduce processing of potential non-matching search bytes and afford to do some extra processing only when there is a potential pattern match occurrence. So instead of adding given pattern in one try branch, our algorithm adds k smaller patterns in k try branches by selecting only kth character from the original pattern. We have shown the example of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H pattern. For k is equal to 2, 3, and 4, the tries are shown here. In optimized AC try, only kth byte is taken. Since given pattern can come with different alignment, we have to add all possible K alignments. So we have 2, 3, or 4 branches in case of K is equal to 2 through 4. For final node of all patterns, we keep the information about offset to reach at the start of the pattern, so that when we reach to this final state, we can check the whole pattern match. During ACDFA search, only kth character from the search text is processed. So we have given 2 search examples. If the search is for ABCDE, we search either only ACE or XBD to check both the alignment. In both those alignments, we will either reach to node number 3 or 5. So there is a potential search of a match occurrence, and then we will see the whole pattern if it is matching or not. So in these cases, it will match, and finally we will mark it as a pattern match. This is the proposed algorithm, but we'll skip it as it is already discussed. In our algorithm, the original pattern with size m is broken into k patterns of size m by k. So if m by k value is very small, for example 2, then we are adding very small patterns to the DFA, which can lead to a lot of false potential matches, and it can lower the search performance. Therefore, we must make sure that the minimum length pattern in pattern set is at least 3 times the value of k. Pattern length of 3 and below are considered too small, and should not be added in DFA. So for us, k value between 2 and 5 are practical values. Now, estimation of complexity is order of n by k plus delta, where n by k is the normal search cost and delta is verification cost for potential matches. So estimation of second term is a bit complex. With bigger length patterns in pattern set and alphabet size as 256 characters, probability of finding a specific A by K character match would be 1 divided by 256 raised to A by K, which is quite small when A by K is greater than or equal to 3. So our average case complexity is dominated by first term N by K, and second term can be ignored at large. We simulated our changes over classical ACL DF algorithm in C with given system parameters. We took patterns from live DPI project as well as SNOT rule set, and randomly selected few rules from SNOT with length 10 to 64. And our key performance matrices were memory requirement, DFA graph construction, number of false positive potential matches, and search time. So our optimized DFA adds node in higher DFA level, depth level, near to the root node. So we are using less number of nodes, and we are actually optimizing in terms of memory. We get around 1.43 to 1.87 times performance than the original ACDFA for k is equal to 2. So right side top image shows that. In subsequent test, we kept the number of patterns as 1430 and changed the value of k and search input length. And we see that we get better performance for k is equal to 2, 3, and 4. As seen in the result graph, performance gain for k is equal to 3 and 4 is almost similar. One factor affecting search performance is the number of false positive pattern matches. It is obvious that with higher value of k, chances of false positive potential matches will increase. So there is not much gain in k is equal to 4. In conclusion, we can say this: our solution works well when minimum pattern length in a pattern set is high. It has the limitation that there could be more false positive potential matches if minimum pattern length is very low, because this will reduce performance gain, because we will be getting a lot of false potential matches, and when we do the actual match, it will not be matching to the input text. So for practical use, we recommend minimum pattern length in pattern set is greater than or equal to 4 and k value between 2 and 5. As a future scope, we recommend to apply few more ACDFA optimizations to further reduce the search time. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Presenters are there?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Sai Trivedi.
Okay. Mr. Uday, I just want to know on which simulator or on which platform you have developed your proposed idea.
So, ACDFA algorithm is very simple. So, we had coded it in C, and actually, I'm working in Samsung, which works on 4G, 5G core network solutions. So, I ran this algorithm on a live DPI project on PDN gateway, so which uses Intel Xeon systems basically. It's quite good performance-centric system. But what I would like to add here is more than the system capabilities, what I am arguing here is the time complexity, which is reduced when I process only k character from the input search text. So irrespective of the test system capability, we would get performance gain.
Can you share some condition situations where your results were not as expected?
Right. So, as I mentioned, when my pattern set has some small patterns, that will lead to adding some smaller patterns into my DFA graph, which will lead to more false potential matches. But when I do the actual match, it will not match. So that in those cases, I am putting more effort in checking if the pattern has actually matched or not. So in k is equal to 4, I actually sometimes got worse performance than k is equal to 3. So that is one limitation in my algorithm, that my pattern set should have at least all the patterns should be bigger. If there are few smaller patterns, this algorithm may not be giving best performance. So I have to somehow isolate them into some other algorithm and then try to combine only the bigger patterns into this algorithm.
Okay. Good work with it. That's all from my side. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can proceed for the second video. Technical team, please.
Okay, ma'am. So the next slide, the next presentation is on Android applications and its SATCOM terminals human interfaces, 3 use cases by Leena Kapoor, ISRO India, Ashish Sankar, Space Application Center in ISRO India.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunkara Ashish. I'm working in ISRO as a scientist. The authors of the paper are Leena Kapoor and myself. The paper is on Android applications which enrich SATCOM terminals and the 3 use cases of it. Moving on to the agenda of the presentation, I will start with an introduction and then I'll give the brief overview of the SATCOM terminal. Then we'll speak about the 3 applications which are developed for these terminals. The first one is application for an MSS Wi-Fi SATCOM terminal. Second is application for satellite-based 6-LoWPAN sensor network for IoT. The third is for GIS-based Android application, and then we'll do the conclusion of all the applications and what are the future uses of it. Mobile satellite services in India has been of utmost importance for national disaster management needs and for strategic application needs. The presence of mobile phones and Android applications is changing the way users can access information and seek connectivity. As there is a large ongoing effort for building Android applications, we need to interconnect now MSS mobile satellite service terminals and smartphones in a way that satellite-based applications and the future will be helpful. There are 3 applications I'm going to talk about in this presentation, namely a 6-LoWPAN based sensor network and an asset tracking application, which is GIS based, which is used in safety of life and maritime security systems. Now, what is a SATCOM terminal? The pictures you can see here, this is these two are the examples of a SATCOM terminal. This is a satellite Wi-Fi access terminal, and this is the satellite phone. So using these for satellite terminals, we can place an audio or video call during disaster or any natural calamity times. By this, it will be very useful to help the needy at that moment when there is no network. So, as the previous MSS terminals made use of inbuilt LCD or LED display as an interface between the terminal and the user, now due to the widespread use of Android phones and readily available Android applications, the configuration of these terminals has become very easy. So these will avoid the duplicacy of giving separate interface on the terminal. Rather, we can use the mobile phones as a mode for configuring these terminals. So here in the satellite phone, you can see one mobile is attached to the terminal, and the configuration of this phone is done by this app. So coming to the first application of the presentation is application for an MSS Wi-Fi and SATCOM terminal. You can see the network diagram of the terminal and the forwarding and reception of the packets. See, after installing the app in the mobile phone, these mobile will get connected to the terminal through Wi-Fi interface, and then when a packet is sent from mobile to terminal, this will be uplinked to the satellite, and the satellite will send to the ground station, which is hub, and from there it can be forwarded to any terrestrial network. So by this, you can place this 3 kg or 2 kg kind of device, and a phone is enough for placing an audio video call in remote places. So this is of enormous value in far-flung or disaster-struck areas. The application has 2 windows. You can see here the first window is used to connect the smartphone to the monitoring and control card of the terminal through the Wi-Fi interface, and it also sends the control commands to the terminal to program the hardware, and it as well receives the health parameters and status information from the terminal at regular intervals. As the terminal as an internal GPS or Navi's chip in future, so this will get a location information as well, and then that will be forwarded to the hub station. So this is the first application. Coming to the second application is for satellite-based 6-LoWPAN sensor network for IoT. The application is used to receive Wi-Fi sensor data from an IPv6 low-power wireless personal area network through satellite on any smartphone. So this sensor node is called base station, which has humidity, temperature, and pressure sensors embedded in it. And it is similar to the previous. We can say the sensor data will be sent to the laptop through a dongle, which is connected by a 6-LoWPAN network, and then these are sent to the VSAT. And the VSAT will uplink to the satellite, and the satellite will send to the hub, and it can be sent to any GSM or any terrestrial mobile. So by this, if you want to monitor a particular area temperature and all the parameters, this is an easy way. You can place a number of sensor nodes at different places of a particular area, and you can keep monitoring the parameters staying at a metropolitan city. So this communication is established on the TCP/IP protocol over a satellite link, and all this information is displayed on the application just like it's shown in the picture here. So this is the base station, and this is the dongle which I am talking about. This is the second application which has been developed for SATCOM terminal. And coming to the third application, this is the GIS-based Android application. This is mainly for tracking the movement and monitoring of small boats in and around Indian coastline. At times, in the Indian coastline, as we have a vast coastline, the fishermen tend to cross the Indian water boundaries and enter into international waters or other neighboring country waters. So by this, they get captured and they will be jailed. So this application is very helpful for the fishermen in tracking their movement and their boats. So this an MSS terminal is mounted on a boat and transmits its position and messages in an S-band at 2.4 kbps, and it uses a standard HTTPS protocol, and it requires a login credential. As the app shown here, this is what I am talking about. And all the communication with the hub and the terminal is AES encrypted. So this is the application where the owner of the boat can track the boats, as this terminal will keep sending the locations to the satellite, and satellite will send to the hub, and you can fetch the information from the hub. The first window, similarly, the first window shows the mapping information of the boats on the Google-based GIS map, and second window shows the messages which are sent and received. And the third, the main important feature is you can send the SOS emergency messages also to the fisherman from sitting at any city. By this, the respective agencies can also be alerted. The Indian Coast Guard will rescue the boat or the people in the boat when an emergency SOS emergency is sent. This is the main feature which is being used by the Indian fishermen, and it is in live network now. So proposed all the Android applications are used for accessing and controlling the satellite terminals, which will revolutionize the SATCOM applications scenario. So this application developed for these terminals use communication interface like Wi-Fi, USB, Bluetooth, etc. And by this, the miniaturization and many other advantages like portability and ease of operation are in place. Thank you. Many other.
Any questions from the participant side? No. Who is the presenter for this paper?
Hello.
Hello.
Ashish.
Sir, I want to know what type of quality of service matrix you have considered for, validation of your proposed project, proposed application in your case.
Quality of service on the whole network you are talking?
You say for a whole network or for your application?
Application is the applications which are type of all the network do it given as a which the app has to undergo for the software side, and the terminal side they will undergo all the humidity and temperature will be in the live network. So like in a coastal app terminal is set up on the boat, and even app also the AWS encryption, all the third party certification has to be taken.
And as per the communication model is concerned, we are transferring the data from the satellite to your application. At that time, which type of performance matrix you have considered?
It is actually terminal because the spectrum is very limited. So as of now, 144 kbps link for the satellite Wi-Fi access terminal is provided.
Very true. Very true.
So, and this will happen to burst, not like continuous during audio and video. Talk about messages. It is like a burst mode of communication.
Okay.
Channel is allocated. At moment, it's a random aloha mode of transmission.
Okay, when you are talking about the random aloha transmission, have you considered it means your performance metrics will depend on how many collisions will occur and something like that?
Yeah, the number of packet hardly half a second. So half a second, number of iterations will be more. Like every 2 packets will be sent for the first 5 minutes of the disaster when the disaster is. So after that, every half an hour, another packet will be sent until the course reduces. It will be continuous till the battery is drained.
Okay. And one more question from my side. As you mentioned in your presentation, all the data communication will be in an encrypted form, right?
Yes.
Which type of encryption technique or algorithm you have considered for that?
See, ma'am, not a net is thing the app to the server. The hub side, there will be a server, and about own the person who are sitting in the city who want to check it, they can there will be a HTTP link through which we can check it. It is encrypted through AES 256 encryption, but the other from the hub to satellite and satellite to terminal, those are not encrypted, but the frequency are confidential.
It means as per the encryption is concerned, your proposed solution is using a symmetric key. The symmetric key means the AES method with the 256 bits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's all from my side. If any question from the participant side, they can ask.
Thank you.
I think no questions are from the participant side. We can go for the next video.
Sure, ma'am. So the next paper is performance analysis of machine learning and deep learning models for text classification by Sunira CM, NIT Calicut, India.
Myself, Sunira CM. I'm here to present my paper entitled Performance Analysis of Machine Learning and Deep Learning Models for Text Classification. Introduction. We all know that text classification is the task of forming semantic groups of text documents by assigning predefined class labels. It is coming under supervised machine learning, which makes use of large labeled text corpora. It has a variety of applications in various domains like engineering, marketing, medical, etc. In this work, we compare different machine learning and deep learning algorithms that classifies 20 newsgroup dataset. Before going to the methods, we need to convert a text into a numerical form. This is called text representation. There are many kinds of text representations, the IDF, word-to-vec, glow, etc. Word is another kind of text representation which make use of the general purpose language model to represent the whole sentence. This representation should capture all lexical and semantic features of the text. Here we also analyze the role of text representation in text classification. This is the overall view of a machine learning algorithm. This pipeline we are all familiar with. So, and machine learning algorithms. We used the following 6 well-known machine learning algorithms for text classification. First one, k-nearest neighbors. It's a simple algorithm that classifies data into a most common category among its k-nearest neighbors. It is a non-parametric model that does not make any assumption on the distribution of data. There are many kind of distance metric used to find the distance. The equation 1 shows the Euclidean distance, which is commonly used for finding the distance between the neighbors. Then decision tree. It is also a machine learning algorithm which constructs a tree from the data set. From the training data set, it constructs a decision tree. In this tree, each internal node corresponds to a test on a feature, and leaf nodes represent the classes. The path from the root node to a leaf node depicts a classification rule. An attribute will be selected at each step of the tree construction based on measures like entropy or information gain. Random forest. There are some disadvantages for the decision tree, like overfitting. The random forest tries to overcome that disadvantage by ensemble learning. It takes random samples from training data and build separate decision trees for each random samples. Then find a class, and the final result of the random forest is calculated by taking mode or median of these predictions. Naive-Bayes algorithm is based on Naive-Bayes assumption, that is, all features in the dataset are independent. On applying the naive independent assumption for the input vector x, the model predicts the class label y as shown in the equation 4. Logistic regression. It's a statistic model that estimates the relationship between the independent variable and the categorical dependent variable using a logistic function. The equation for a general logistic function can be defined as in the equation 5. The model is commonly used for binary classification, but many variants of it can be used for multi-class classification also. SVM. It is a robust machine learning algorithm that finds an optimal decision boundary between the classes. Support vectors are the data points near to the hyperplane. So the algorithm finds a maximum margin hyperplane among all possible hyperplanes in an n-dimensional space by finding support vectors from the data points. Deep learning. Till now, we discussed about conventional machine learning algorithms, and we discussed well-known machine learning algorithms. Now we comes to deep learning. Deep learning is the machine learning models which make use of neural network architecture for learning features. There is no need of a separate feature extraction algorithm. The model itself learns features from the input vectors. Deep learning algorithms. The following algorithms we have used in this work in order to classify our 20 news group dataset. First one, MLP. It is a feed-forward neural network having one input layer, one output layer, and one or more hidden layers. An activation function brings the nonlinearity in the model by applying on the input and its weights. That is, the function, the equation 6 shows how the value as y is generated from the input x and weights w and from bias b. It then uses back propagation method to update the model parameters. CNN is generally used for image classification. It has some special layers called convolution layer and a method called pooling is used for reduce the dimensionality problem. Recursive neural networks are the architecture in the neural network architecture that handle the sequence data. So a long LSTM is used to overcome the vanishing gradient problem of RNNs. It contains 3 special gates called update gate, forget gate, and output gate. It used to regulate the information to be stored in each cell state. Bidirectional LSTMs are another kind of LSTM which use the both context, that is left and the right context of the text or the data. in the training set. CNN plus LSTM is intended to combine the advantages of both CNN and LSTM. Result and discussions. First one about the dataset. We use the 20 news group dataset, which contains 18,846 documents, which has defined, which we divided into training set and testing set as follows, as shown in this slide. Parameter settings. There are many parameters need to set in this experiment. We used three kind of representation for text: TF-IDF, word-to-vec, and BERT. For TF-IDF, we used two variants. One is TF-IDF reduced and TF-IDF complete. Then this is about the parameter settings of the deep learning models. MLP has, we used embedding, for MLP we used embedding layer of size 200. Evaluation metrics, we used accuracy, classification accuracy as the performance metrics. Experiment result and analysis. Here we constructed we conducted all experiments using Python. We used packages from scikit-learn and Keras. Here we considered all the 20 categories of 20 news group dataset, while most of the works used only some subset of the 20 news group dataset. The table, first table shows the classification accuracy with the TF-IDF document representation, and for the whole 6 machine learning algorithms. Then it is about the word-to-vec representation. Here random forest shows best result, and the BERT for the table shows with the BERT representation. Then classification with the deep learning methods. The figure shows the table shows best result is for convolutional neural network, that is 80.27. In our whole analysis, we got best result for logistic regression with the TF-IDF vectors, complete vectors, which is called 82.74% accuracy. Then conclusion and future work. Here we analyzed the performance of machine learning and deep learning models for classifying 20 news group dataset. We examined the effect of 3 different document representation methods also. And logistic regression got highest accuracy with 82.74%, and CNN got 80.27%. As a future work, we are planning to tune the parameters and apply for real life applications. Thank you.
Presenter is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any question from the participant side? Okay. Okay. Question from my side. As per your presentation is concerned, with what I observed is you took one metric, which is the accuracy for the performance analysis. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't took a F measure or positive false or negative false, something like that, confusion matrix. As per when we are doing the text classification using the ML or a deep learning, these are the main performance metrics which we are considering.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not doing that we used to commonly for information retrieval task, right? I just observed, I want to know which algorithm to use it perform best for classification. So I have the data set which contain documents and corresponding class. So I just tested for the accuracy only.
It means when you are doing the classification, text classification, these metrics which I am talking about, like positive truths or negative truths, it means they are very much concerned about the outliers. right? When you are talking about your regression or the clustering type or thing, you notice the outliers, and based on that you are observing how much these type of metrics you are receiving, and based on that you are considering about the accuracy of your various algorithms which you are using, right?
Yes.
Okay, one more thing. Have you used already available data set or you created your own?
No, it is the available data set, publicly available data set, 20 news group data.
Publicly available data set. As you showed your accuracy table for various algorithms, can you identify the general situations where you can say the classification methods failed? General situations, any situations which you observe means in these type of situations my algorithm didn't work for that.
Okay, ma'am. In this study, I have not proposed any new algorithm. So I compared it existing algorithm so that I can use best for my own task. I'm planning to do on question classification task for query automatic question answering on knowledge graph. So I compared the existing algorithms only. So here I expected that LSTM or BiLSTM will perform well for text classification, but I got best result for CNN in case of deep learning. So, so I observed that some patterns is enough to categorize the class correctly, while I thought LSTM may perform well because it is a text sequence data. Here so we observed that context is LSTM mainly capture the sequences and context. So there is no need of such type of complex feature selection for classification. We observed like that.
Okay, it's all about from my side. Thank you. We can go for other video. Next video, please.
Sure. So the next paper is transfer learning for subject-independent stress detection using physiological signals by Radhika K. and O.V. Ramana Murthy from Amrita Vishwavidyalaya.
Hi, I'm Radhika and I am a PhD scholar at Amrita School of Engineering, Coimbatore. Today I am here to present our work on transfer learning for subject-independent stress detection using physiological signals. Overview of the presentation is as follows. Stress has been recognized as a state in daily life where a person feels discomfort when they fail to handle demands. So, it is the normal protection of the body against threats, where the body tries to escape or face the threat that is feared. Stress is mainly split into two, positive and negative. Positive stress acts as a motivator and helps to attain our goals. Short-term or acute stress is considered as positive. Stress which lasts for a long time is considered as negative or chronic stress. Stress is regarded as positive or negative according to the individual's ability to manage the stress and the time taken to recover. Long-term stress has been found to be a major cause for several neurological and cardiovascular disorders and a potential factor for negative emotions such as anger, anxiety, and so on. Any person can experience stress at any age. Only the amount of stress experienced will be varying from person to person. For example, students may have academic stress, employees may have work stress, drivers may have driving stress, which will affect performance and health of the person. As most individuals are not aware of their stress and its behavior, there is an increased need for timely and efficient stress detection systems that could effectively help the individuals to know about their stress levels, thereby enabling them to manage stress. Considering relative importance and the adverse effects of stress, motivates researchers to do studies on developing different stress detection techniques. Previously, stress detection was done using surveys. For example, patient health questionnaires were used to people and amount of stress is calculated based on their response. But due to the disadvantages like small sample size and bias, now surveys are not preferred. Instead of surveys, it has become easy to collect data using advanced sensors along three main modalities such as physiological, psychological, and behavioral. Majority of the stress detection studies were carried out using physiological stress detectors as physiological data can't be manipulated or hidden, and annotations are done using arousal and valence scores. In the arousal and valence plane, high arousal and low valence is considered as stressed. Most of the stress detection studies are focused on subject-dependent stress detection models, as each subject has different stress responses for the same circumstances. So, subject-dependent stress detection models perform better than subject-independent models. Even though subject-independent stress detection models play a significant role in the scenarios where previous knowledge about the subject is not available for developing stress detection models. Reviewing the various aspects related to stress detection using physiological signals reported in literature, we noticed that among physiological signals, ECG and EDA are commonly used for stress detection as they showed better results than other modalities when used individually or as combination. Subject-dependent stress detection models, where the stress detection model is applied to only one single subject, was able to produce better results than subject-independent models. In a few studies, GRN models were able to produce better results for stress detection, and there are only limited studies which use deep learning techniques for stress detection. Hence, this work mainly focuses on the following topics: efficiency of GRN models to detect subject-independent stress using ECG and EDA data, ability of CNN models to detect subject-independent stress, impact of transfer learning to enhance the performance of CNN models for subject-independent stress detection, and generalization of the proposed method by validating on benchmarking datasets. The two benchmark datasets used in our experiments are ascertain and class. The description of the dataset used for the study are given in the table 1. The ascertain dataset consists of 58 subjects data on physiological responses such as EEG, ECG, EDA, and EMO. Data was collected by using sensors while the participants were watching affective video clips. 36 videos were used for the study. Participants provided self-rated scores for arousal and valence that are used as ground truth data. The class dataset consists of ECG, EDA, and PPG physiological signals from 59 subjects. Data was collected by using sensors while the participants took part in 3 interactive tasks and 2 perspective tasks. The perspective tasks makes use of audio-video stimuli and images. 16 videos were used for the study. Stress labels were given based on the stimuli tags in perspective tasks. For this study, from both datasets, we have used ECG and EDA data collected by participants watched video stimuli. Overall pipeline of the proposed method is shown in figure 1. Time series features of ECG and EDA are extracted and performed feature selection and given those selected features to GRN and CNN models for stress detection. Time and frequency domain features of ECG and EDA are extracted using DSFresh. Initial pre-processing of data is carried out on the extracted features. Not all the time series features carry evidence for the classification, hence it is better to perform feature selection. For transfer learning purpose also, we need to have datasets with same feature dimension. In order to make a dataset with same feature dimension and to find relevant features, we applied recursive feature elimination feature selection technique and selected 50 common features from both ECG and EDA feature sets. ECG plus EDA dataset is created with feature dimension as 100 by concatenating ECG and EDA features. Selected features belong to the subcategories of autocorrelation, statistics, linear trend intercept, energy, and so on. We manually split train and test data in order to ensure subject independence. That is, none of the subject samples in training set are present in test set and vice versa. and we did oversampling only on training data to increase sample count. Through single pass training, the GRN network is able to learn from the training data. The network's hyperparameter sigma value is found using grid search CP and obtained as 0.1. The main objective of building CNN models with transfer learning is to evaluate how transfer learning is able to enhance performance of one dataset by utilizing another such dataset. As shown in figure, we took only convolution layers from the pre-trained CNN model, used its weight as weight initializers and made it trainable. Incorporated fully connected layers as same as previous and trained CNN models for transfer learning. Here, accuracy is chosen as performance measure. For subject-independent stress detection using ECG, EDA features, GRNN models did not perform well as shown in Table 2. In both ascertain and class dataset, CNN models with transfer learning were able to produce better results as shown in Table 3 and Table 4. We also did performance comparison by varying the depth of convolution layers from 2 to 3 and 4. As shown in Table 5, better results were obtained for depth 3 than depth 2 and 4. Transfer learning is performed on those datasets of ascertain and class datasets which showed highest accuracy on depth 3 convolution. And performance of CNN models is again improved through transfer learning as shown in Table 6. The two previous studies on ascertain and class dataset contribute to the user-specific stress detection using SPM classifier, as shown in Table 7. On ascertain dataset, subject-independent CNN models with transfer learning outperforms user-specific model in literature. In summary, this work analyzed performance of GRNN and CNN models with and without transfer learning for subject-independent stress detection using ECG and EDA data on two different datasets. Comparing the performance of GRNN and CNN models for subject-independent stress detection, CNN models with transfer learning were able to generalize well on ascertain and class dataset. The future direction of this work will be in investigating different fusion techniques with physiological signals for subject-independent stress detection. These are the references. Thank you.
Presenter is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to know how much percentage of the data set have you used for training and the testing for each purpose?
Ma'am, actually, we have focused on the subjects, as I mentioned. No, so we have classified based on the number of subjects. For the first data set, it has number of subjects was 58. So for training, we have took 42 subjects, and for test, we have took 16 subjects. And coming for the second data set, that is class, there is total 59 subjects were there. So we took 43 subjects for training and 16 for testing. Actually, we focused we manually divided the train and test in order to ensure that we are subject independence. If it is by practical means, we can't ensure subject independence, right? So we manually divided and given for train and test.
It means you didn't take said something like that.
No, ma'am. As mentioned, it's like 80-20 only. It will be ratio is 80-20 only, ma'am.
Okay, okay. And one more thing, which is feature extraction?
Pardon, ma'am, could you please repeat? TSFresh software has been used, ma'am. Time series we
used for feature extraction.
We have used feature TSFresh package, ma'am. Time series feature extraction tool, a package, Python package, which will extract time and frequency domain features.
Okay, okay. Okay, it's done from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Next video, please.
Sure. So the next paper is early classification of abnormal health using longitudinal structural MRI data by Devika K. and Ovi Ramanamurthy from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapita.
Hi, I'm Devika and I'm a PhD scholar at Amrita School of Engineering, Coimbatore. Today I am here to present our work on early classification of abnormal health using longitudinal structural MRI data. Overview of the presentation is as follows. Our work primarily considers two abnormal health conditions. One is autism spectrum disorder and the other is Alzheimer's disease. Autism spectrum disorder is a particular set of neurodevelopmental brain disorders observed in young children. Some common symptoms of autism spectrum disorder are repetitive behavior, difficulty in speaking, inconsistent eye contact, and so on. Almost all these children with this disorder are having unique patterns of behavior. Hence, early identification is a crucial task. Initial diagnosis of autism spectrum disorders are based on combination of behavioral observations and clinical interviews. In other case, Alzheimer's disease is one of the most common forms of neurodegenerative diseases defined by a gradual loss of cognition and memory among the elderly population. Alzheimer's disease is diagnosed using physical assessment, clinical dementia rating, minimal mental state, and so on. In the last few decades, as there is an advancement in medical imaging techniques, neuroimaging modalities have been widely used to discover structural and functional changes associated with autism spectrum disorder and Alzheimer's disease. Structural MRI is the most widely used imaging technique for studying anatomical abnormalities, whereas functional MRI is most commonly used to study the brain activities. These neuroimaging modalities are either collected as cross-sectional samples or as longitudinal samples. Difference between cross-sectional and longitudinal MRI samples is that in cross-sectional, MRIs are collected for a given instant, whereas in longitudinal, MRIs are collected over a period of time. Compared to cross-sectional neuroimaging studies, longitudinal neuroimaging studies are capable of identifying significant structural and functional connectivity changes within subjects. This is typically useful for assessing the disease progression as well as the effects of treatments for a predefined group over time. These are the papers related to autism spectrum disorder using neuroimages. Paper 1 and 2 only use longitudinal resting state functional MRI samples for data analysis, mainly to visualize the functional connectivity variations between autism subjects and typical development subjects. The rest of the papers used cross-sectional structural MRI or resting state functional MRI samples for classification tasks using machine learning techniques. In case of Alzheimer's disease, paper 5 and 6 use longitudinal structural MRI for classification tasks, but much of the work was with cross-sectional samples. This is due to the unavailability of large-scale longitudinal neuroimaging datasets. Hence, this work mainly focuses on the following topics: impact of different machine learning algorithms on longitudinal structural MRI data, influence of reservoir longitudinal preprocessing of structural MRI data on classification tasks, as FreeZipher is a commonly used open source software suite for processing and analyzing structural MRI images. Generalization of machine learning algorithms by validating on benchmark neuroimaging datasets for autism and Alzheimer's disease with and without oversampling technique. The two benchmark datasets used in our experiments are ABDI2 and OASIS-3. ABDI2 is the latest release from Autism Brain Imaging Data Image. They provide 38 subjects longitudinal data, that is one baseline scan T1 and a follow-up scan T2. And these were collected in a time gap of 1 to 4 years. OASIS-3 is the latest release in open access series of imaging studies. Usually, Alzheimer's is classified based on clinical dementia rating CDR and minimal mental state examination score MMSE. CDR is based on a scale of 0 to 3. 0 is normal control and 3 is a subject with severe cognitive impairment. In OASIS-3 dataset, CDRs are not always assessed simultaneously with the MRI acquisition. So, we label the MRI scan with the CDR at the closest date. As ABDI2 provides 2 MRI sessions from 38 subjects, although OASIS-3 provides more than 2 MRI sessions, here we have considered only subjects with 2 MRI sessions which are at same CDR values at both scan time. Hence, 188 subjects and 188 normal subjects and 27 subjects with early mild cognitive impairment, which are at a CDR value of 0.5, are selected for the experiments. The performance of simple machine learning algorithms on separate and combined longitudinal classifications are evaluated. An overview of the proposed approach is shown as in figure 1. First, the T1-weighted 3D structural MRI images are preprocessed using longitudinal pipeline of free surface software. This longitudinal pipeline will reduce the intra-subject variability. Out of 38 subjects in ABDI2, 3 subjects experienced surface reconstruction error. So we discarded them. The rest of the experiments are carried out with 35 subjects, in which 20 subjects are with autism spectrum disorder and 15 subjects are with typical development. The preprocessed subjects are parcellated with the stress atlas, and this atlas will parcellate cortical surface into 74 regions. That is 140 regions including both hemisphere, and the features such as cortical thickness, cortical area, cortical gray matter volume are extracted from each region. The correlation between each pair of ROIs is constructed based on graph individual cortical network. Here in the equation, CA and CB are the two distinct ROIs. Total of 10,878 features were obtained for cortical thickness, cortical area, and cortical gray matter volume separately. In order to select the top best features, ANOVA F-score is used. Initially, 1,500 features were selected. As the sample size was less, classifications from 3 different machine learning algorithms such as linear discriminant analysis, random forest, and support vector machine with radial bias function are evaluated with and without oversampling technique along with leave and out cross-validation. Performance metrics chosen here is accuracy. Table 2 and Table 3 shows the AST versus TD and EMCA versus NC classification results without oversampling technique. Here, T1 represents baseline scan alone, T2 is a follow-up scan alone, and T1 plus T2 is a combination of baseline and the follow-up scan. Results show that in most of the cases, compared to T1 alone or T2 alone, combined features have highest classification accuracy. Next, the same set of experiments were carried out with oversampling technique. Results are shown in Table 4 and 5. Oversampling technique helped to improve the classification performance of combined features in both datasets. In order to achieve further improvements in accuracy, performance of SVM on combined MRI sessions with different feature dimensions are evaluated. Feature dimensions are increased by 1,500. ASV versus TD achieves highest accuracy within top 3,000 features, as seen in Table 6, whereas EMCA versus NC classification achieves highest accuracy within top 7,500 features, as in Table 7. In summary, this work analyzed the performance of machine learning algorithms for longitudinal combinations separately and combined MRI sessions on 2 different datasets, that is ABDI2 and ISS3. Results have shown that the proposed framework with longitudinal time course shows its novelty in all the classification tasks. So far, this is the first work longitudinal study on these datasets for classification tasks and hence serves as a baseline. The future direction of this work will be in investigating multimodal fusion approaches using longitudinal structural and functional neuroimaging modalities. These are the references. Thank you.
Presenter is there?
Yes, ma'am.
As you said in your presentation, your input is actually MRI image, right?
SMR. Reference image, ma'am.
Data is in the form of image, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before applying any algorithm or any technique on that data, how did you pre-process that image? Which technique did you use?
This these are 3D 3D files, .NIF files, IFTA files, ma'am. The datasets are
From
of
where?
.NIA. These
Okay.
available
One
datasets
more thing. This is a publicly available dataset.
This are publicly
Your
available.
voice is breaking. Okay. Have you
Hello?
tried to get dataset from the PPMI portal or something like that?
These two are publicly available from that. From the ABTI 2 and IASIS 3 is
actually the size, the number of subjects or number of images which you presented in your presentation, the size of the dataset is very small.
because it's longitudinal, no, ma'am. So the size of the samples in the follow-up period is very less. So we with this limited data, this is the first time for trying to do a classification task.
That's why I'm saying
That
to
is
you,
what
just try for the PPA platform where you will get the data size or data set of very huge amount, you can say. And again, that is platform. Otherwise, that is very okay from my side. Good work.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the session.
Next video, please.
Sure, ma'am. So next paper is improved speech emotion recognition using modified main substral features by Krishna Chauhan and Kamlesh Kumar Sharma, Tarun Verma.
Good morning to all. I'm Krishna Chauhan, a research scholar at Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. Today I'll present my research work in the 17th IEEE India Council International Conference 2020, entitled Improved Speech Emotion Recognition Using Modified Mean Substral Features. My co-authors are Professor K.K. Sharma and Dr. Tarun Verma. The presentation is divided into the following sections. Detecting emotional state of a person through his or her speech is known as speech emotion recognition. Conventional ASR systems are able to detect what is said and by whom it is said. But if somehow the system can incorporate the information about how it is said, then certainly the conversation can be made more meaningful and natural. For this very reason, SCR has attracted a great attention by researchers in recent years. SCR is useful in many applications, including criminal investigations, healthcare systems, call centers, etc., where we can improve the systems by knowing the mental state of the caller, that is, how urgent the call is. Overall, it is making a better human-machine interface. SCR primarily consists of two mandatory steps. One is feature extraction from speech, another is classification into emotions. One of the major research issues is the extraction of these relevant features. Initially, caustic features are extracted from raw speech, frame by frame. These features include pitch, zero crossing rate, energy, duration, etc. Empirically, most effective features are male frequency substral coefficient, linear predictive coefficients, linear predictive substral coefficients, teaser energy operators, etc. Although still there is an ambiguity which features are better for which type of emotions. In our work, we've compared the results with MFCC, fundamental frequency, and zero crossing rates. The principal contribution of this paper are modified mean substral features are proposed which are able to enhance the classification accuracy for speaker-dependent analysis. The vocal tract characteristics are well explored using a pre-emphasis filter, which I'll explain in coming slides. Here we've used two different language data sets. One is in German and other is in English. These are some recent works on same data sets. In 2017, Zhang used CNN approach based on spectrograms. This was one of the early papers utilized this technique for speech signals by cascading delta and double delta features on an LXNet architecture. Zhao in 2019 used two separate one-dimensional and two-dimensional CNN architectures with similar layers for both raw input and for spectrograms. Here for speaker-dependent analysis on same datasets, the highest reported accuracy is 95.33%. Chen used mean Fourier parameters as features. The average of short-term Fourier transform of each frame is taken as feature here. Kim used a multi-model approach where they have investigated that speech signals alter the dynamics of the lower and upper face regions. Although the accuracy is 86.1% on SAVI. Norozi used a multi-model architecture again, using prosody features like male frequency central coefficient, filter bank energies, along with facial marking points and video frames. These video frames are selected based on a CNN architecture. Mustakin Mohammed used a key sequence selection process based on a clustering algorithm, which is actually based on a radial-based function network. Only these selected sequences are converted into corresponding spectrograms and passed to the network of CNN and LSTM. These are a few specifically based deep learning papers where they have not used any handcrafted features as input, but raw audio signals only. This is our proposed architecture. At first, on raw audio signal, a pre-emphasis filter is applied, which is responsible for enhancing the vocal tract characteristics, which I was mentioning in initial slides. Actually, speech is produced due to the linear filtering of excitation source information by vocal tract. Here, our vocal tract is acting as a filter. This glottal source produces 12 dB per octave attenuation in magnitude, whereas this lip radiation emphasizes the magnitude by plus 6 dB per octave. Therefore, when speech comes out of the mouth, there is an overall attenuation of 6 dB per octave in magnitude, specifically when the frequencies goes beyond 1 kilohertz. As a result, the vocal tract information present in the high frequency region attenuates. The high frequency vocal tract information can be enhanced using a pre-emphasis filter. A pre-emphasis filter balances the frequency spectrum, since high frequencies usually have smaller magnitudes compared to the lower frequencies. After pre-emphasis, we need to split the signal into short time frames. We know that speech signal is highly non-stationary. So in most cases, it doesn't make sense to do the Fourier transform across the entire speech signal. In that, we would lose the frequency contours of the signal over time. To avoid this, we can safely assume that frequencies in a signal are stationary over a period. Therefore, by doing a Fourier transform over this short period, we can obtain a good approximation of the frequency contours. Generally, a frame size of 20 to 40 milliseconds is taken. After slicing the signal into frames, we apply a window function to counteract the assumption made by FFT that the data is infinite and to reduce the spectral leakage. Next step is silence or unvoiced sound removal from audio signal. In speech processing field, it is also termed as voice activity detection. Here we have utilized frame energy feature for the purpose. If the normalized frame energy is below 10%, then the frame is considered to be silenced. Now for MMC features, as of now, we are left with this voice frames of audio signals. Discrete Fourier transform of each voice frame is calculated after all above pre-processing. This Fourier model has wide applications in the field of speech processing, including feature extraction, spectral analysis, synthesis, coding, and filtering. Fourier model is represented by 3 parameters: amplitude, frequency, and phase. Here we took amplitude values. The sinusoidal amplitude AMK is the absolute value of this complex amplitude. Next, the sinusoidal amplitudes are converted into logarithmic scale. These compressed amplitudes values are further decomposed using DCT. DCT is used here due to its energy compaction property. The modified mean capsular features are calculated as given. where y and k is the kth coefficient of mth frame. It then leads to the averaging of all the kth coefficients for all the frames. Finally, each coefficient is replaced by its z-score norm value and fed to the classifier. So the final dimension of the feature vector, which is fed to the classifier, is number of speech utterances into number of MMC frames, MMC per frame. For experiments, the Berlin and Savi datasets are used for all 7 emotional classes. EMODB is quite unbalanced dataset having 535 utterances, while Savi is comparatively balanced, having 480 utterances. Here we've taken whole length of speech utterance without any truncation or zero padding. We've used 5-class validation for SCM classification. In speaker-dependent analysis, we took 50 trials on each dataset and took the mean value as final accuracy. These are the confusion matrices on both the datasets. It is obvious that the misclassification rate in case of Savi is lesser as compared to the EMODB. As I said, this is comparatively balanced datasets. So this will affect the final result. Also, the misclassification is in between similar perceptual emotions only. Now, before I conclude, here we have used these features on 2 very small datasets. So we can try it on larger datasets. The features can also be tested for speaker independent analysis. And of course, as deep learning alters the speech signal processing dramatically, so neural networks can also be trained using these similar features. LSTM is a promising approach. So for temporal analysis, we can also use LSTM. These are some of the references for this work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Krishna is here.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Krishna, I have one query. Can you
Yeah,
tell
ma'am.
me what may be the various application domains where your search can be used?
Ma'am, the first and foremost use in call centers, maybe, I think. Because in call centers, the customer executives receive so many calls, right? So, like, in foreign movies, we have seen that if a person is in trouble, he can call, whatever emotion he represent over the phone. Then according, if not customer executive, but the automatic machine is receiving that call. Even then, the machine gives the signal that this particular emotion is presented by that particular caller. Like he's in, fear, or he's in some other emotion. He's very sad, like that.
Okay.
In medical systems also, medical systems also, in medical imaging also, that is using medical imaging, not medical healthcare systems, basically, you can say, because in healthcare systems also, if this device is embedded with the old person or like the handicapped person, then he may kind of send the signals like he is okay or he is in trouble, like that. So there are so many applications in that particular area.
Okay.
So in general, that is actually, ma'am, that is useful in every human-machine interface systems. Whenever we need to interface with a machine, like robots, in that case, it is useful, ma'am.
We are talking about speech, no?
Yeah.
So many parameters are there. Parameters based
Yes,
on
ma'am.
various, age groups of a person, or you can
Yeah.
say the voice changed with effect from the seasons as well. Where the voice change with effect from the morning time, evening time, something like that also.
Yes, ma'am. These are the different. Actually, these are different researches. Yeah, people are working in this also, like aging effect. You said, na? So that people are working in that also. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
We can play next video, please.
Sure, ma'am. The next paper is Automatic Office Environment System for Employees Using IoT and Computer Vision by Devang Sharma, Himanshu Sharma, and Dipesh J. Panchal.
Hello everyone, myself Himanshu Sharma and I am going to present our paper Automatic Office Environment System for Employees Using IoT and Computer Vision, authored by Devang Sharma, Himanshu Sharma and Dipesh Panchal. Starting with a brief introduction, the present project paper describes a system that is capable enough to automate various tasks in an office like switching off the electrical applications or the generation of the attendance records of the employees. The proposed project focuses on triggering the automation in the office appliances by detecting the motion of the employees throughout the office and the cabins. An exclusive web server is also developed using the Flask framework, which can be accessed by all the employees from their mobile phones. This web server can be used for switching the electrical applications and can also be used to see the attendance for each employee. The office also facilitates an employee to get his or her attendance recorded using the face recognition algorithm. And this personal attendance record is updated frequently on the AWS Cloud Storage Services, which can be accessed using the personal login on the AWS Cloud for each employee. The hardware components that are used for implementing the automation for the office are Raspberry Pi, camera modules, servo motor, PIR motion sensors, and relay modules. All the hardware components are mentioned or are shown in figure 1 and figure 2 with the box indications of a color that is mentioned adjacent to each of the hardware component. Here in figure 2 we can see the Raspberry Pi in the pink box indication, the PIR motion sensors with the light blue box indications, the camera module with dark blue box indication, servo motor with the green box indication, the relay module with the yellow box indication. The relay module interface is Raspberry Pi with the orange box indicated 2 light bulbs. This 2 light bulbs resembles electrical applications used in the office. The software architecture starts with the face recognition process, which forms a base to automatic attendance record and the automation in operating the frontal door. This algorithm consists of 4 stages. The first 2 are the dataset creation and dataset training. Dataset creation is creating the dataset of the employees. Here, we extract the frontal face features of the employees using the hard-cast classifiers and convert the images to grayscale. We have 100 such grayscale frontal face images for each employee as his or her personal dataset. This dataset is trained using the LBH algorithm, that's local binary pattern histogram, which forms a histogram of the local binary pattern for each of such grayscale frontal face image and stores in the dataset. This histogram is given a label with the name of the employee. Now, steps 2 and step 3 are the part of the real-time face recognition process where face detection resembles the dataset creation, which extracts the frontal face features of the person standing in front of the camera and converts it to a grayscale image. This grayscale image is then tested using the LBPH algorithm, and a histogram of such image is also created. This histogram is then tested or matched with the histograms in the dataset, and the nearest match is given as the output. In the output, we have the name of the person, that is the label to the histogram in the dataset, and the real-time match probability of the person. Figure 3 shows the sample of the dataset that we have used for each employee. Then we have used AWS, that's Amazon Web Services, as our cloud services. We have used AWS S3, that's Simple Storage Service, for storing the attendance records of the employee. AWS IAM, that is Identify and Access Management, for getting the access of S3 on our local Raspberry Pi machine. And the AWS S2S, that's Security Token Service, that provides the security tokens to access the S3 and other AWS services on our local Raspberry Pi machine with the help of IAM. Then we have used AWS QuickSight, that is used for generating attendance report. Figure 4 shows the complete AWS cloud architecture that we have used in the project. Coming to the working flow, the descriptive working flow is shown in figure 5. The flow starts with detection of the person at the office door, and the flow then gets divided into 3 branches. The first one is the opening of door using face recognition algorithm. Second one is the attendance record updatation on AWS, which can be seen on the rightmost part. And the automation in the office appliances using the motion in the office can be seen on the left part of the working flow chart. All the branches are then interconnected at the end using the Office web server as seen in figure 5. Coming to the results. So in the results in figure 6, we can see 2 web server screens. One is for computer and the other is on mobile. In both of the screens, the common thing that we have, the green box indication and the red box indication. The green box indication shows the description of the electrical appliances in the office and the buttons to automatically switch them on or off using the web server. While the red box shows the link to the AWS login that redirects us to see the attendance report on the AWS. In figure 6a, we have a orange box that shows the local host on which the web server is hosted, while in 6b, we have a pink box that shows the IP address of the Raspberry Pi. After getting connected to the same network, that is the mobile phone and Raspberry Pi connected to a same network, we can access the web server on the mobile phone using the IP address of the Raspberry Pi. Figure 7 shows the practical implementation of our web server. Here we can see that the status of the button of Office Room Light 1 in figure 6 is turned on light 1, while in figure 7 it's turned off light 1. So we have clicked turn on light 1, and eventually we can see that one bulb is on while other remains off, as its status is same in both the images. Coming to the face recognition part, the rightmost person is detected as unknown, as his dataset is not in the office dataset, so he's an unknown person to the office, while the rightmost person is detected and recognized as Devang with a real-time match probability of 67%. So Devang is an employee of the office, and as his match probability 67% is also allowed to enter the office. Here we have got 67% of real-time match probability by using only 100 dataset images for Devang as an employee. Using 100 such dataset images becomes an optimum solution for this project, because increasing the dataset images, say to 500, we see an increase to the match probability by only 4%. So an increment of 400 images is giving us increase in match probability by only 4%, but in turn it gets some memory and also reduces the processing speed. So having known that there would be a greater number of employees in the office, using 100 images for each employee becomes an optimum solution. Then we can see the attendance report generated on AWS QuickSight, which is an informative and detailed report for a monthly attendance for each employee. We can see the date-wise present and absent data for each employee on the leftmost part. Adjacent to it, we can see a pie chart that's a percentage present and percentage absence of each employee. And beneath it, we can see individual absent and present data. While the rightmost part shows the entry count by date and entry count daily difference. Entry count is a thing that every time a person is recognized on the door, each time his entry count is increased by 1. So we have that entry count plotted here. This is a kind of mobility of person in and out of the office. Beneath it, we have a small comparison for the mobility of a person for present day and with the previous day. So this is the attendance report that is generated using AWS QuickSight. So concluding the project, we can say that the automation in the office appliances gives an employee the convenience of operating them automatically as well as manually. And this happens without any common physical contact with the switches. The attendance of the employees is also marked without any physical contact, and its association with AWS brings security and confidentiality to the data. And this data can also be retrieved for a longer time. The face recognition algorithm thus used is also developed with the use of only 100 dataset images per employee. And as discussed earlier, it also becomes an optimal solution as it saves cost, memory, and also the processing speed. So looking at the present world conditions, this proposed approach of turning an office to a smart office becomes ready-to-fit model for the government as well as private offices that helps in maintaining comfort, regularity, discipline, and uniformity in the employees of the office with a reduction in a physical work. And seeing the present COVID conditions, we can also see that this project brings security in the offices as well as in the employees, as there is a minimum physical contact with each other for operating the office. These are some of the references that we have used for successfully implementing our project. Concluding the presentation, thank you.
Hello, is presenter there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening. Now tell me one thing. As you said, this is a smart office. This is your proposed work, and this is very much good for the government organizations as well as for the private organization.
Yes, ma'am.
in an Indian scenario, how will you tackle the internet failure, data delay due to internet failure in your proposed system?
By okay, yes, for internet failure we can provide continuous yes ma'am, we can provide the data set to the AWS cloud server at a particular time, like we can send that particular data on the at night at 12 p.m. so that the attendance will be updated at the next day of the work of the employer, so that the employer can check the attendance of the previous days, and so that it does not require continuously provide continuous connection of the internet, so that so the problem which can be faced by the so that the problem can be faced of the internet.
But if you are saying, okay, that is okay, data to the cloud or AWS, not at a real time, you will do it at the odd hours data. You have to use the local storage at your end.
Yes, ma'am. We have a Raspberry Pi SD card to store the data for the attendance. That is Excel CSV file, which is temporarily stored for a particular day, and then it will get uploaded to the AWS cloud. And for the next day, it will erase the all past data and continuously updating on the temporary storage in the Raspberry Pi. This process will continue for the further days.
Okay, but at the Raspberry Pi end, only the data of one day will be there.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay, what actually the accuracy is there in your proposed work?
Yes,
From
the accuracy.
implementation point of view, yeah.
Yes, we have
Implementing your
tried.
proposed work, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We have tried to implement to get the data of my friends and to fed the data of multiple employees, and we tried to detect the face of mine, which we have got around 70 to 69 80%, which is very accurate according to seeing the data which we have collected, like multiple friends and friends and employees to the Raspberry Pi.
Data of how many employees have you created for this? Employees or
Uh,
students, whatever that is.
Yes, ma'am. For the employees, we have collected the employees data around 10 employees, and each employees has 100 images of it in the Raspberry Pi local server, and it will detect the face of the employee, and it will tell the Raspberry Pi to that it is an employee or it is an unknown person.
It means you tested your proposed work on a very small data set, as you said, key images or a data of only 10 employees you collected and then do your
Yes, ma'am.
proposed work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We can play next video, please.
Sure, ma'am. So, ma'am, this will be the last paper of the session.
Okay. Okay.
So, this one is automated segmentation of overlapping cells in cervical cytology images using deep learning by Ashwin Umadi, Kushal Nagarajan, and Jyothik BV, Ashutosh Ganesh, and Koshi George.
Greetings to everyone. I am Ashwin Umadi presenting our research on automated segmentation of overlapping cells in cervical cytology images using deep learning approach. The track we have followed is computer and information technology. The authors for the corresponding research are Ashwin Umadi, Kushalan, Jyothik Devi, Ashutosh Ganesh, and Koshi George. Coming to the introduction, a papillary smear is a prescribed test for diagnosis of cervical cancer, where the diagnostician collects a sample of cells from the surface of the cervix, through which precancerous condition of cervix can be evaluated in order to take preventive measures for cervical cancer. From the statistics obtained from the year 2018, a total of 511,000 women were diagnosed with this cancer, and out of which a total of 311,000 women died due to this. Detecting this cancer in early stages will help in saving a lot of women's lives. With this motivation, we have started our research. Segmentation of cervical cells is a pivotal step in extraction of the region of interest for detection of the cervical cancer. During this segmentation, overlapping cells pose a major challenge due to low contrast, varied degree of overlap, mucus, and inflammatory cells. We propose a novel method where a fully convolutional unit architecture is used for nuclei and cytoplasm segmentation tasks. Talking about the state of the art, we have referred to a few of the state of the art techniques, as I will be explaining now. The first one is the segmentation of subcellular compartments combining superpixel representation with Voronoi diagrams. This uses an approach in which the nuclei were detected from low contrast cell clump masks and the nuclei were detected using Voronoi diagrams. The second paper was an improved joint optimization of multiple level set functions for the segmentation of overlapping cervical cells, which uses GMM for cell clump identification. For nuclei detection, it uses MSCR algorithm, and for cytoplasm segmentation, it uses joint level set approach. The third paper we refer to was segmentation of overlapping cells in microscopic images with superpixel partitioning and cell-wise counter-refinement. Here, the cell mass is detected using superpixel generation and triangular thresholding. Further, the nuclei is extracted by local thresholding and cytoplasm is detected by superpixel partitioning and refined by cell-wise counter-refinement with graphite. Talking about the methodology, the proposed technique can be divided into three major segments. First one is the creation of the cell clump mask. Second is the detection and segmentation of nucleus. And the third one is the segmentation of overlapping cells by unit architecture. The below shown images is the pipeline of our project from left to right. I will be explaining each of the image in detail in the coming slides. First one is the creation of cell clump mask. After the data acquisition, the very step is to remove the noise and distinguish the cell mask from the background. To obtain the mask of the cell clump from the images, we use k-means clustering. The noise in the images are eliminated by performing morphological closing operations, as can be seen in the below image. The highlighted image in the third one shows the background being clearly detected. The second step is the detection and segmentation of nucleus. The 325 synthetic images are used to train a unit model for nucleus detection. The unit architecture is built upon a fully convolutional neural network and modified so that it yields better segmentation of the nuclei. The original images are resized to 256 x 256 x 3 and are given as an input to the unit architecture, and the segmented nuclei of the corresponding images are obtained as an output, as can be seen in the third image. The third step is the segmentation of overlapping cells by the unit architecture. Here, we use a unit architecture with three inputs. The first is the original image, second is the individual nuclei mask obtained from section C, and the mask of the cell clump mask obtained from section B. Now, a supervised learning approach is conducted with the above mentioned parameters as the inputs and the individual cytoplasm masks of the corresponding nuclei as the desired output. This model is evaluated on test images where we obtain individual cytoplasm masks corresponding to the nucleus given in the input. So this is the block diagram of the final unit model that we have proposed. The first image being the original image, second one the individual nucleus mask, and the third is the cell mask of the entire image. Now the unit architecture gives the corresponding cytoplasm mask as the output of the corresponding nucleus mask. Now the final image is a combination of all the cytoplasm masks detected in an image combined in one image. Talking about the results, we utilize evaluation matrices provided by ISBI 14 challenge and the test set consisting of 900 images with an overlap ratio ranging between 0 and 0.5. In the table below, we have compared our results with the current state-of-the-art techniques. Our method provides a dice coefficient value of 0.900 plus or minus 0.078, false negative value of 0.224 plus or minus 0.247, truth positive value of 0.913 plus or minus 0.097 and false positive value of 0.003 plus or minus 0.004. Our method provides the best dice coefficient values and truth positive values when compared to the other techniques and comparable false negative and false positive values. These are the final visual results that can be seen from the output of our model. The leftmost image being the input image and the rightmost being image for each sub-image being the output corresponding to that image. And these four images talk about the varied degree of overlap and how our model performs for each respective degree of overlap. Conclusion and future scope. In this paper, we propose a novel approach to segment overlapping cervical cells. We introduce a new and efficient method by creating a model which takes in 3 inputs obtained from different operations. In our technique, we are able to overcome the challenges of low contrast, varied overlapping ratio, and irregular shape of the cell, thereby acquiring accurate boundaries of the cytoplasm because of the use of the cell clump mask, thus reducing the region of interest for the model. Our simple yet effective method performs better than the state-of-the-art techniques. In the future, we intend to perform hardware implementation so that it can be clinically viable. Thank you, everyone.
Is presenter there? Hello? Is presenter there?
Yes, ma'am. All three.
Okay. Tell me one thing, what can be a future work of your already implemented research work till today?
Well, the future work can definitely be, getting the hardware simulated so that the lab diagnosticians can directly make use of it. That's one major thing.
This is the hardware part. I'm talking about the research oriented part.
Okay.
Till today, which you have proposed. What can be the next future scope or future work for that?
Okay. So
Hardware implementation means the actual implementation of what you did till today. That is the
yes,
hardware
ma'am.
part, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, well, the future scope. One thing is for sure that the training images that we used in this particular project that we have was the datasets that we got from the ISA 14 challenge that's already present in the website that's there. So what we can do is we can now concentrate on getting the live data sets from the lab itself, because the live data are usually RGB values. The data that we got now were usually were actually grayscale, but now we can implement the RGB implementation of it so that we can even get to know the color contrast between the images. That particular criteria might add a bit more a better accuracy to our present model. And obviously, once you add RGB values to it, the noise removal or the morphological operations that we were doing can obviously be improved.
Yeah, at this time you are using the gray images or black and white images, and you are doing the pre-processing and other morphological processes according to that. If you are using the color image, you have to extend your already used methods with respect to the color images, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's all about from my side. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any question? Anyone else? You can ask your question.
Hello.
Yes.
I have one question to the presenter, like how that overlapping nuclei is segmented and marking?
Could you please repeat the question? I didn't get that.
So that you have shown there is nuclei, overlapping nuclei. So how overlapping nuclei you are marking and segmenting?
So yeah. So what we did was, well, we had the data sets that were provided by the online itself. So those data sets had, the actual image being present, and in that actual image, each and every nucleus present in it and each and every cytoplasm present in it were already segmented and given to us. So all we had to do was, pass that to a unit model that we used for our code, and then just train the model to get a better accuracy by varying different possible parameters, say it be the number of epochs, or say it be the optimizer that we used. And these were the few tweaks that we did.
So can you count like number of nuclei present in a image?
Well, yeah, obviously, because once a model detects the cytoplasms, the total cytoplasms that are present, it can also give the total count that it has detected. It's just a simple calculation of basic incrementing calculation that has to be done. That is possible, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more doubts? Uh, Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Uh, okay then. Thank you, sir. Finally, thank you, ma'am, for joining us and giving your time. Thank you very much, ma'am, for listening to all our 8 presenters. Thank you, ma'am, from our whole
Thank you so
team.
much. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Good, ma'am.
Good evening. Have a nice day, all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all the volunteers. Good job.
Hi, is any organizer here? Hello?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Like, I am just one of the authors. I want to know
Yes, yes.
CIT 05 will happen here only, right?
CIT 05.
Yeah.
CIT 0. Just a second. Just a second. Yes, CIT 05 will take place in this room only.
And it says 5 o'clock, so will it be exact 5 or will there be any like delay or anything?
So it will start on 5 o'clock. Yeah. But it may vary if the session chairs are not present. In that case, we have to just wait for 1 or 2 minutes. But it will start on 5 o'clock.
And is the order of the papers mentioned anywhere? Because I can't find it.
Yes, sir. We have a Word document which says what is your order. Let me just check for that. Yes, I can see that paper. So, what is the title of your work?
It's called automatic license plate detection of riders with no
Oh,
helmets.
automatic license plate recognition of
Yeah,
bikers
correct.
with no helmets,
Yeah.
and it's by Aditya Mandeep Vakani, Ashwin Kumar Singh, and Shreya Saxena.
Yes, correct.
Yes, and one more is there,
Yeah,
Vanamala
Professor.
R.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir, it's on in the first slot.
Oh, first slot itself, right? Okay, thank you. Thanks a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah, it's in the first slot itself.
Hello everyone. I'm Professor Sangeeta Sabharwal this side. I will be chairing the session, and along with me, Professor Utkur Kos from Süleyman Demirel University, Turkey will be there. So first of all, I would like to welcome all of you for this session at INDICON 2020. And I think before starting the session, I think we can wait for another 5 minutes so that Dr. Utku Kos can also join.
Sure, ma'am.
In the meantime, I would like to tell you that there are 8 papers to be presented in this session, right? And we have been given a slot of 2 hours. So it means that maximum of 13-14 minutes inclusive of question answers, right? So if there anything you want to ask anyone, I can clarify. So please stick to your timings, maximum 13 to 14 minutes, inclusive of your presentation and questionnaire session, right? So let us wait for another 2-3 minutes before, so that Dr. Utku Kos can also join. And also I will request all the participants that whosoever is presenting, please keep your video on. Okay, those who will be presenting the paper, they must keep their video on. I hope all of you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there are 6 papers to be present because 2 were actually cancelled at the time of compiling the list.
Abhishek?
Yes, ma'am.
6 papers are the. Please, your mics are muted. Okay, 6 papers are there to be presented. But I have a list of 8 papers.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? Am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible?
Can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes. So is there anyone from the technical team? But we are not audible to you. Okay. Right. Okay then. Fine. Okay, let us wait for another 2 minutes and then we can start. By that time, Professor Utkur Kos will also join. I hope he joins. Cannot see. So I'm just, announcing the name of the papers, so which is not there today for presentation, just let me know. First is an approach for rainfall prediction. Second is automatic license plate recognition. Third is prediction of number of fatalities due to COVID-19. Then modeling of selected set of software requirements using UML class diagrams. Then short text intent classification for conversational agents. Then towards the law enforcement of firearms by firearms. Then next is soil analysis and its type prediction with speech enabled output using IoT, and then on device tag generation for unstructured text. So इसमें से जो भी नहीं है, please let me know. You can write in the chat box. Those who are present. First and last one are cancelled. Okay. So it means now we have total 6 papers left. So I think 15 to 20 minutes for presentation and inclusive of question and answer session should be good enough for all of you, right? So I think we can start with the session because Dr. Utku Kos has not still joined. Okay, Prerna ma'am is telling to start the session without Dr. Utku Kos. Okay then, sir, I will first invite the authors of the paper, Automatic License Plate Recognition of Bikers with No Helmets by Aditya Mandeep Pakani, Ashwin Kumar Singh, Shrey Saxena, and Vanamala R. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear?
Hello everyone, I'm Shrey Saxena and today I will be presenting to you our paper, Automatic License Plate Recognition of Bikers with No Helmets, based on a project done along with my teammates Aditya Mandeep Pakani, Ashwin Kumar Singh and Professor Vanmala HR. Looking at the graph of motorcycle sales in India, over the years we can see that a large amount of the Indian population prefers to commute using two-wheelers. The financial year 2019 recorded around 21 million sales of motorcycles. With this rise in the number of vehicles, there has also been a significant rise in road collisions, leading to an increase in casualties. A UN motorcycle study in 2017 showed that around 15,000 deaths of bike riders could be avoided annually in India with safety measures. It also mentioned that wearing a helmet could increase chances of survivability by 42% and help riders to avoid injuries by 69%. Since it is not possible to manually monitor such a large amount of traffic to check if all bikers are wearing helmets, it was really necessary to automate this process. Hence, we decided to come up with a tool that does this job. The aim of this tool being to detect bikers on the road, check if they are wearing helmets, and to note down their license plate if they aren't by using object detection methods. This info can later be sent to the traffic police department and the traffic rule violators could be penalized. When it comes to object detection, which is an important aspect in getting this project to work, several methods exist like the ones shown in the slide. The paper Focal Loss for Dense Object Detection showcases the accuracy provided by different modern object detectors and compares their inference times and mean average precision values. Here in this graph, we can see the direct comparison of the various object detection algorithms with respect to average precision and inference time. Research has been done previously regarding detection of bikers without helmets. The first paper here presents a system that uses cafe model for detection of motorcycles and people, followed by checking for overlap. The accuracy for this detection was 76%. To detect and classify helmets, Inception V3 model was used, providing an accuracy of 81%. These models are used with their pre-trained weights. The second paper uses YOLO with the pre-trained weights on the COCO dataset to detect a bike, followed by the detection of a person and then checking if they overlap in order to confirm that the detected person is on the respective motorcycle. Further, a 5-layer CNN structure is used to classify the top 1/4 region into helmet or non-helmet.
The third paper uses single shot detection for object detection and a binary classifier trained on a custom data set for classification. The binary classifier was based on models such as VGG16, VGG19, Inception V3, MobileNet with accuracies as shown in the slide. The flow diagram shows the basic layout of the working of our system and highlights the steps involved in implementing the entire project. The first step is capturing or recording a video by a camera. The video is then converted into frames, which can be processed by the program. The frames then checked if they contain bike and rider. If the frame does not contain the bike, it is discarded, else a bounding box is returned around the bike and person. Then we check for helmet in the head region. If a helmet is present, we discard that part of the frame, else we localize the license plate region and read the license plate. In order to train the object detector, the right datasets were required to obtain reliable results. Datasets already existed for motorbikes and people, which had been tested before. For example, Google's Open Images dataset, Microsoft's COCO, on which YOLO V3 is pre-trained, and ImageNet. To improve the accuracy and make the predictions more reliable, custom datasets had to be made from images clipped on Indian roads. When we look at the previous implementations we talked about, bikes and the riders were separately detected as two individual classes, and then a function that checks for overlap was implemented. This led to issues such as person walking next to a motorcycle being considered as a rider because their bounding boxes were overlapped. It also raised issues when two riders were close to each other. Hence, to solve this issue, a bike plus person class was created by combining both the rider and the motorcycle in a single bounding box. This made the implementation more efficient and removed the ambiguity that came with checking for person and motorcycle overlap. A separate class was made for detecting the head region, instead of using a certain percentage of the entire bounding box as seen in the previous works. We also created a license plate dataset specific to only motorcycles. The images were annotated by drawing a box around motorcycle license plates and ignoring those belonging to other vehicles. This dataset proved to be more efficient and accurate compared to the online readily available datasets for vehicle number plates, since the images consisted of Indian vehicle license plates. The dataset for binary classifier to distinguish between riders with helmets and those without consisted of around 550 images, equally split into helmet or non-helmet classes. These images were gathered from the videos we captured in Google Images. The YOLO V3 training was split into two stages. First stage for training the bike plus person and head region class, and the second stage for motorcycle license plate class. The trend in the loss function is shown in the graphs. To get the input to pass into our tool, we used a camera mounted on a tripod and recorded at a height of 1 meter above the ground. The video to frame processing unit was made using OpenCV 4.2 with CUDA support. YOLO V3 implemented over Darknet was used to detect the different objects in the frame, namely the bike plus person, the number plate, and the head region. The CNN model used for this helmet, no helmet classifier was ResNet, imported from FastAI. It is pre-trained on ImageNet. We use transfer learning to retrain this model on our helmet dataset. The license plate reading functionality was implemented using Plate Recognizer API. The resultant number plate info along with the images of the violators, bikes, and number plates were stored in a folder. Before we start processing the input video, we provide a calibration tool in the form of setting a polygon region of interest, which determines the area in which the number plates will be most clear, as we weren't interested in faraway number plates being detected. In the video, the working of the bike plus person detector, as well as head localization, is demonstrated. The accuracy of this individual detector came up to around 83%. Here is the working of a license plate detector, which provided an accuracy of 90%. Combining all the above elements, this is the outcome of the project. We can see that the person not wearing a helmet is successfully flagged and the license plate information has been recorded. A working prototype of the system that can detect bikers who are violating traffic rules by not wearing helmets and endangering their own safety by doing so has been made. A system like this can actively help in reducing the number of people not following traffic rules. This system, once implemented with high quality equipment, can give even better accuracies than the current prototype. To further improve on the system, we can carry out some of the following changes. Accommodate wider range of camera angles, improve helmet, no helmet classifier to include unconventional helmets, expand data sets, implement functionality in different lighting and weather conditions, detect other traffic violations such as unsafe lane switching, develop personal API for license plate reading.
Any questions, please? Yes, anyone wants to ask any question? Okay, I will ask you one question. What is the limitation of your approach?
Um, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes. What's your name? Aditya.
Aditya. Yeah.
Aditya, what
Yes.
is the limitation?
So our current limitation lies mainly in the weather. So like in the nighttime, if it's like foggy, if it's raining, if it's nighttime, our model isn't robust enough to deal with those conditions yet. Another thing we found is we can't use the CCTV footage or footage like that. We had to have our own camera setup at an angle that was appropriate because otherwise it wouldn't be able to read the number plate. So those are some of the problems we ran into, and we feel like we could improve upon.
About the it's like when co-passengers are not, wearing the helmet in cities like Delhi, where
So for those situations, we are able to detect since we had taken the
Okay.
bike and the person. So even if one
Okay.
of them wasn't wearing it, in the entire bounding box, it'd still detect.
So what was the rate of accuracy in that case?
Ashwin.
So for the bike and person detection, it was 83% accuracy.
Okay. Anyone else? Please ask questions. Okay, thank you, Aditya. Ashwin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good
you,
work. Yes. Now I invite authors of prediction of number of fatalities due to COVID-19 using machine learning by Manpinder Singh and Sabah Dalmia. I think Dehradun Institute of University. Yes.
Hello to everyone. I'm Manpinder Singh, the presenter of this research paper. The title of the research paper is Prediction of Number of Fatalities Due to COVID-19 Using Machine Learning. The authors of our paper are Sabah Dalmia and Manpinder Singh. When people started living closely with each other and with other animals, they failed to keep up a good and a proper sanitization and nutrition routine. That is why it became a fertile ground for diseases to spread. The other main driving forces for the spread of this for such pandemics are urbanization, far-flung trades, progression of civilization, development in infrastructure, and many others. There are many pandemics that have shook human civilization before, and here's a bar graph to depict that. Pandemics such as smallpox, Spanish flu, Black Death, HIV/AIDS, they all have caused global outbreak before, with Black Death being the worst. In December 2019, a never-seen coronavirus in humans began to spread in the city of Wuhan, China. It was named as SARS-CoV-2, or known as COVID-19. Coronaviruses are a family of viruses that affects the vital respiratory organs of mammals. It is transmitted mostly due to contact with humans with and infected animals, with that being the most common carrier of it. India had its first case of COVID-19 on 30th January 2020. As we have seen in the earlier bar graph, that such pandemics caused the death of millions and millions of people. That is why, if we could predict the number of deaths at a very early stage, then the whole world scenario would be very different. Machine learning has played a very vital and an important role in such pandemic situation. Some of the roles are: first, making new medicines or vaccine for coronavirus or suggest ongoing research. For example, machine learning has helped in predicting the structure of protein and their interaction with other chemical compounds in order to make new medicines. Second, it has helped in predicting the rate of spread of such pandemics, thereby helping the hospitals, health officials, as well as government to get prepared with resources and planning. Third, it has made the screening process faster, thus saving time. Inspired by this, we propose a machine learning model which can predict the future number of deaths in India if the number of confirmed cases reaches a certain number. Methodology. First would be our dataset. So our dataset is collected from ourworldindata.org through web scraping. It consists of 33 columns, from which 3 columns were chosen, which were location, the total cases, and the total deaths. Our data is from 31st December 2019 to the present date, as our data is updated daily. The nature of a dataset is nonlinear. Data preprocessing. The total number of cases is our feature column, and the total number of deaths is our target column. The data is normalized before training. We have normalized our data by dividing each value of total cases and total death with maximum values present in the total cases and the total deaths column respectively. Model description. Both the linear and the polynomial regression models were created, and out of which polynomial regression model was chosen. Why? It was because simple linear regression model had lesser accuracy than polynomial regression model, and the error rate and the loss function was greater in case of linear regression model. Model training. Our dataset is divided into 2 independent datasets. 67% was kept for training and 33% was kept for testing. All the parameters of both the linear regression and the polynomial regression model were experimentally kept to default. For example, parameters like fit intercept and n jobs for linear regression was kept to true and none respectively, and for polynomial regression model, degree and include bias parameters were experimentally set to 3 and true respectively. Model prediction. The polynomial regression model was chosen for predicting the number of deaths for a given number of confirmed cases in India because of its higher accuracy and a higher performance metric. The predicted and the actual value of deaths were used to calculate standard performance metrics for both of the regression models. We used RMSE, that is root mean square error, and R-square score as a performance metric for our regression models. As we can see, for polynomial regression, accuracy, RMSE, and R-square were greater than the linear regression models. That is why it was chosen for prediction. For testing our model, we built an Flask API which contained several sections. The first section was the live update section in which the total cases, total recovered, and the total deaths were shown, and it was updated daily. These figures are as of 14th June 2020. In the other section, we could predict the number of deaths for the total number of cases in India. The third was the graph between total cases versus total death in 6 countries which are most badly affected. In the next slide, we can see the working of our API. For testing our model, we have built an Flask API which contains 4 sections. The About section. The About section contains some information about COVID-19. The Graph section. The Graph section contains a total cases versus total death graph of 6 countries which were most badly affected. That is India, USA, China, Canada, Italy, and Russia. The live update section. In the live update section, we have the total confirmed cases, total recovered cases, and the total deaths of India. Since our dataset is updated daily, these figures are as of 25th of November 2020. The figures in blue are the total new cases and the total new deaths of India. If we go to the prediction section, here we can predict the total number of deaths for a given number of total cases. So if we want to predict the total deaths as of 25th of November in India, we can copy the confirmed cases, we can paste it, and we can predict the number of deaths as of 25th of November 2020. Here we can see that the difference between the actual total deaths and the predicted total deaths is about 2,213, which is about 1.6% error. Therefore, we can closely predict the total number of deaths for a given number of total cases. Conclusion. We conclude that with the help of our proposed model, the government and the concerned authorities could better strategize and better formulate measures to improve the medical facilities, as well as they could provide measures and they could decide better when to provide relaxations and when to impose stricter rules like nationwide lockdown. It could help in their decision-making process. Also, they would be able to forecast the infection rate and the spread of the pandemic, resulting in better planning of resources and a better prepared response. Also, it will help them in preparing the budget to be spent on medical equipment like ventilators, kits, masks, protection gear for essential workers, etc. more efficiently. The future scope of our research paper could be, our model could be trained on bigger data sets so that it could become more robust for future predictions, as well as it can be trained with different parameters so that different insights could be found out and which could help the government even further. Also, our model can be used to predict deaths in future pandemic as well, so that early precautionary measures can be adopted and millions of lives could be saved. Also, our model can be extended and trained on data of different countries other than India, so that it could help them in their decision-making process as well.
Any questions? Yes. Any question from the audience? Okay, Manpinder, just let me know what hyperparameters you use to find model. Manpinder, are you there? Manpinder, are you there?
Ma'am, actually he's here, but he cannot unmute himself.
Okay, that is the problem. तो ये तो बड़ा limitation है system में यहाँ तो इसमें फिर हाँ
Yes, ma'am.
चलो ठीक है चलो कोई नहीं good. Okay, now next is modeling of selected set of software requirements in UML class diagrams by Arif Mohammed and other researchers.
Hello everyone. My topic is modeling of selected set of software requirements using UML class diagram, presented by Muhammad Arif, PhD research scholar, Computer Science and Technology, Department of Applied Science and Humanities, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Jamia Millia Islamia. Contents of my presentation are introduction, related work, proposed method, case study, conclusion, and future work. In introduction, first point is software requirement modeling. Software requirement modeling is a sub-process of requirement engineering, which is used to elicit and represent the need of the stakeholder. Consistent model of the software requirements is the key step to understand the need of the stakeholders. Inconsistent model may cause disagreement among the stakeholders, and the illicit requirements through the inconsistent models may be conflicting or invisible. Different modeling techniques have been developed to model the software requirements. For example, Unified Modeling Language UML, goal-oriented techniques like KOS, I-star, NFR, Tropos, etc. In this paper, we will mainly focus on the UML because it deals with the functional aspects of the software. On the other hand, goal-oriented techniques deals with the soft goals, which is used for the modeling and analyzing the non-functional requirement. There are different types of UML diagrams which are used for structural and behavioral analysis of the software. Among the various UML diagrams, the class diagram is an important component of UML, which is employed to model the software requirements using objects, which is organized in the classes and relationship between them. Our motivation. In real-life application, all the illicit software requirement cannot be implemented because of the budget, time, and other constraints of an organization. Before implementation, the software requirement needs to be modeled by some modeling techniques like goal-oriented, UML, etc. Therefore, it motivates us to model only those requirements that would be implemented during the different releases of the software using UML class diagram. Objective. Based on our review, we found that in literature, less attention is given to modeling of the software requirement from the selected set of requirements using UML class diagram. Therefore, to address this issue, in this paper, we present a method for modeling of the selected set of software requirement using UML class diagram. Our contribution. Our first contribution in this paper is to calculate the ranking value of all the illicit software requirements of the system using fuzzy-based decision-making method. Those requirements which have the highest priority would be modeled using UML class diagram. Our second contribution is to intertwine the preferences of the stakeholder in UML class diagram along with the ranking values of the software requirements. Our research questions. Based on our review, we found that the fuzzy set theory has been used in the UML to model the vague and imprecise information. However, in spite of these work, fundamental questions remain open. Question number 1, how to model the selected set of software requirements using UML class diagram. Question number 2, is there a way to select the software requirement when the different stakeholders participate during the decision-making process under fuzzy environment? Related work. The concept of the artificial intelligence and knowledge representation are reasoning have been used in the Bratty ETL to detect the inconsistent or redundant automatically from the UML class diagram. Hayat ETL presented a UML extension enhanced by the feature of the object constant language OCL. Jiang and Chen developed an approach for the prevention, detection, and correction of the errors in the modeling process by verifying the correctness of the fuzzy UML model using reasoning process of the fuzzy description logic. In their work, the author have transformed a fuzzy UML model into the fuzzy description logic so that the verification task can be reduced from fuzzy UML to the fuzzy description logic. Proposed method. There are 4 steps in the proposed method. Step number 1, identify the functional requirements and non-functional requirements of the software. Step number 2, evaluate the functional requirements based on the non-functional requirement. Step number 3, calculate the ranking value of the functional requirements. Step number 4, design the UML class diagram for higher ranking value of the functional requirements. Case study. The aim of this section is to explain the step of the proposed method by considering the software requirements of the institute examination system. Step 1. Identify the functional requirements and non-functional requirements of the software. In our work, we have considered the software requirements of the institute examination system. As discussed, the requirement of the institute examination system were identified by using goal-oriented concept. The list of the functional requirements and non-functional requirements of the institute examination system are given below. List of the functional requirements that are print out the bank receipt, entry of internal marks, view semester result, and so on. The list of NFR and NFRs are security, reliability, and performance. Step number 2, evaluate the functional requirements based on the non-functional requirement. In our work, we have adopted a data set to compute the ranking value of the functional requirement from Satish and Jain. The following triangular fuzzy numbers were used in table 1 to evaluate for the evaluation of the functional requirements based on the NFR that are very weak, medium, strong, and so on. This is the list of gathered data where functional requirement got the results from decision maker 1, decision maker 2 up to 5 against the NFR 1, NFR 2, and NFR 3. Step number 3, calculate the ranking value of the functional requirement. After applying the extent fuzzy AHP and the Lee method, we have got the ranking value of the FRs as shown in table this. FR6 got the first rank, FR10 got the second rank, and so on. Step number 4, design the UML class diagram for a higher ranking values of the functional requirement. The objective of this step to design the UML class diagram for those functional requirements which have the highest ranking values. As shown in figure, we add the ranking values with the classes. Suppose we have the class generate fee slip. This is the third rank, and their associated classes are course fee, and student course detail. These classes were developed first according to the requirements. Conclusion and future work. In this paper, we have presented a method for modeling of selected set of software requirements using UML class diagram. In the proposed method, extent fuzzy AHP and group discussion making method have been employed for the selection of software requirements and to also deal with the imprecise and vague during the decision making process. The proposed method was applied to model the software requirements of the institute examination system, which has 10 functional requirements and 3 non-functional requirements. In the proposed method, we have introduced a notation to indicate the ranking value of the software requirement. This notation was intertwined with the UML class diagram to show the ranking value of the functional requirements and associated class diagram. Identification of the software requirement before the modeling and implementation according to the consequences of the different stakeholders may lead to the success of the software. Future work include the following: to apply the proposed method on the large set of software requirement, to create some new data set for software requirement selection and prioritization, research, and modeling of the model it using UML class diagram and goal-oriented method. Some references. Thanks.
Any questions? Arif, can you hear me? Abhishek, Arif will be able to answer give answers or not?
Ma'am, Arif sir is not here in the participant list. In the participants present in the meeting.
Okay, so who is there from their group? Anyone is there? I cannot see anyone.
No, ma'am.
So this is the recorded thing which you are presenting here.
Yes, ma'am. Their group has recorded a video and sent to us few days back, so that we can compile it and keep with us just in case there is some problem with them. So it's a very convenient way to present. So
But three of you, none of them is able to join today.
Ma'am, actually, one was there, Mr. Manpin. For this paper, yeah.
Yes.
No one of them is here. None of them.
But isn't it mandatory to join? ऐसा कुछ नहीं था आपके उसमें.
मैम मैंडेटरी तो था, सबको ज्वाइन करना था.
Because interactive तो अगर होगा ही नहीं तो फिर फायदा क्या है बताओ.
Yes,
If I
ma'am.
want to ask any question or audience wants to ask any question, so they are not. No one is from their group is here to answer. To matlab, personally, I don't think this is a good thing.
Arif Mohammed is here. He's in the chat box, and I think he's also facing the same problem
But
that he
you
cannot unmute.
okay? So, but you have sent them the link to join.
Yes, ma'am. Our technical team must have sent them a link to join. That's why he's here.
अच्छा ठीक है because like I had so many questions to ask मतलब मुझे लगा इसमें कि थोड़ा सा उनको input दे सकते हैं they can improve their work right तो यहाँ पे बात हो पाएगी anyways चलो ठीक है okay next is short text intent classification for conversational agents by Sahil I can see Sahil.
Hello everyone, my name is Sahil Kuchlos. Today I will be presenting my paper titled Short Text Intent Classification for Conversation. This work was done at WISA under the mentorship of Madhura and the rest of the WISA data science team. WISA is a stress, sleep, and mindfulness therapy chat available for free on Android and Apple. Its main product is a chatbot that can converse with users. For that, you can see a screenshot of a conversation between a user and a chat. As you can see, it's important for the conversational agent to understand the intent of the user's responses. As a part of the WISA data science team, I've worked on models to help classify intent of user responses to improve the interaction. The problem that this paper addresses is classifying responses to binary questions. Users can answer binary questions in many different ways. For example, they can respond with an affirmation, like yes, a refutation, like no, a clarifier, like could you explain, or a transition, like not transition. Most binary questions have a similar structure of responses. And it is important for the conversational agent to understand which of the following the user is preferring. Thus, the problem that the paper deals with is creating a question-independent model to classify responses to these categories. In previous editions of WISA's chat, this was done using regular expressions and searching for snippets and sentences. However, we have explored machine learning techniques to solve the same problem. The contributions of this paper are the evaluation of different combinations of feature representations and models with the classification of short text, a novel technique of removing only a subset of stop words, which gives significantly improved results for short text classification, and implementation and evaluation of an improved sentence vector technique formulated by Aurora and his team at Princeton in an applied setting. In this paper, we have used a hybrid dataset of 403 responses containing a mixture of user-generated responses, which were labeled by hand, and machine-generated question-answer pairs. The frequency bias was removed from our data using random oversampling, and each of our responses were tokenized and processed for contractions to restrict the vocabulary. While working on this project, the following features and classifiers were evaluated. For features, we evaluated count vectors, TF-IDF or term frequency inverse document frequency, word and sentence embeddings, and Aurora's modification of principal component removal. Each of these features was paired with the following classifiers: multinomial naive bias, logistic regression, support vector machines, random forests, and neural networks. Although we experimented with neural networks in the beginning, we quickly realized that the data was too small to support the neural networks, resulting in large overfitting. Therefore, these evaluations were not included in the final results. In 2017, Aurora and his team at Princeton introduced a technique for removing the first principal component from word vectors,
obtaining superior sentence embeddings than those found by just averaging the word vectors of a sentence. They showed that the simple technique beats recurrent neural networks and long short-term memory on many NLP tasks. As far as we know, this is the first time this technique is being used for intent classification in an applied setting. In our application, this technique gave an improvement of up to 8% over classic sentence embeddings. Our second contribution was custom stop words. Stop words are words that frequently occur in sentences, such as the, and, or, and not. Stop word removal is a part of the standard pipeline used in NLP, as stop words usually do not add much to the content or meaning of text. However, we found that in our application, this assumption did not hold, as words like not and no are very important to identifying different categories that we were looking for. To combat this, we created model-specific lists of custom stop words using an iterative search technique, picking out the stop words that gave the best improvement to our model and removing those that did not. This helped restrict the stop words that we were removing, giving much better results and improvements of over 10% to the accuracy. The final pipeline that we used in our application is as follows. We began with the tokenizer, followed by contraction processing to expand the contractions, followed by custom stop word removal, which was model specific, followed by oversampling to combat different amounts of data for different classes, followed by sentence vectorization, which is the average of word vectors of a sentence, followed by the removal of the first principal component, which is then fed to a support vector machine to classify. This table outlines the results obtained with different combinations of techniques and models. As you can see, the combination of sentence vectors, principal component analysis, and custom stop words gave the best results with every model evaluated, with random forest classifiers giving a 95% accuracy with this combination, and all models giving over 90% accuracy. In the future, we would like to expand on this project by collecting more data, especially in the sparser categories, which are category 3 and 4. We would like to explore the suitability of this pipeline in other NLP classification problems to see how well it generalizes and whether it can be used more generally in all problems with sparse data. We would like to classify responses to more nuanced questions, such as questions like, what is your mood? Or how are you feeling today? These questions would help further improve the interactivity of the chatbot. We would like to compare against techniques like recurrent neural networks and transformer-based DNN architectures. However, for this, a lot more labeled data would be required. Finally, we would like to explore the possibility of transfer learning to combat the scarcity of data that we are currently facing. We hope you enjoyed our presentation and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Questions? Sahil, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Which
Am I audible?
which is the main paper you referred for this work?
So the paper, I don't remember the exact name, but it was worked on by Sanjeev Arora at Princeton. I can check the name. It's in the references of the paper. I'll just put that in the chat.
What do you think is the main application of your work?
I think the main application, so as I said in the presentation, we developed this working as at a part of a company which creates a mental wellness chatbot. So I think, but it can be used more generally in cases where anytime a chatbot needs to respond to a binary question, which is a question which only has yes and no as the main possible. Then this model is very useful because yes and no can be said in multiple ways, and you can also have similar answers like saying I want to answer this question later. So this model has the advantage of being very general in the sense that wherever a yes or no question is asked to the user, this model can classify the response into these 4 categories.
Okay, so you mean do you think this will be used by physically disabled persons also easily?
Yeah, ma'am, I think so for sure. In special use cases like that, maybe slight modification.
Yes, good work. Anyone else wants to ask questions? अरे भाई मैं ही पूछ रही हूँ question.
are done.
Okay. Good. Thanks,
Yeah.
Sahil.
I have a question, Sahil. Which college do you go to?
Sahil, are you there? Sahil, can you hear us? Has he left? Sahil, can you hear us? There is a question for you.
Sorry, ma'am. My computer just connected for a second. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, someone has asked one question. Please repeat the question.
I was asking, are you a student or are you a professional working somewhere? What is your, are you going to college?
I'm actually studying in 12th grade right now. I'll graduate this year.
Good. Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Sahil. Okay, now I will invite the authors of the paper towards the law enforcement of firearms. Firearms. Yes, Kushagra Yadav, Ranveet Punia, Raghav Srinivas. Who is going to present?
Excuse me, ma'am. Actually, Mr. Manpinder Singh is now able to unmute himself. So can we take the questions? Or
Okay,
it will
anyone? Yes, sure. Anyone who wants to ask question regarding paper prediction of number of fatalities due to COVID-19?
Yes, I had one question. How many features were used in the model that was used in the paper? Was it just the number of deaths or at each time point, or were there more features used?
Yes, Mr. Manpinder, you can now answer the question. This question. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, so we currently use total deaths as a only feature. But yeah, as I mentioned in our future scope, we can add different parameters to it. Maybe as other factors contribute to the total deaths, as like the medical facilities and when was the lockdown started in our country or not, and other factors as well. So we can extend that, and yes, it could provide even more insights.
How many hyperparameters you used, Manpinder, to fine tune your model?
For example, for like linear regression, we use fit intercept and normalize. And for a polynomial regression, we use interaction and include bias. So we tweak with all those, but the default values of them gave us the best value. We were getting a accuracy around 99.98.
Apart from polynomial regression model, there are so many other regression models. So did you think of trying those models as well?
Yes, we can extend that, but as we have shown, with the polynomial regression only, we were able to get those results, and even our model was robust for the future use. In the future scope, yes, we can use like ridge regression and lasso regression, which uses penalization. So we can make a model even more robust for future.
Anyone else? Thanks, Manpinder.
Thank you so much.
Arif is also there.
No, ma'am, he is not replying in the chat box as well, and I'm not seeing him here. So I think we should
Okay, no
proceed.
problem. Yes. ठीक है. Next one, please come and present law enforcement of firearms.
Ma'am, before that, there's a quick reminder that a feedback form has been sent to you mail by our team. Have you got that?
I'll just check. Okay, so I have to send it to you, na? Send back to you.
Yes, ma'am. You can just edit it because everything else is already written there. You just need to give a feedback and signatures and some remarks. That's it.
तुषार शर्मा ने भेजा है?
Yes, ma'am. Tushar.ee20@NSU.
ठीक है.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a form, Google form, na?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
हाँ तो I will send it by evening. अभी immediately
Yes,
तो नहीं
ma'am.
चाहिए
Okay.
ना?
No, ma'am. You can send it by evening. Okay, no problem with that.
ठीक है.
So, okay, ma'am, we should proceed.
Yes, next one can come towards the law enforcement of firearms.
Yeah.
So you are from DTU, huh?
Hello everyone. Today we are here for this esteemed conference, the IEEE India Council International Conference 2020. I am Kushal Yadav and I am here to present my paper titled Towards the Law Enforcement of Firearms. As we all know, there are mass shootings going on around recent years and they have increased tremendously. Some studies have shown that the rate of mass shooting that has occurred in our society has tripled since 2011. These reports also show that around 434 incidents took place in USA alone in the year of 2019. These incidents took a toll of around 517. That were the deaths that happened. And there were a total of around 2,160 victims in these incidents. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to contribute a way to prevent these kind of incidents from happening. So because our society desperately needs some detection system or some security system to rely on. So we propose our paper that can efficiently detect the firearms in a scene in real time. So the goal of our paper here is to classify the weapons in the scene on the basis of their destructiveness. The applications of our system could be in we can use it can be used by the military as an alternative for enemy surveillance in the remote areas. Or what it can do, the system can detect terrorists happening to move around the remote border areas. Also, it can capture the fugitives in the forest by using that system, deploying them on a drone, and then looking for the fugitives in that particular area. As we all know that some neural networks use data sets for training. So for our purpose of classification, we did not have any open data set available for training and evaluation. So we clearly got the images from the internet sources and cleaned that images, and thus we created a data set to serve the purpose of a firearm classification. Our data set contains 5,071 color images, which for size is 224 into 224, and these images are divided into three categories basically, and these three categories are big guns, small guns, and other weapons. The big guns categories contains the rifles, assault rifles, and SMG, etc. The small guns obviously contains the pistols, and revolvers. And the other weapons here contains the firearms like knives and swords and many other like that. In our data set, there are around 4,590 training and 481 validation images. Our dataset can be found on the given link in the presentation. Coming to the methodology, we use a technique called end-stage learning. In this end-stage learning, each stage consists of two blocks, an adaptive learner block and a trainer learner block, which is then used to train the network. The adaptive learner block in this particular end-stage learning, it tries to learn the best learning rate for the training of the network. As we all know that the learning rate is the most important hyperparameter for training a neural network, and this adaptive learner block tries to optimize that learning rate instead of the hard work of hit and trial of finding the learning rate. What this adaptive learning block does, it takes a batch of images, train them for an epoch, and then it computes the training loss on various learning rate values on a logarithmic scale, and this selects the learning rate value for which the training loss comes out to be minimum, and then it use this learning then we use this learning rate to train our network. Now coming to the deep learning algorithm that we have used in this paper, since the data we had was not sufficient to train a full 34 or 50 layered residual network, we employed what it is called a transfer learning technique. In this transfer learning technique, an already trained a pre-trained deep learning model, which is known as a parent model, is used to improve the performance of a related task. Suppose a layer 34 or 50 layer residual network was trained for some classification task, and thus we use that pre-trained model for our similar kind of firearm classification task. For our paper, we used two different parent models, ResNet 34 and ResNet 50. Obviously, you can guess by their name that one is of 34 layers and the other one has 50 layers. Okay, so that were the methodology that we have used in our paper. Coming to this simulation and results, the ResNet 34 and the ResNet 50 models that we pre-trained model that we used in our paper were trained with Adam Optimizer, and these models in our paper we use these models in two stages. The first stage uses the initial layer weights of the pre-trained model, and it then further train the network to classify guns into the three different categories. It uses the freeze initial layer weight. Now coming to the second stage unfreezes the initial layer weights and train the whole neural network again and classify the firearms into the three categories. Obviously, the first initial weights, the first layers weights are now trainable, and the whole network is trained again. The adaptive learner block that we described in the end-stage learning technique selects 0.1 as the best learning rate value, and for the second stage, the learner selects the learning rate value to be 0.001. Both the models were trained for 25 epochs, and thus took off, and then after that there was a saturation. The results of our experiments we can all see that the results were for the ResNet 34 architecture. In stage 1, we got 92.723, and in stage 2, we got 95.01. The reason of this increase can be that the whole model was trained again with the initial layer and phase, and thus the performance was increased. The ResNet 50 architecture, on the other side, in stage 2, the performance was reduced. The reason could be that it was probably underfitting because of the less amount of data we have. So the conclusion of the paper is that we explored the task of firearm classification using transfer learning and end-stage learning. We created our own data set. Yeah. Okay. And then we use two different stages. The initial stage and the second stage. The scope for the future work is that we can modify our data set by annotating the position of bounding boxes, and we can also localize the weapons in the image using state-of-the-art object detection techniques like YOLO. Thank you very much for this opportunity that you gave us, and I'm really thankful to the organizers, the chairpersons, and all the authors participating in this conference.
Yes, any questions? Any question? So Kushagra, you presented?
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
हाँ कुशाग्र, just let
Yes,
me
ma'am.
know, it's clear to me, आप इसको मतलब फोटोज खींच के फिर उसमें पता करोगे कि आर्म्स है कि नहीं है? I couldn't get you, like.
मैम हाँ, yeah, like initially तो हमारा यही है, we get the photos and all, but we implemented this on a video too. So at any point of time, उसमें we can detect what kind of firearm is there.
तो how did you create your data set? किस तरह से किया आपने?
Ma'am,
Changes क्या किया आपने?
ma'am, data set, so like we got the photos from Google. So उसको and there was this one data set available also on GitHub. We got some images from there, and the rest we got from Google, and we scraped from web.
Okay, जिस तरह से आपने काम किया ना, there is one set of students who worked with me, तो we worked on identification of cigarettes, you know.
Right.
In तो अच्छा, इसमें एक बार बताओ, फायर आर्म्स के शेप्स को आप कैसे कंसिडर कर रहे हो? छोटी भी हो सकती है, बड़ी भी हो सकती है।
मैम
हाउ यू आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ दैट?
मैम वो जस्ट वो तो क्लासिफाई कर देता है ना उसमें एक
पर फिर भी इट विल अफेक्ट योर एक्यूरेसी ना।
right. But the data set we used was particularly guns, and
हाँ,
only guns
यस,
were
तो
there.
अच्छा, तो
So it was
डिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया
basically
ना आपने। हाँ,
right. So yeah. So for that we are trying to do that in our future scope. I told you that in the presentation that we are trying to annotate the image firearms we had in our image. So we are taking the bigger aspect of it and say a bigger picture, and there is small firearms or guns in this, and we are annotating the bounding box around it.
ठीक।
So we can take that.
Any questions? Yes. Anyone from audience? No one. Okay, thanks, Kushak.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we have the last paper is soil analysis and its type prediction with speech-enabled output using IoT and AWS by Suman, Alibarani, and Aniket. So who is going to present? Voice is not clear. Voice is not clear. अभिषेक देखो क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am. The voice is not clear. Okay. So I think it should say video share.
Which includes introduction, problem formulation, system description, result analysis and discussion, and conclusion. Agricultural development is one of the most important pillars for boosting the country's economy. For agricultural development, selection of proper soil is a major criteria for boosting the cultivation. For better cultivation, soil testing is a very important parameter to enhance the agricultural outcome. Nowadays, the correct soil testing is a manual type,
which is very lengthy and there is a chance of occurrence of human errors. Therefore, a modern technique is preferred which is error-free, where soil testing is simpler to design, consumes less time, and is less expensive. Now comes the problem formulation. In this method, the soil type is predicted considering different soil parameters, such as soil temperature, moisture, and soil nutrients, such as nitrogen. By using picture in a systematic manner with logical flow as numbered from 1 to 8. Now comes the result analysis and discussion. This figure here shows how the required predefined libraries are used and how different machine learning algorithms are applied on the collected dataset, which is in .csv format. Here, the RMSE value is calculated for all the algorithms I have used, and the RMSE value for those algorithms are 1.6 for the random forest classifier, 1.8 for the support vector machine, and 1.85 for the linear regression. Therefore, the algorithm which gives the least RMSE value, that is random forest classifier, is considered as the suitable algorithm for the soil type prediction. Now, the soil type which is predicted is given as input in the text format, and this text is converted to the audio in MP3 format as shown in the figure. This audio file generated will be conveyed to the farmers in their suitable understandable language, which will help the farmers know the soil type easily, which can help them to improve their production. Therefore, at last, the proposed method helped in collecting different parameters present in the soil. This information is then used for soil type prediction. The prediction is done using different machine learning algorithms. The algorithm which gives least RMSE value as achieved by a random forest classifier is considered as the best algorithm. A serverless application was developed which can effectively transform the test result obtained in the text format into speech in 15 different languages. With almost no hosted server and for zero monetary cost, this application is hosted on the internet. These are some of the references which I have followed for this work. Thank you.
Though the voice was not clear, but through the slides we were able to understand. So anyone who wants to ask questions, you can unmute yourself. You will be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, one question. Was in the chemical composition, was only nitrogen considered, or were other chemicals considered as well?
Good evening. No, other chemicals were also considered for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium values. There are different reagents which there are different reagents available which I mixed with the soil, and by using the color sensor I used to get the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium values.
So for each chemical, a different color sensor value was taken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, anyone else? So you will be developing a prototype, like small prototype kind of thing which farmers can use.
Yes, ma'am. That and the output will be converted in the audio format.
So done that part because IoT you are already using, no? So what is the total cost coming out to be?
Actually, that I have not calculated yet. That's nearly, I think, for apart from AWS, if we leave that up to prediction, then we can only consider the census part and the Arduino board. That's it. And for the conversion of text to speech, that we need to do in the AWS part. For that.
So actual calculations you have not done?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to ask questions? No one? Okay, then I think that this is the last paper which was to be presented. So I would like to thank each one of you for attending this session, and personally I've liked all the papers. Best part is that each paper which you presented has got some practical application, though I feel there is lot of scope in the papers. You can do lot of improvements, and I do hope you will continue to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, thanks. All the best. Best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Abhishek, then I'm leaving, right?
Yes, ma'am, you can leave. But before that, I want to say something to our authors and for you as well. Firstly, for the authors, it was very great to have you all to present your papers here. And personally, I'm very much sorry to Mr. Arif sir and the last one, which is soil analysis. The author, their video can't be played very well just because of a technical issue. So that's a very sorry from our team. And for the ma'am, thank you, ma'am. You have been very generous to us, and I think you were the most cooperative session chair till from the morning. And thank you for giving your time. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, that's very generous of you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
No, seeing the constraints, you have to be generous, no? There's no other option.
Yes, yeah.
There is no other option. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you, everyone. If you want, you can leave the session now. For today, it's the room sessions are over. Thank you, everyone.